I trembled as I closed the leaderboard full of verbal abuse, looking down at my own pair of legs, which were nearly crippled by the frost. Fight with all my might? I certainly want to. It seems this is my limit. My consciousness is gradually blurring. My eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, a sharp, electronic sound exploded deep within my mind, startling me so much that I snapped my eyes open. I thought it was a hallucination before death. Who knew a light screen would miraculously appear in front of me? Unique hidden talent has awakened. This sudden scene completely stunned me. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the daily intelligence system. This is definitely not that so-called common blue light screen, but rows of pale gold text, floating directly upon my retina. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. The handwriting actually moves nimbly with the rotation of my eyeballs. Floating survival intelligence shows 80 meters outside the snow cave. There is a supply box left behind by a deceased survivor. I blinked hard in disbelief, but those golden words remained clearly visible, and on the retina, a golden guide arrow appeared out of thin air. At this moment, I couldn't care less about the source of this cheat. Staying in the cave only leads to certain death. Instead of freezing to death miserably, it's better to go out and risk my life for a chance. 80 meters outside the snow cave, right? I clenched my teeth hard, using my remaining strength to crawl out of the snow cave. Clutching the alloy shovel, I crawled outward like crazy. It's right here. I fell to my knees in the snow with a thud. Holding the alloy shovel high, I threw my entire body weight into a fierce strike. Come out for me! The global audience was certain that a bottom-ranked, unlucky guy like me was bound to die. Without a doubt, even my parents didn't dare to open the live stream, for fear of seeing the final miserable state of their son. But when the camera cut to my snow cave, everyone in front of the screen was dumbfounded. Not only was I alive, I had even stripped off my down jacket, covered in sweat, munching on a piece of dried tofu with silver patterns. As the system prompted that my satiety reached its limit, permanently soared to 120. Golden light suddenly flashed in my eyes. Just now, the daily intelligence that can only be seen by surviving, finally refreshed. In the violent wind and snow, a muffled thud was simply like heavenly music. I clawed like crazy through the cracked, frozen snow. My fingertips touched the cold leather and bone. With trembling hands, I desperately pulled back the iron path. There were no blinding golden special effects, only a few unremarkable-looking treasures that could save my miserable life. Grease-soaked dog, flint, and 3 pieces of shiny black stone, as well as that piece of silver-patterned jerky. I didn't dare to delay for a single moment. I used my thin frame to block the cold wind, shivering as I grabbed the flint. At this moment, my satiety had already dropped to 0, and my health points were dropping by the second. If I crawled back to the snow cave now, I'm afraid I'd freeze into an ice block halfway there, in the biting cold wind. The sparks were hard to ignite at first. Then an even more ridiculous scene unfolded. There was no need for preheating at all. The moment the black mineral coal touched the open flame, a layer of eerie deep blue flared up. In just 10 seconds, a terrifying heat wave centered on the mineral coal, aggressively swept toward the surroundings. Even that bone-chilling wind was forced to retreat. The intense heat forced me back in my down jacket. Delicate beads of sweat actually seeped from my forehead. This heating value is too terrifying. Staring fixedly at that ball of deep blue flame on the shovel, a golden light flashed in my eyes. If this high-grade coal is compared to others' giant crab fat, even if there is only 100 times the energy, it could alleviate the energy crisis of a small district. As soon as my body temperature rose, my vision recovered. That deadly feeling of hunger rushed in like a tide. I grabbed the jerky and stuffed it into my mouth. It's so damn hard. But as it was moistened by saliva, the jerky actually dissolved in my mouth. Rich, meaty aroma mixed with a strange warmth, sliding down my throat directly into my stomach. This doesn't feel like eating protein. It's simply like swallowing a piece of high-concentration energy. Feeling gradually return to my legs. Even the festering sores on my hands are scabbing and healing. As expected of Silver Star-grade food, it can even bring back my leg injuries. I have finally survived. I carefully wrapped the remaining jerky, turned around and crawled back into the warm snow cave. At the same time, Blue Star, Great Xia State, Singfu Village Community, H-City. A series of heavy and rapid knocks on the door broke the deathly silence in the room. My dad trembled all over. Shuffling tremulously over to open the door, outside the door stood 2 young men dressed in deep green uniforms. The golden dragon-shaped badges on their chests shone brightly. Special Operations Bureau. May I ask if you are the family of Pathfinder Lin An? May I ask if you are the family of Pathfinder Lin An? The leading youth gave a standard military salute, with a solemn expression. My dad's legs were shaking uncontrollably, his voice trembling. Is it about my Lin An? Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Currently, Comrade Lin An's vital signs are still stable. The youth supported the old man, waving to signal the team members behind him to carry in 2 large boxes of supplies. We are here by national order, specially to deliver approved supplies to the families of heroes. Electricity cards, canned meat, and antibiotics. In this winter, where the entire city is under power rationing, this pile of items is worth a fortune. You 2 elders might not know. The eternal winter source where Comrade Lin An is located is the hardest to survive purgatory in the wilderness. Relying on his stubborn will, he has actually become the Great Xia State's only survivor in that area. The old couple was stunned. They only knew their son's ranking was at the bottom, but they didn't know what kind of hell their son was struggling in. Before leaving, the youth took a deep look at the little girl in this corner, who was listening intently. He seemed to understand the reason Lin An has held on until now. In the hallway, the young team member couldn't help but look back. Captain, can Comrade Lin An survive tonight? The captain lowered his hat and sighed. It's very difficult. The burning duration of the high-energy mineral coal far exceeded expectations. I finally had a peaceful night's sleep. Good morning, Pathfinder B3 17865. Yesterday's death toll, 889. The cold numbers were like a basin of cold water poured over me, washing away all traces of sleepiness. In just one night, nearly 900 fresh lives are gone just like that. This is the cruel wilderness. The supplies in my hand are pitifully scarce. Only more than half of the jerky is left. Only 2 pieces of mineral coal remain. With this little wealth, I can last 3 days at most. I must take the initiative to attack. I took a deep breath, gripping the shovel in my hand tightly. Just then, that wonderful electronic sound rang out again. Ding! Daily intelligence system has been refreshed. While others in the eternal winter source are freezing like cowards, I am holding a shovel, acting like a human drilling machine on the frozen lake. I even used the shovel to knock out a flying silver monster. This fish not only has delicious meat, but eating 1 bite can permanently increase cold resistance attributes. Without a word, I grilled one first to reward myself. Then I immediately uploaded the remaining one to the state. This single move made the entire high-level leadership of Great Xia State stand up, because I not only broke the deadlock of 0 resources, but also triggered the only unique hidden reward, 10,000-fold contribution. The story begins 3 days ago. I was located in a restricted life zone with a top 3 mortality rate. Intelligence. The system actually threw out 4 golden options. Starting from today, you can designate the direction of intelligence. A. Supplies. B. Environment. Crisis. D. Truth of the world. Looking at the 4 golden options in front of me, I fell into a deathly silent contemplation, reasonably, with only half a piece of jerky left. Choosing supplies should be the way to survive. But logic told me, this is a restricted life zone ranked in the top 3 for mortality. If I am completely blind to the environment of the eternal winter source, no matter how much food I get, it's still a death trap. I choose B. Environment. The next second, the system's holographic map spread out, but the red warning that popped up made my heart stop. Warning, in 71 hours, Class A white disaster will arrive. Current temperature, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Current shelter cannot provide defense. Death is certain. Looking at the deep crimson representing death across the screen, I completely panicked. However, right in the midst of despair, a single sign of life flashed in the northeast corner of the map. There is a lake of living water there. The ice thickness is only 20 centimeters. Living water means there are fish. Fish means being able to survive. Go check it out first, even if the cold wind bites to the bone. A fierce look flashed in my eyes. I grabbed the shovel and rushed into the wind and snow, setting off. At the same time, Blue Star, Great Xia State, Special Operations Bureau. The atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. Laylee asked in a cold voice, "Report on the status of the seed players." The team members' voices were trembling. Soldier King Zhao Tieju encountered a venomous swarm. He is currently chewing bark to resist the crisis. Socialite Li Qingqing has been without water for 12 hours. Condition is critical, sir. It's all bad news. But when the screen turned, and they saw the foreign contestants, everyone's state of mind collapsed. Sato from the Sakura nation actually landed on a tropical island. He is comfortably cracking coconuts and drinking the juice. This scene made everyone in the hall grit their teeth in anger. Damn it! Why are we in hell while they are on vacation? This is far too unfair. Just as extreme emotions were about to explode, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. Report! Detected abnormal fluctuations. Coordinates. Eternal winter source Semuinen. The entire place instantly went dead silent, only to see, amidst the wind and snow, with the alloy shovel on my back, I was pushing forward frantically against the gale. This scene caused a series of glints to appear in Lei Li's eyes. Stare at him intensely for me from now on. I need to know how he is surviving in a certain death situation. I turned on the live stream, forcing a slight smile toward the camera. Mom, Mazda. I'm fine, after reporting my safety. Before the audience could even react, I swung my shovel and started smashing frantically. The web of my thumb split open. Intense pain pierced my heart. The live stream room was filled with doubt. Is this guy crazy? Trying to dig through the frozen ice with a shovel? Stop wasting your energy. Just go back and wait for death. Not only the netizens, even the monitor. Suwon pushed her glasses up in despair. -40 degrees. The ice layer is at least 1 meter thick. He is just accelerating his own death. At this moment, just as Suwon expected, I fell into a desperate situation. With the rate of heat loss doubling, my body temperature was plummeting. My arms were numb. Every second, the Grim Reaper was closing in. Not through yet? I even tasted the desperate metallic tang in my mouth, but I cannot stop. Once I stop, the sweat freezing will mean certain death. Break for me! I roared, exerting the last bit of my strength to strike down hard. A crisp crack rang out like heavenly music. Black lake water instantly gushed out, splashing all over my face. The ice layer cracked. A massive amount of oxygen flooded in. This is a natural bait. In just a few minutes, ripples appeared on the calm water surface. Several dark shadows approached the surface to breathe. The moment a black fish swam across the surface, my arms tensed. It's coming. Come up. A hard-as-iron scaled fish. The flying fish was violently thrown onto the ice. The whole audience was stunned. Holy crap. That shovel can even be used as a fishing net? This isn't just a high IQ play. Captured the first fish. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, an even more fatal crisis suddenly erupted. Warning. Satiety has plummeted to 5. A strong sense of dizziness washed over me. My vision is blacking out in waves. If I don't eat something now, I will die right here. I tremblingly pulled out the half-piece of jerky I kept close to my body and took a fierce bite. The next second, the live stream room erupted again. Wait, why is that meat glowing with fluorescence? A golden bullet comment exclaimed, "It's Silver Star grade food." No wonder he's been able to survive until now. Just as the great Jia audience was marveling, a piercing red bullet comment suddenly floated across. Just as the great Jia audience was marveling, a piercing red bullet comment suddenly floated across. Oh, he's actually eating such strategic materials himself. What a waste of God's gifts. This sentence instantly ignited everyone's fury. Where's this dog barking from? He found it with his own ability. Why shouldn't he be allowed to eat it? Get lost! As the jerky entered my stomach, a warm current surged through my entire body. My physical stamina skyrocketed. Satiety limit permanently increased. My body regained sensation. I struck while the iron was hot. Swish, there's another one. In just half an hour, 3 black fish were caught. I was so happy my nose bubbles were almost coming out, but it seemed my luck had run out. For the next half hour, the water surface was as silent as death. Not even a ghost of a shadow appeared. Just as I was about to give up and stand up, suddenly, beneath the pitch-black water surface, without any warning, there flashed a streak of extremely dazzling fluorescence. What is this? I said to myself. This thing's body was more than twice the size of the black fish. The shovel turned into an afterimage and lunged upward fiercely. I struck gold. A strange fish, translucent all over, looking as if carved from white jade, was thrown onto the ice. But in the next second, a terrifying scene occurred. This silverfish didn't just flop around. Instead, it suddenly lunged its body. Its tail slammed against the ice. It was actually like it was fitted with springs, aiming accurately for the ice hole to jump back in. He's trying to escape, holy crap! At the critical moment, I didn't have time to stand up at all. My whole body lunged forward. The shovel in my hand acted like a racket. sweeping across with a fierce blow. Stay here for me as my lifelong dream. The silver fish was swatted away 7 or 8 meters like a cannonball, only stopping when it crashed into a snowbank. Only then did the notification finally arrive. Obtained Tier 1 Ice Crystal Silverfish, Rare. Effect: greatly enhances cold resistance. I smiled, and the live stream room completely exploded. A colored fish! This buddy found a rare monster, holy crap! I was scared to death just now. If Lin An had a net, the fish in this lake would be driven to extinction. The live stream audience was filled with regret amidst their ecstasy. Showing off like this with just a shovel. If only he had tools, we'd be set. At the same time, on Blue Star, Lin Jiangguo slapped his thigh hard, launching himself straight up from the sofa. The wrinkles on his face bloomed with laughter. See that? That's called talent. The old Lin family never comes home empty-handed from fishing. Beside him, Lin's mother turned her tears into a smile. Though she scolded the old man for being improper, the weight in her heart finally lifted. In the corner, the blind girl Xiao Xiao tightly hugged the doll in her arms. A long-lost smile appeared on her pale little face. Brother, you must come back. Striking while the iron was hot, I pulled up another silver fish. Though I could still catch more, I decisively stopped. Greed is a major taboo for survival. Carrying too much in this weather would make it impossible to get away. Abnormally, the wind direction suddenly changed. The headwind was like a blade. Carrying 5 fish on my back, every step felt like a duel with the Grim Reaper. Finally, before my body temperature dipped below the line, I crawled back inside and quickly sealed the cave entrance. I'm freezing to death. I cleaned the ice crystal silver fish and placed it on the shovel surface to grill. However, just as I was about to flip it over, a terrifying scene occurred. That silver fish, which had already been nutted, actually came back to life. Its tail slammed the shovel surface to propel itself, opening a sucker-like mouth full of sharp teeth. It lunged straight for my face. The distance was too close to dodge at all. "You're looking for death!" My eyes sharpened. My body instinctively leaned back. The shovel in my hand turned into an afterimage. I countered with a violent overhead slam. A crisp crack rang out. The fish's head was instantly separated. The headless body of the fish twitched twice, and finally grew completely still and cold. I gave a cold laugh, and put the thoroughly dead fish back on the fire. A few minutes later, a strange aroma filled the air, without the slightest fishy smell. It was the fresh scent of a bamboo forest after rain. I impatiently tore off a piece of fish meat. It melted in my mouth. A heat wave instantly exploded in my stomach, washing through my entire body along the blood vessels. The chill in my bone marrow was aggressively dispelled. So refreshing. Notification: satiety limit has soared to 160. Obtained permanent buff. Basic cold resistance. Cold resistance ability has been greatly improved. I pushed aside the snow blocks and felt the air. The originally bone-chilling wind actually felt somewhat cool now. Amazing. This is the worth of rare-grade food. Just then, the grand mechanical voice arrived on time. Today's material upload settlement countdown, 0 hours, 5 minutes, 0 seconds. I looked at the remaining complete silver fish with a determined gaze. This one must be given to my parents and Xiao Xiao to taste. However, what I didn't know was that a conspiracy targeting my family was brewing. Just 10 days ago, my snobbish second uncle had kicked my family out like beggars. But today, he was kneeling at my doorstep, begging for a single sprouted potato, for no other reason than the fact that I not only hadn't died in the wilderness world, but had also become a national strategic hero. And I was sitting in my warm snow cave, staring at legendary equipment, lost in thought. Should I use this snowmobile to pull fish, or use it to look cool? 3 days ago, Unit 401 in the building next to Xingfu Village Community, Blue Star, at the home of my second uncle, Lin Jianjun. My 5-year-old cousin was wrapped in a quilt, opening his mouth wide and crying heart-wrenchingly, "I want to eat meat." My second uncle squatted in the corner, his face full of worry, since the cold wave arrived. The rice jar at home has long been empty. "What are you crying for?" Second uncle let out an irritated shout. "You have the guts to yell at the child, but not the guts to get something to eat? You useless coward!" Wang Mei, like a tigress, rushed out. With a roll of her eyes, she lowered her voice and said something chilling. "Go to your big brother's house. In the wilderness world, the foundation of the earth, I was preparing to do something big." Uploading. I placed my hand on that crystal-clear ice crystal silverfish. The system's voice instantly rang out. New species detected. Tier 1 ice crystal silverfish, grade rare C. Calculating national fortune feedback multiplier. It actually triggered a calculation. My heart pounded wildly. You should know that trash materials only have a 0 times multiplier. Ordinary materials only get 100 times or 1,000 times. But this time, the numbers on the light screen began to skip frantically. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and then a crimson number almost made me suffocate. Congratulations on triggering the rare material critical hit reward. 10,000 times. A full 10,000 rare grade ice crystal silverfish will directly fill the Great Gia State's official cold storage. Before I could even recover from this overwhelming fortune, a second golden light exploded. Obtained special reward. Survival blind box. Please choose the deployment level. 3 boxes. Suspended in midair. Looking at them made my breathing quicken. Common grade. 500-meter radius. Guaranteed materials but nothing very useful. Rare grade. 1-kilometer radius. Risky but the returns are good. Legendary grade. 3-kilometer radius. Includes vehicles and weapons that can change one's fate. But in the eternal winter source, asking an ordinary person to run 3 kilometers to find a box is equivalent to thinking one's life is too long. But am I an ordinary person? I have a cheat. As the saying goes, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. To hell with fear. I choose the legendary grade blind box. Legendary grade survival blind box has been deployed, suppressing the urge to rush out immediately. I opened the national fortune leaderboard. As expected, relying on this rare fish, my name shot up like a rocket, breaking straight from the bottom into the top 100. As long as I maintain this ranking, I can get the experience. Not only will I survive, but my sister's eye disease can also be cured. That night, I carried my hopes for tomorrow and slept peacefully in this cruel world. However, the internet on Blue Star exploded. Although my live stream went dark, the number of people online instantly surpassed 10 million. Everyone was stunned by the name that suddenly charged into the top 100. What did this guy upload? A 10,000-fold contribution. Ice crystal silverfish? I've never even heard of it. This Lin An is a big shot. At the same time, Great Gia State Special Intelligence Bureau. The atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Team leader Lei Li rubbed his throbbing temples, looking at the smug faces of the contestants from Sakura Nation and the Republic of Korea on the big screen. He slammed the armrest in anger. Others landed in temperate zones, casually picking oranges and digging ginseng, while our Great Gia State contestants are mostly struggling to survive in bitter cold lands. Is this destiny? Damn it! Lei Li's eyes were full of resentment. Just then, a message from Assistant Su Wan suddenly popped up, breaking the dead silence. Group leader, Lin An has uploaded rare resources for the first time, triggering a 10,000-fold contribution. He has become Great Gia's 5th Pathfinder to break into the top 100. What rare resource? Lei Li suddenly launched himself up from the command chair. The exhaustion on his face instantly turned into unbelievable ecstasy. A 10,000-fold contribution sounds incredible, but when distributed among the massive population of Great Gia State, it is merely a drop in the bucket. To truly turn the tables, we must rely on sustainable agricultural development. Lei Li took a deep breath and quickly gave the order. Su Wan continued to monitor. Immediately allocate supplies to Lin An's family. We cannot let a hero bleed and shed tears at the same time. Yes, at the same time. Room 302, Xingfu Village Community, H City. My parents and sister were sitting around the dining table. 2 boxes of relief supplies allowed them to have the big meal for the first time in a long while. A few potatoes were turned by Mom, Xu Jiao, into 3 dishes and 1 soup with great skill. Mom, Dad, did a brother uploaded all the food? Does he have enough for himself? My sister Xiao Xiao asked, with a face full of worry. Haha, don't worry. Your brother's fishing skills are just like mine. Even food can't shut your mouth. Dad Lin Jianguo hadn't finished bragging before he was glared back into silence by Mom. Although they acted relaxed, the 2 elders knew in their hearts that since I made a decision, I must have my reasons. Just then, a series of rapid knocks on the door suddenly rang out. Is it the neighborhood director? Mom was about to get up, but was held back by Dad. Shh, don't move. Dad's brow furrowed. He lowered his voice. Why would the director come at this hour? I think it's the second brother's family next door seeing our lights on. and following the smell. Mom hesitated for a moment. Maybe the child is hungry, after all. Fang Fang is still young. You sit down for me. Forgot how he treated you during the grain rationing? Forgot how that brat called Xiao Xiao a vampire? And an ungrateful wolf? These words pinned Mom to her chair like a nail. Just then, sharp wailing voices came from outside the door. I'm hungry. I smell the aroma. I want to eat potatoes. That piercing voice seemed like it would penetrate the security door, just as the two elders' faces turned ugly, and they prepared to brace themselves to open the door. A stern shout suddenly exploded in the hallway. Lin Jianjun, do you have any shame left? It was the neighborhood committee director, Li Shunhong. Take the child away immediately. The relief supplies for a Pathfinder's family. You actually dare to covet them? Are you tired of living? Following that, the neighbors' mockery surged like a tide. Oh, you really are shameless. Didn't you say 2 days ago you'd rely on your own strength? What? You saw that their son is successful now, and you change your tune? Scumbag. Amidst a chorus of curses, second uncle's family, like rats crossing the street, fled dejectedly. The 3 people inside the house breathed a sigh of relief. Last night, another 1,285 people froze to death on the ice plains. Yet I am in a minus 38-degree blizzard, just to dig up a package buried under the snow. The Sakura Nation contestant mocked me for seeking my own death, and the Great Jia netizens were all mourning for me. But when my shovel went down, and I heard that crisp, metallic clinking sound, the gears of fate began to turn. Pathfinder B317865. Yesterday's death toll, 1,285. Early morning of the 5th day. The gale was still roaring at the cave entrance. I stretched my body. I slept so damn well. A golden light flashed on my retina. The daily intelligence refreshed on time. Please choose today's intelligence type. Survival. B. Environment. Danger. D. Events. Without any hesitation, I chose instantly, and the golden text immediately rearranged itself. The next second, a coordinate appeared that was enough to change my destiny. Legendary survival blind box. Coordinates 515 to 620. Distance 2.8 kilometers. Buried 1.5 meters under the snow. Legendary grade. I pumped my fist hard. My heart wouldn't stop pounding. I packed my gear, took the alloy shovel, tucked the remaining half of the grilled fish into my shirt, and wrapped my Arctic parka tightly around me. Started the live stream directly. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm going to pick up a package. As soon as the stream started, the number of people online exploded instantly. Because of the 10,000-fold contribution last night, I am now the publicly recognized God Lin across the entire network. But my sentence about picking up a package caused the bullet comments to erupt instantly. At this time, the live stream room was not peaceful. Sakura Nation's Yamamoto Ichiro. Silverfish actually made you arrogant. Great Shia people are so conceited. Seeking your own death. This single bullet comment instantly ignited the fury of Great Jia netizens. The shouting match escalated directly. Meanwhile, far away in a Sakura Nation intelligence agency, Yamamoto Ichiro took off his headphones. Although there was a cold sneer on his face, his eyes were filled with shock. It's the 5th day. If it were their country's contestants, they would have frozen into ice sculptures long ago. But this Lin An actually dares to go out against the blizzard. As a rigorous researcher, he faintly felt that. This kid from Great Chia State was breaking some kind of rule. On the ice plains, I trudged along with uneven steps. With every step, I had to pull my leg out of snow that reached my knees. If it were yesterday, I would have frozen stiff long ago. But today, even though the cold wind scraped like a knife, a wave of heat was locked inside my down jacket. Cold resistance improved. This is truly great. After walking for a full 2 hours, I stopped. Panting heavily, the golden arrow on my retina pointed vertically down at my feet. It's here. Without any nonsense, the high-grade alloy shovel began to dig frantically. The 1.5-meter snow layer was frozen harder than stone. With every shovel stroke, the web of my thumb throbbed with numbness, but I didn't dare to stop. If I stop, my body temperature will drop. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. A crisp metallic clashing sound rang out. I threw down the shovel. Ignoring the severe cold, I used my hands to claw away the loose snow. A metal box glowing with a pale golden light lay quietly in the pit. The sci-fi style patterns made my breathing quicken. Legendary blind box, show me. With a light clicking sound, the lid popped open. Inside, there was no food and no weapons, but a pile of neatly folded silver-white metal. Components obtained. Portable polar snowmobile. Legendary. Description: forged from memory alloy. Human-powered with efficient kinetic energy conversion. Maximum load capacity 300 kilograms. My eyes instantly widened like copper bells. Holy crap. In this godforsaken frozen wasteland, this thing is a divine artifact. It's 10,000 times better than being given a Ferrari. I took the components and performed a series of maneuvers. The metal pile seemed alive, rapidly unfolding in my hands. In just a few short seconds, a streamlined, highly futuristic silver-white sled vehicle appeared before my eyes. Smooth, so smooth. The live stream room that was just spamming "Lin An is dead for sure" went deathly silent for a moment, then went completely crazy. Holy crap, what on earth is this? A human-powered snowmobile? It has no wheels and can still go this fast? This is a legendary blind box. I'm kneeling in respect. Who just said God Lin was seeking death? Come out and take your beating! Even that retired Pathfinder, Wu Jing, couldn't help but post a bullet comment. Semi-recumbent shock absorption. Gears amplifying force. This design is simply divine. At this moment, not only have I survived, but I've also happily earned a new title. The fastest man in the eternal winter source. The feeling of lightning speed made my adrenaline surge. A path that originally took hours against the wind now takes only half an hour. Warm-up is over. Having the vehicle is not enough without an early warning device. I secured the metal box to the back seat. My leg muscles exerted power. The snowmobile let out a low hum, speed soaring directly to 20 meters per second. Target: the frozen lake. At the same time, Blue Star Reserve Base Number 1. While I was speeding across the ice plains, this place had already gone frantically busy. Hundreds of giant silver-gray towers towered into the clouds. Contribution beams from a high-dimensional civilization descended like a miracle. Among the countless transport chains on the ground, a golden conveyor belt was particularly eye-catching. On it, neatly, rows of strange fish as white as jade were stacked. The chill was pressing. Before even entering the warehouse, they were directly labeled as strategic materials. 300 meters underground. Core Biological Laboratory. An automated test report was spat out. Common silverfish. Cold resistance. Inner element added. Recommended priority distribution to seed players. The white-haired Dean Zhang was so excited his hands were shaking. Great. With this, the survival rate of the next batch of seeds will at least double. However, when he saw the contributor's name, the smile on his face instantly froze. It wasn't a famous soldier king, nor an elite trained by a prestigious family, but a completely unfamiliar name. Lin An. The remarks were outrageously simple. Winner of the 8th batch of selections. Ordinary bystander. Not even a seed player. And yet he could achieve this. Dean Zhang gasped. Just what kind of monster is this Lin An? The scene cuts back to the wilderness frozen lake. With a beautiful fishtail drift, the snowmobile stopped steadily at yesterday's fishing spot. Just as I jumped off the vehicle, my pupils suddenly constricted. On the snow, several giant plum blossom-shaped paw prints were shocking to see. The snow covering the ice hole had been violently scraped away, revealing jagged shards of ice. A predator has been here. I knelt down and measured. This footprint is bigger than my face. It should be an adult snow demon bear. It seems it was attracted by the smell of fish from yesterday. This is a restricted zone for humans, but it's a buffet for demonic beasts. If it were anyone else, they would have wet their pants. But I took a look around and found no trace of the beast. Fortune favors the bold. Before it gets dark. Do it! I didn't waste a single second. I directly pulled the snowmobile sideways to act as a windbreak, swung the alloy shovel, and smashed open the ice with a bang. Several dark shadows instantly surfaced. Half an hour later, 3 fat black fish were tossed onto the shore by me. Not enough, not nearly enough. These ordinary black fish only fill the stomach. What I want is the silverfish that adds cold resistance attributes. I thought back to the remains I found. When processing the silverfish last night, feeling ruthless, I made a decision that went against my ancestors. Count me in. I swung the alloy shovel and took the freshly caught, still flopping iron-scaled black fish and chopped them directly into minced meat. This scene left the live stream audience dumbfounded. Holy crap! Godlin has gone crazy, using food as bait. This is far too extravagant. What if he loses the bet? Is this the mindset of a gambler? I love it. I love it. I ignored the bullet comments and took the minced meat mixed with fresh blood and tossed a shovelful into the ice hole. This is my gamble, trading ordinary supplies for rare strategic materials. 10 minutes passed. The water surface showed no ripples. My heart was in my throat, just when I thought I had lost the bet. Deep in the dark water, a patch of dazzling fluorescence suddenly lit up. They're here! And it's a whole school of them. I jerked the shovel upward. Missed. These fish are too slippery. They slipped right back along the edge of the shovel. Damn it again. I refused to believe it and started a frantic lottery mode. Once, twice, 3 times. Although 8 out of 10 shovel strikes were empty. These fish were practically suicidal for that bit of minced meat, rushing forward one after another to hit my shovel. Finally, the first silver fish was tossed onto the shore by me, followed by the second one. The third, a total of 7 glowing treasures, stacked on the snow like a pile of firewood. Each one weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. This wave was a massive profit. Just then, the sound of the wind changed. From a sharp scream to a dull thunder, red light flashed frantically on my retina. Warning: Class A white disaster arriving in 52 hours. Current temperature, minus 38 degrees Celsius. The blizzard is coming. Retreat! I didn't linger for a second. I threw over 40 pounds of fish into the back of the vehicle. If I were carrying this much on my back before, I would have definitely died halfway. But now I hopped onto the snowmobile, kicked my feet hard. The tracks tore through the snow, carrying priceless supplies. I left coolly before the blizzard arrived. In the live stream at this moment, the direction of the bullet comments had completely changed. Brothers, I just came back from the neighboring stream of Special Forces King Zhao Tieju. I'm dying of laughter. What happened to that seed player? He spent the whole day weaving a cage, and ended up catching only 3 palm-sized small fry, and he's treating them like treasure. A soldier king, proficient in traps, harvesting 3 little shrimps, while God Lin swings a shovel like a pro, and hacks out 7 rare fish. There truly is no harm without comparison. Su Wan, the beautiful analyst from Great Shia's 3rd Intelligence Bureau, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, looking at the data on the screen. Her breathing suddenly hitched. She originally thought Lin An was just lucky, but when the latest resource statistics report popped up, she was completely stunned. The report showed, in the resource acquisition ranking for Great Shia's 8th batch of Pathfinders, the ranking for resource acquisition, that Lin An with absolutely no background, his name at this moment, was impressively hanging at the very top of the list, ranked 2nd in the entire region. How is this possible? While others in the Eternal Winter Source are freezing like cowards, while I am hiding in a warm snow cave, feasting on S-grade grilled ice crystal silverfish. And even before the blizzard arrived, I accurately found a giant cave hidden 3 meters underground, belonging to a snow rat. This giant rat isn't a reaper, but rather a walking piece of premium pork belly, right at this moment. Inside another building in the Xingfu village community, Lin Jianjun and his wife stared at the light screen. With ugly expressions on their faces, Wang Mei angrily threw her rag onto the table. It's just a few fish, isn't it? What is there to show off about? Look at those foreign pathfinders, uploading fruit every day. That's what you call real ability. Lin Jianjun waved his hand irritably, interrupting his wife's nagging. Keep it down. Don't you see that's no place for a human to stay? Anyway, I would never let our son go through that kind of suffering. Wang Mei comforted herself while walking to the window to get some air. However, the moment her gaze swept downstairs, her entire body froze. That familiar military green truck had actually stopped downstairs at the neighboring building again. Several burly soldiers jumped off the truck, working together to carry down 3 huge wooden crates. Are they delivering supplies again? It's only been 1 day. Looking at those heavy crates, she only felt her stomach churn, more uncomfortable than being hungry for 3 days. Sir, ma'am, I'm Xiao Wang. Just call me Gangzi. It was that same familiar young soldier, carrying the crates into the house with practiced ease. The 3 members of the Lin family inside seemed at a loss. Chu Jiao looked at the floor full of supplies, rubbing her hands hurriedly on her apron. Why was more delivered again? We really can't finish all this food. Old Lin, take it. This was all earned by Lin An with his life. Director Li rushed in at some point, her eyes slightly red. According to statistics from various countries, the first-day survival rate for Pathfinders is only 75%. The Eternal Winter Source is a restricted life zone with a mortality rate as high as 99%. Lin An is a good comrade. Before leaving, Wang Gang solemnly instructed Director Li. The supplies for Pathfinder's families are a national priority. You must keep a close watch on them. As the door closed, the room fell into a brief, deathly silence. After a long while, Lin Jiangguo opened the crate with trembling hands. As the cold air dissipated, 3 crystal-clear strange fish, looking like white jade, lay quietly inside. Even though they were no longer alive, they still exuded an extraordinary aura. Chu Jiao tremblingly and gently touched the ice-cold bodies of the fish. Her tears instantly burst forth. He is suffering in that kind of hellish place. Stop crying. Keeping ourselves healthy is the greatest support we can give him. Wilderness world. The wind and snow continue to rage. Linan dragged his exhausted body back into the ground cave. Only when he saw the familiar firelight did his tensed nerves finally relax a little. I'm finally back. If I didn't have the snowmobile, I'm afraid I really would have lost my life on this trip. He carefully put away the folded metal cube, marveling once again at the wonders of high-dimensional civilization's creations. As the high-energy mineral coal was ignited, the temperature inside the cave began to slowly rise. His frozen muscles followed with waves of soreness and numbness, although he sat slumped on the ground, not wanting to move, looking at the mountain of fish in front of him. A strong sense of achievement instantly filled his chest. I must reward myself well today. Abundant fat seeped from the texture of the fish meat, dripping onto the scalding stone slab, instantly exploding into a unique aroma, mixed with the scent of deep sea, seafood and high-energy fats. Linan swallowed his saliva, flipping the fish over without taking his eyes off it, until the fish skin was golden and blistering, revealing the snow-white, tender meat like garlic cloves inside. It's too fragrant. I took a bite. Scalding meat juices exploded in my mouth. This sense of satisfaction after a harvest was enough to dispel all the cold and loneliness. As the whole fish entered my stomach, the notification on the panel rang out like heavenly music. Ability: basic cold resistance plus 20%. Can be leveled up with 15 more fish. Only the 6th day of the start. While the other 3,980 contestants were being frozen into ice sculptures one after another, I was driving a snowmobile, speeding through the blizzard, with hundreds of pounds of Silver Star-grade food that even top billionaires couldn't eat, loaded in the trailer. Great Sia's intelligence center was in a frenzy because of my every move. Western media even cried out in shock that I was the illegitimate son of God. But only I know. This isn't luck, but my insane talent that can foresee all crises at this moment. Piercing red light lit up in my vision again. This time the prey I've set my sights on is large beyond anyone's imagination. Going back to 3 days ago, after I discovered that eating 5 fish could improve cold resistance, I pushed my body to its limit, using the fire to grill all the remaining fish until semi-dry. I placed my hand on one of the prepared ice crystal silver fish and silently thought, upload. Upload material. Tier 1. Grilled ice crystal silver fish. Prepared food. Grade, rare. Great Sias. Linan jumped up several dozen spots. A golden light flashed in my eyes. Entering the top 50 doesn't just mean honor, but also tangible rewards. Basic fitness liquid. The early-stage strongmen, even the seemingly weak girls, all possessed immense strength. It turns out it was because of the dual purification of wilderness food and fitness liquid. I clenched my fist, feeling the surge of heat within my body. Survival of the fittest. Natural selection. Since I have the intelligence system, hunting demonic beasts is no longer a pipe dream. As long as I can survive, I will eventually become the king of this ice field. He had to become stronger. As long as he could survive, he had to become stronger. At the same time, although the Blue Star live stream was a black screen, the bullet comments completely boiled over due to this upload. France Sanchez. My God, so this is a rare grade resource. It looks more tempting than top-tier foie gras. Republic of Korea Park Chan-young. This is nonsense! Why can't we find this kind of fish when we're by the sea, facing a screen full of envy and jealousy? The great Jia audience stood tall and proud. A sense of pride welled up spontaneously. Brothers, Spam Godlin is awesome on the public screen. Meanwhile, in room 302 of Xingfu Village Community, unlike the noise of the internet, a real and tempting aroma of fish permeated the air. That was the scent unique to the Lin family. Xu Jiao cut the ice crystal silver fish into pieces, seasoning it only with ginger and salt. As the water temperature rose, the fish meat did not break apart, but instead turned into a pot of milky white thick soup The fresh, sweet, and dominant aroma seeped through the door crack, instantly filling the entire hallway. Lin Xiaoxiao held up her bowl and took a cautious sip. The soup melted in her mouth, extraordinarily delicious. Following that, a warm current exploded down her esophagus, instantly traveling through her entire body. Lin Jiangguo and Xu Jiao looked at each other. Both faces were full of shock. That strange warm current surged within their bodies, as if even their blood was boiling. Honey, it's a miracle. My old chronic leg pain actually doesn't hurt anymore. Stop talking and drink up quickly. This is the good stuff our son traded his life for. Separated only by a wall, the atmosphere had dropped to the freezing point. Mom, it smells so good, I want to eat meat. Drink your porridge, Wang Mei irritably scolded the crying child, turning to look at her husband. Her tone softened. Jianjun, how about going to borrow some more? Lin Jianjun listened to the laughter and cheers next door, heaved a long sigh. When Lin An knocked on our door for help back then. What did you say? Wang Mei's face stiffened, turning pale. You said, if I lend it to you, can you even pay it back? Lin Jianjun shook his head self-mockingly. We are reaping what we sowed. Meanwhile, in the heartland of Great Xia State, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. On the holographic projection, the red progress bar, representing the national crisis value, was stuck at a high level of 85%, while the blue strategic resource reserves were at a pitiful 12%. The next substage is about to begin. This level of reserves is simply not enough. If there is no other way, we can only release a small amount to the west and abandon some parts. A crisp notification sound suddenly rang out, under the shocked gazes of the three elders. That lifeless blue progress bar, as if injected with a booster shot, suddenly surged upward. 12.5%, 13%, up to 18%. Haha, what's going on? Which war zone had a bumper harvest? It was found through formaldehyde composite calculation. It is an extremely scarce cold resistance resource that can improve the survival chances of seed players. The silent monitoring center instantly erupted in hearty laughter. Good. Heaven has not forsaken our great Xia. Let's see which seed player it is. He must be heavily rewarded. Wilderness world, eternal winter source. The gale wailed like a sob, frantically battering the snow bricks sealing the cave entrance. I wrapped my down jacket tighter, resting in a light sleep within the faint red light. Suddenly, I jerked my eyes open. That wasn't the sound of the wind. It was an extremely subtle, yet abnormally heavy sound of snow being compressed. Darkness and deathly silence instantly swallowed the snow cave. A foul, musky stench wafted through the ventilation hole into my nose. I held my breath, my entire body's muscles tensed like iron. The moment that thing claws through the camouflage, it will be a bloody life and death battle. 1 minute to, 2 minutes. Time seemed to freeze. Just as I was preparing for a desperate struggle, the footsteps outside paused, then turned toward the northwest. The sound gradually drifted away. I slumped to the ground. My back was already soaked with cold sweat. The northwest is exactly where I discarded the innards yesterday. Good thing I wasn't greedy enough to bury them nearby. Otherwise, I would be a corpse by now. Early morning of the 6th day. The daylight is faint. Yesterday's death toll, 3,980 people. Looking at the cold numbers in the system, my heart sank to the bottom. This is already the 8th batch of Pathfinders. Yet the mortality rate is rising instead of falling. Daily intelligence system refreshed. Select crisis area. As the command was issued, my vision changed abruptly. The originally dark cave entrance lit up with a pale yellow filter. The data stream frantically. The next second, my scalp went numb. A chill shot straight to the top of my head. On the outside of the snow bricks at the cave entrance, a sickly green trail was clearly visible. That trail lingered at the entrance for a long time. 2 dense spots of light almost pressed against the gaps. Tier 1. Snowed and wolf behavioral marking. Prey dwell time. 3:20 a.m. to 3:45 a.m. Damn it, I've been marked. I clenched my fists. Snow demon wolves are more cunning than the wolves on Blue Star. More terrifying. Once targeted, it's a fight to the death. And at this time, the weather alert on my retina was also flashing frantically. Warning. Current shelter cannot withstand the white disaster. The only chance of survival is to the northeast. Predators are lurking ahead, and a natural disaster is approaching from behind. I can't stay here. Let's go. Only the 6th day since the start, while the other 3,980 contestants were being frozen into ice sculptures one after another. Yet I am driving a snowmobile, speeding through the blizzard. Inside the trailer, there are hundreds of pounds of silver, star-grade food that even top billionaires cannot eat. Great Sia's intelligence center is in a frenzy because of my every move. Western media even cried out, in shock that I am the illegitimate son of God. But only I know, this isn't luck, but my insane talent that can foresee all crises. At this moment, piercing red light lit up in my vision again. This time the prey I've set my sights on is large beyond anyone's imagination. Just 3 days ago, when the system alerted me that predators were ahead and a natural disaster was behind, I made a prompt decision to quickly load the remaining 5 silver star-grade grilled fish and other supplies into the snowmobile. As the live stream started and the screen lit up, the number of people online instantly surpassed 20 million. Holy crap, what are those golden things in the box? Are those still silver star-grade food? Is Godlin going out to restock? The audience was shocked into incoherence by the mountain of grilled fish, but I stepped onto the snowmobile with a grave expression. I can't stay in this place anymore. I need to find a new shelter. My movements came to a sudden halt. Under the patrol to the front left, an extremely faint pale yellow trail was stretching indistinctly into the distance. That pale yellow trail was like a ghostly umbilical cord, plunging vertically into the frozen soil half a meter deep. As the snowmobile slowly approached, above the trail, a line of small characters visible only to me appeared. Tier 1 source giant to rat behavior. Deep hibernation. Duration 3 days. White disaster is approaching. It entered deep hibernation. To escape the hunger and the blizzard, my Adam's apple bobbed up and down. A flash of desire crossed my eyes. In this high-altitude frozen wasteland, fish is good, but red meat and fat are the real keys to maintaining body temperature. Under the puzzled gazes of tens of thousands of viewers, I braked suddenly, grabbed the alloy shovel, and walked toward that seemingly ordinary patch of snow. With a crisp sound, a basketball-sized piece of frozen earth was precisely pried open. A scent mixed with musk and warmth instantly surged out of the dark hole by the faint daylight. I saw deep within the cave a giant white mass curled into a ball, a source giant snow rat. In the live stream room, knowledgeable viewers instantly erupted. Godlin, be careful. This thing's bite force can snap tendons and crush stones. Even snow demon wolves don't dare to provoke it easily. Its temperament is extremely brutal. While the bullet comments were frantically spamming warnings, the giant rat inside the cave seemed to feel the intrusion of cold air. Its body twitched violently. It slowly opened its eyelids. It's about to wake up. A sharp light flashed in my eyes, taking advantage of the moment before the rat's nerves fully recovered. I raised the alloy shovel high with both hands and suddenly exerted power from my core. Whoosh! The shovel blade whistled through the air and slammed hard onto the snow rat's skull. This strike was incredibly heavy. The giant rat didn't even have time to scream before it went completely still. Obtained. Tier 1 source. Giant snow rat, common. ×1. I exhaled a breath of white mist and grabbed it by the scruff of the neck, lifting it out. It was heavy in my hand, at least 20 pounds. Under its plump belly was nothing but thick fat. It was practically a leather bag filled with fuel. Following that, I felt around the bottom of the cave and found several blue, shimmering fruits. Obtained. Tier 1. Ice orchid. Berries, common. ×7. Blue star. The 3rd Intelligence Bureau found it again. Looking at Lin An's seamless hunting process on the screen, Lei Li rubbed his throbbing brow. The seed players painstakingly trained by the country are still worrying about making a living. This Lin An, however, in such a desperate situation, is eating both meat and fruit. Were all the previous analytical reports just scrap paper? Lin An can precisely locate resources every time, and even evade risks. This is more than just luck. Are you saying it's a 6th sense? Lei Li's gaze sharpened, and that chosen one from the Beacon Nation, John, surfaced in his mind. He is a natural-born hunter, with environmental perception far beyond ordinary people. Other than this explanation, I can't think of any other reason. The office fell into a dead silence. If that's really the case, then Great Zia has found a real treasure this time. Pass on my order. Lei Li stood up abruptly, his voice decisive and firm, effective immediately. Upgrade Lin An to seed-level Pathfinder, his family's case and benefits. are to be brought into the capital's core circle protection zone. He paused, staring intently at the figure on the screen. Continue to focus heavily on him. Once he meets the conditions for long-term survival, initiate the apocalyptic evaluation procedure. As those words fell, the team members gasped. Apocalyptic? The highest sequence, with only one person currently in the US. That is the trump card for dealing with the rules of the next stage of civilization. As my status and authority were upgraded, the Blue Star official livestream drew in a massive new audience. So this is the maniac speeding through the blizzard? Others are shivering in fear. While he's here doing extreme sports. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. God Lin is racing against the Reaper. However, Lin An, out in the wilderness, knew nothing of this. The gale howled, whipping up piles of snow and battering against his goggles. In my vision, this world is no longer a deathly pale void. On the contrary, countless data streams intertwined and pulsed in the blizzard, making this cruel frozen land seem remarkably lively and extremely dangerous. In just half a day, I have stepped over at least 20 such resource clusters, but my hands gripped the handlebars tightly, not even daring to slow down. Even though every inch of this land is an inexhaustible gold mine, even though the temptation is making my heart race, I, Lin An, must still firmly resist this overwhelming fortune. Only because of that bright red countdown on my retina. 28 hours remaining until the outbreak of the white disaster. If my life is gone, what's the use of money? What's even more terrifying is that, mixed in with the resource trails are sickly green, deep red, and even deep purple terrifying marks. Those are the hunting grounds of snow demon wolves and giant ice worms. While these monsters are still busy hiding from the white disaster, I must use this final time window to find the shelter that can keep me alive. Night falls. The cold wind is like a blade. Resource upload countdown, 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, I did not choose to upload any supplies, because today still gained nothing. The unfamiliar surrounding environment is like a giant mouth swallowing everything. Out of desperation, I could only hurriedly dig a snow cave and crawl inside this world buried by wind and snow. At the same time, the Blue Star live stream room is deathly silent. Watching the footage of me gnawing on cold, hard grilled fish, the hearts of tens of thousands of viewers sank. It's over. In this hellish weather, he can't find a shelter at all. God, Lin, won't he just freeze into an ice sculpture tomorrow? However, just as the entire network was worrying about my life and death, the real world staged a shocking reversal. The next morning, I crawled out of the snow cave. Before me was a hopeless, sickly white. Visibility was less than 10 meters. Yesterday's death toll, 1,086 people. Looking at this cold number, my heart tightened. If not for those cold resistance attributes, I might already be one of those on the list of thousands. It's now or never. Intelligence refreshed. Select bit. Environmental intelligence. Golden light exploded on my retina, and a 3D holographic map covering 10 kilometers instantly spread out. I scanned it urgently, and my heart skipped a beat. There! 2 shelters actually lit up on the map at the same time. Coordinates, 5 kilometers to the left. A white glow. Abandoned bear cave. Jitting. D grade. Narrow space. 0 resources. But the advantage is the short distance. 100% chance of survival. 15 kilometers to the right. An alluring orange-red warm light. Thermal karst cave. Rating, A grade. Constant temperature environment. It even has an independent water source. I fell silent at this moment. The difference between heaven and hell is but a single thought. Choose the bear cave and live a ignoble life, but the future would be bleak. Choose the karst cave. If I can't reach it before the white disaster arrives, it will be a dead end. A full 15 kilometers of snow plains, and on the eve of a blizzard, after hesitating for only 3 seconds. I'm going for it. Brief comfort cannot buy long-term survival. I jerked the vehicle around, lowered my body, and like a madman, faced the terrifying cold wind. Brief comfort cannot buy long-term survival. I jerked the vehicle around, lowered my body, and like a madman, faced the terrifying cold. Charging onto that path, where there was only a slim chance of survival. The live stream room exploded instantly. Tens of thousands of viewers flooded in, only to see a scene of utter despair. The gale had turned into a roaring beast. My snowmobile was like it was stuck in a quagmire against the headwind. Every step forward was incredibly difficult. Inside the Great Xia Intelligence Bureau. Top expert. Su Wan stared intently at the screen, cold sweat pouring down. 10 minutes. Half an hour. I was still struggling in the wind and snow, but my movements were becoming increasingly stiff. That was a sign of physical exhaustion. It's impossible. In this kind of weather, how can human power overcome nature? Despair spread like a virus. Everyone felt that I was for sure dead this time. Warning, 5 hours remaining. Class A white disaster will fully erupt immediately. Current temperature, -50 degrees Celsius. It's too cold. My blood feels like it's about to freeze solid. The frost on my eyebrows has completely blocked my vision. My legs feel like they're filled with lead. The pedals won't budge an inch. Is it really going to end like this? No, never. Under the shocked gazes of millions of viewers, I let go of the handlebars. Trembling, I pulled my final trump card from my chest. It was a priceless silver star-grade grilled fish. Under the hungry gazes of millions of viewers, I let go of the handlebars. Trembling, I pulled my final trump card from my chest. It was a priceless silver star-grade grilled fish. I desperately wolfed it down. One is not enough. Another one, still not enough. The third one. The live stream comments went completely insane. Holy crap, is he crazy? No one understood what I was doing. The moment the third fish entered my stomach, a terrifying heat wave, like a volcanic eruption, instantly exploded inside my body. My skin, which was purple from the cold, turned red in an instant. Even rolling blue steam began to rise. Correct. Congratulations, Pathfinder. Under the pressure of extreme cold, you consumed enough high-tier food to break your physical limits, unlocking your genetic lock. Obtained new ability, ultimate cold resistance. Jump for me! I roared toward the sky. It felt as if a fire was burning in my chest. In that very instant, I felt like I was no longer standing naked, on the edge of the ice, but instead clad in a layer of flowing magma armor. The snowmobile beneath me let out a beast-like roar. The speed surged instantly, forcibly tearing through the desperate phantom before me. However, at the moment of reacceleration, I subconsciously glanced back. With one look, my scalp instantly tingled. A few kilometers behind me, where the sky met the earth, a white wall hundreds of meters high was silently sweeping forward. That wasn't a cloud. That was the physical manifestation of the Class A white disaster. The Reaper was chasing right behind me. At this very moment, in the live stream room, millions of viewers felt suffocated even through the screen. The bullet comments vanished. The mockery vanished. Everyone clenched their fists, silently praying for me in their hearts. Go! Run faster! Inside Great Xia's 3rd Intelligence Bureau. The air had frozen to the extreme. Genius expert Su Wan looked at the data, her face as pale as paper. Survival rate, 0%. A sense of despair instantly enveloped the room. Bang! Just then, Group Leader Lei Li slammed his palm onto the table. No! He still has hope. He just ate the silver star-grade grilled fish. His physical fitness has definitely reached ultimate cold resistance. I couldn't hear any of this. In my world, there was nothing left but the sound of my heart beating as if it would burst. Warning, Class A white disaster arrival countdown, 0-10. It's right ahead! I finally locked onto that giant weathered rock. From an inconspicuous crack beneath the rock, a glimmer of life-saving orange-red light was peeking through. Geothermal heat! That's it! I'm going all in. I poured all my energy into my legs. The snowmobile's chain let out an overwhelmed moan. 400 meters. 300 meters. The terrifying air pressure, generated by the white wall behind me, felt like a pair of giant hands forcibly pushing me hard. 100 meters. Almost there. I jerked the handlebars, and like a silver cannonball, both man and vehicle, dived precisely into that crack. I scrambled out from under the overturned vehicle. Panting heavily, I survived. Legendary vehicle. Intelligence guidance. Ultimate cold resistance. If any one of these 3 trump cards were missing, I would be a frozen corpse right now. The live stream room boiled over instantly. Countless viewers were moved to tears. He made it in! He really made it in. This is a miracle. Who said God Lin was destined to die? However, just at this moment, several eye-catching bullet comments drifted by. Psh, it's just a slightly larger snowstorm. The people of Great Xia just haven't seen the world. The ones speaking were actually viewers from the Cherry Blossom Nation. The mockery from this group of scumbags instantly ignited the anger of the countrymen. A flame war was about to break out, but in the next second, The terrifying Class A white disaster slammed violently against the rocks. The terrifying chill, as if it were alive, frantically surged in through the cave entrance. Countless sharp blue ice spikes grew madly along the rock walls, like countless ice snakes rushing 1 meter into the cave, 2 meters, 3 meters. At the very moment they were about to swallow me, they hit the warm air deep within the karst cave. The ice spikes hesitated and melted, finally solidifying into a hideous and spectacular frozen gate. This scene scared the shouting little bastards into silence, on the spot. What is called heavenly wrath? This is heavenly wrath. After confirming it was safe, using the faint light of the moss, I began to inspect this new home I traded my life for, although the vehicle body was scratched, and half of the supplies were consumed. Looking at everything before me, I knew it was a massive profit. This is a system-rated A-grade shelter. From the cracks high on the rock wall, clear water droplets gathered into a trickle. Winding through the hall, this is flowing water. In the eternal winter source, this is a continuous lifeline. I glanced at the data on my retina. My eyes instantly moistened. Current temperature, 6 degrees Celsius. 6 degrees. You have to understand, the abandoned bear cave outside was only minus 20 degrees. Out there, I would need to eat constantly to fight the cold. But in here, it has its own floor heating and its own running water. Even if I lie down all day without eating or drinking, my life won't be in danger. I lay flat, looking at this base with infinite potential. There was only one thought in my mind. While other Pathfinders are still struggling to survive, I already own a true fortress. I did not stop my pace. Since this karst cave is my new home, then I have to tidy it up properly. Ignoring my exhaustion, I moved the obstructive rocks away one by one and cleared the ground until it was flat. My God, the survival king of our beacon nation is still fighting marmots just to get a sip of water, and he is actually doing home renovations here. Damn, that blue moss looks delicious. Can you mail us some? He actually took off his down jacket. Isn't he cold? Watching me act as if nothing was wrong. Working in the constant temperature karst cave, the audience of Great Xia had their mouths curled up to their ears in satisfaction. So satisfying. This is what you call national pride. In the eternal winter source, a restricted zone for humanity, I am not only surviving, but living more comfortably than anyone else. At the same time, inside Great Xia's 3rd Intelligence Bureau, the atmosphere had boiled over to the peak. With an order from Lei Li, dozens of top researchers made sparks fly from their keyboards. 3 minutes later, a red-labeled, bolded report was shockingly released. Water source assessment. Grade S, never-ending. Heat source assessment. Dense. The entire hall erupted. You have to understand, this is the eternal winter source, with the highest mortality rate. Securing a top 10 global shelter here, the value of this achievement is practically overflowing from the screen. Lei Li's face turned red with excitement. My previous judgment was too conservative. He is qualified to compete for the king of Pathfinders. That is the supreme glory that stands above everything. One man is an army. However, amidst the cheers, Su-Wan pushed up her glasses, staring at the cave entrance on the screen, which was tightly sealed by the ice spikes. Her heart sank to the bottom. The entrance is sealed by ice, and supplies are limited. If this problem isn't solved, even with an A-grade shelter, he is just a fierce beast, trapped to death in a cage, knowing nothing of the outside world's concerns. At this moment, acting like a nimble blue sheep, flashing and leaping between the strange rocks of the karst cave, I need to confirm that every corner of my home is absolutely safe. This seamless parkour action once again mesmerized the foreign audience. This core strength. Is he a disciple of the Siberian brown bear? The Great Xia audience was amused. Are you surprised already? That's because you haven't seen God Lin driving. That is true wilderness happiness. Amidst the banter, I ended the live stream, but I didn't rest immediately. Instead, I opened the panel. Bad news, because I haven't uploaded supplies for 2 days. My ranking has dropped to 179. Even worse news, satiety is 220. My physical fitness has reached a bottleneck. Ordinary food can no longer make me stronger. I need higher grade ingredients, demonic beast meat. Just then, a pungent ammonia smell, accompanied by a heat wave, suddenly surged out from deep within the karst cave. My eyes narrowed slightly. Crisis vision instantly activated. With just one look, the hair on my back stood up. Above that seemingly safe rock wall, densely packed red trails hung. Tier 2. Dark cave demon bats. Status, hibernating. Thousands of them. It turns out the depths of this karst cave are a giant bat nest. I stroked my chin, my brain working fast. This is a crisis, but also a huge treasure, sitting on a gold mine. Yet dirt poor, I helplessly retreated to the hall's front path. This feeling of being able to look but not eat is too painful. Next morning. Yesterday's death toll, 4,889 people. Looking at this cold number, I took a big stretch. Woohoo, floor heating is so comfortable after a night of rest. My physical strength is back to its peak, although the white disaster is still roaring outside. My cheat has refreshed. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Select B, environment. Since I'm trapped underground, then I need to figure out exactly what this underground world looks like. As the golden light curtains burst open, a shocking underground cross-section was revealed before my eyes. This karst cave is actually just the tip of the iceberg. The underground is like a giant ant nest, with intricate underground rivers and magma pools. Suddenly, my gaze froze. At the deepest part of the map, at a depth of 2.5 kilometers underground, a purple pyramid icon was flickering faintly. Discovered civilization ruins. Blizzard temple damaged. Hint, recommended to visit. May obtain supernatural abilities. Seeing the words, supernatural abilities, my pupils constricted. In this cursed world, physical fitness is just the foundation. Of those monsters in the top 10 of the survivor rankings, which one doesn't have a trump card? If I can get this ability, I must choose it. Fortune. Here's the bold. Even the intelligence system suggests I go. That means it's a massive opportunity. I set up a stove with a few pieces of rubble, stuffed a piece of expensive high-energy coal inside, and placed a cleaned bluestone slab on top. Once the stone slab was burning hot, I picked up a slice of snow rat meat of uniform thickness and laid it on the stone. With a loud sizzle, that white, rich fat instantly contracted under the high heat, melting into golden oil that hissed and bubbled. The edges of the meat slice curled rapidly, turning an appetizing charred brown. A dominant meaty aroma exploded instantly. Through the screen, one could practically hear the global audience salivating. Help! This sound is cheating. God, Lin, you've changed. You used to only eat frozen fish. I'm so jealous. The bread in my hand suddenly tastes like cardboard. But that's not all. Eating only meat is too greasy. I pulled out 3 crystal-clear ice orchid berries and crushed them fiercely in a stone bowl. The purplish-blue skin burst, and the crisp, cool juice overflowed instantly. A sweet and sour, fruity fragrance wafted up. This is my exclusive dipping sauce. I picked up a piece of scalding meat still sizzling with oil, dipping it into that cold, purplish, glimmering jam, taking a huge bite. Scalding grease meets icy fruit acid. The texture of crispy outside and tender inside, mixed with bursting fruit juice, is a total sensory kidnap. I can't help but let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Incredible. At this moment, the hatred value in the live stream room is maxed out. Lin An, I beg you, act like a human. This is wilderness survival. This is clearly a wilderness vacation. You're not just killing us. You're breaking our hearts. While the global audience was splitting their sides with envy, Suwan, in front of the screen, couldn't help but curl her lips upward, looking at the other Pathfinders still risking their lives for a single bite of food, then looking at him, enjoying Michelin-level treatment. This is the gap. This is the absolute confidence brought by a top-tier shelter. Great Jia State Special Operations Bureau. The Supreme Strategic Conference Room was filled with smoke. Top military and political figures stared intently at the big screen. Laylee's voice was crisp. The above is the actual status of global seed-level adventurers. During the first 9 days of wilderness exploration, the scene changed. The Iron Tower-like Zhao Tieju was speeding past, evading black-patterned spiders, while stuffing milky white insect larvae into his mouth. He found protein, but the poisoning has deepened. If there is no antidote within 3 days, his limb must be amputated. The meeting room was shaken. Voices of doubt rose everywhere. Dark Copper Ridge is already infested with swarms. Even the Soldier King can't hold out. This counts as a military miscalculation. Dark Copper Ridge is a B-grade forbidden zone. Tieju has already done excellently. Moreover, herbs are everywhere. This is the breakthrough point. Laylee nodded. Tieju has already found the antidote, but a Tier 1 demonic insect is lurking nearby. He is waiting for an opportunity to strike. Li Qingqing, water source slightly contaminated, experiencing diarrhea, but no life-threatening danger. Muzu is performing the best. Food is sufficient, but she urgently needs a shelter. The meeting fell into a dead silence. Except for Mu Shui, the other two are in grave danger. At this time, an old leader furrowed his brows, crushing out his cigarette butt. What about the international situation? Lei Li switched the screen to show the status of foreign pathfinders. Sakura Nation's Sato started on a temperate island, but accidentally started a fire due to a mistake. Now playing like a madman every day without uploading supplies. Beacon Nation's John has plenty of supplies, but has been targeted by a Tier 1 demonic beast. He might be hunted tonight. The overall status of the European nations is stronger than Great Shia. Several leaders sighed. The landing point is the fatal flaw. Exactly. In such a harsh environment. Who wouldn't complain? How is that kid over at the Eternal Winter Source? Lei Li was stunned. Lin An was suddenly nominated. The scene cut in. Lin An, having taken off his down jacket, was enthusiastically digging a water hole. The conference room fell silent instantly. The old leader pointed at the screen and sneered. Others are struggling for their lives. And that brat is having a picnic party? He found a shelter, didn't he? Team leader Lei, he scared me to death. I heard he also found a legendary grade snowmobile and has been constantly showing off. The senior expert's brow furrowed. The white disaster is severe. Can he really hold out behind a door sealed by ice? How long can he last? With this kind of eating and drinking? Enough! The old leader slapped the table and shouted. Don't mess around. Moderate relaxation is essential for wilderness survival. How to live is their choice. Team leader Lei, what is the shelter rating? How long can it hold out? The expert lowered his head. With a look of regret, Lei Li pulled out the report. Shelter rating, grade A. Lin An can be listed as a candidate for the 8th batch of apocalyptic. The old leader stared for a moment. 10th in the world? The potential is decent, but the apocalyptic status concerns national fate. We must observe further. Anonymous vote at the next meeting. Understood. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, inside the wilderness thermal karst cave, Lin An took the fat and grease from the snow rat's belly, cutting them like glass blocks. The shimmering alloy shovel flew back and forth rapidly, rendering oil while slicing meat at the same time. Meat strips were laid around the high-energy coal to air dry and dehydrate. The live stream comments exploded. No way! Look at his movements, rendering oil and slicing meat without missing a beat. This hand speed is a wilderness legend. Forget being faster than others. It's like he's in double speed mode. The fat fried to a golden brown. Lin An poured out the clear rendered fat. Obtained. Refined snow rat. Fat 1.2 kilograms, he whispered. This is both cooking oil and antifreeze fuel. Next, he scraped the residue about off the snow rat skin. Meat scraps were cleared, and the rat head was cracked open, extracting the hard incisors and high-density leg bones. These two incisors are curved just right to be ground into barbed fish hooks. Fishing efficiency will definitely increase. A series of notifications popped up. Obtained. 5 kilograms rat jerky, 1 double-furred rat skin, 2 customized rat teeth, 4 high-density leg bones. He patted off the dust with satisfaction. The entire process took less than 40 minutes. Even the inedible offal wasn't thrown away. He rushed to the frozen gate, dug into the frozen earth to use it as bait for traps, shouldering a simple pack, packed with jerky, gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, grip tightening on the shovel. The pale gold map on his retina flickered, that eerie purple pyramid coordinate, waiting quietly. System recommendation, deep exploration. However, inside Great Shia's 3rd Intelligence Bureau, Lei Li had just finished the meeting, only to be stunned by anger. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Lin An is heading toward a death zone once again. He slammed down the records. The karst cave is not a backyard. Getting lost means certain death. And what if? There are underground demonic beasts? Su Wan pushed up her glasses, analyzing the footage of Lin An wrinkling his nose. Demonic beasts are almost certain. He is enduring a foul stench. The smell of excrement from a large-scale colony. It's their territory. They won't allow others to sleep soundly. Lei Li fell silent. The cruelty of survival is so apparent. How long will the supplies last? Su Wan's finger swiped across the screen. 15 pounds of jerky, 1.2 liters of grease. With low consumption, he can last 10 days. That little? Lei Li frowned. An ordinary person could last over 20 days, but Lin An's body is evolving, and his energy consumption is higher. The white disaster is expected to last at least 15 to 20 days. Inside the wilderness thermal karst cave, a pale blue safe path appeared in Linan's eyes. What secrets are hidden in the darkness ahead? With just a bit of faint light from the orchid-colored moss, Linan can move forward steadily. He frowned and lowered his head to look around. Beneath his feet was dark crane rock covered in grayish-white spots. The air was filled with a nauseating smell. The stench of ammonia mixed with rotting flesh gradually intensified. 30 minutes later, the stench reached its peak. A massive fork in the road appeared before him. The cave on the left was like a gaping maw. A deadly foul odor was drifting out from inside, making one's scalp tingle. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Looking up, the dozens of meters high dome was covered in black fruit. But those weren't fruit. Those were thousands of upside-down demonic beasts. Tier 2 dark cave demon bats. Adult state, deep hibernation. Warning, extremely dangerous. Linan's pupils constricted. These demon bats were far from blue star bats. They were as massive as vultures. Black membranes wrapped around their sturdy torsos. Even in hibernation, their fierce aura was still bone-chilling. If the intelligence hadn't confirmed they were sleeping, how would he dare to take half a step inside? The scene on the ground was even more terrifying. Grayish-white, viscous droppings, half a meter thick, covered the floor. Embedded with grim white bone shards, Linan retreated very carefully and turned toward the other path. With billowing heat waves, Tier 2 demonic beasts, the size of a calf and capable of flight. He has no weapons. Forcing his way through means certain death, to be honest, compared to this pile of, bones on the ground. He doesn't seem worth mentioning. Unknown fear enveloped over 100,000 viewers. Everyone held their breath in focus. Linan passed through the demon bat nest. The terrain dropped sharply. The surrounding light grew dim. He fumbled forward. Relying on environmental intelligence, the temperature soared. 20 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius. Sweat trickled down Linan's cheeks. His quick dry clothes were soaked through. I'm almost there. Isn't it the blizzard temple? Why is it so hot? Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed toward him. Extreme heat and extreme cold collided in the narrow tunnel. White mist filled the air. What the hell? This mix of ice and fire is unbearable. It almost made Linan give up. The purple pyramid on his retina was only 30 meters away. I can't give up. Gritting his teeth, he burst through the white mist. The scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. His hair stood on end. This was a massive underground circular hall. A pitch-black underground river flowed slowly. Both banks were filled with ghastly white bones. They weren't animals. Judging by the skull shapes, they were all humanoid creatures. They were kneeling, facing the center of the hall, as if on a pilgrimage, spanning 10,000 years. Piety and fear were frozen in their skeletal remains. At this moment, the live stream room erupted. Holy crap! Those are human bones! What the hell is this place? Look, there's light on the wall! When the camera aimed at the wall, it revealed a white monster, emitting a deathly cold aura. In the karst cave, Linan couldn't hear the noise from the outside world, nor could he feel any emotions. He didn't even know how much time had passed. His consciousness was pulled into a cold, void-like ice realm. An ancient, cold, and mocking female voice suddenly echoed deep within his soul. Now that you have seen the goddess, why do you not kneel before me? A terrifying pressure swept over him. Linan felt the goddess was too mysterious. His knees felt like they were being crushed by weight. Fortunately, at this moment, he finally regained his train of thought. Mysterious murals, ancient civilization ruins, the blizzard temple, eerie wilderness. Countless fragments flashed through Linan's mind. There were the speculations of blue star experts about the wilderness, knowledge traps of survival in the Jedi, famous scenes of pathfinders dying unexpected deaths, as well as god-level pathfinders, fighting demonic beasts with all their might, and the rankings of high-level people's magical fortunes. The wilderness is mysterious and unknown. Science can hardly measure it. He was extremely certain at this moment that a being was talking to him, and was also watching him. What should I do? Is kneeling or lying down more showing of sincerity? If I kneel, then is it on one knee or both? Or a full prostration? If I anger this being, will I really lose my life? 1,000 words in his heart finally turned into a single sigh from Linan. Wait too long. Blue Star Plaza Intelligence Center. The mysterious mural composed of countless bioluminescent sea moss and the image of white bones covering the ground were immediately frozen for emergency analysis. Level A probe. Repeat, level A probe. All teams stop their standby work and focus on analyzing the footage. Several heavy doors were pushed open. Great Xia's biology, archaeology, and several leading figures in the field of ancient texts rushed madly into the hall. A white-haired old professor turned pale, pointing at the screen with a trembling voice. Another wilderness civilization. Regulations written with bioluminescent discharge. Living murals can be preserved for up to 1,000,000 years. The hall was deathly silent. A civilization means wisdom, rules, and hidden uncontrollable threats. Blue Star has paid a heavy price before. Lei stared at the goddess statue, his fingernails sinking deep into his palms. Professor Lin An. What are his chances of surviving? He is a candidate for the 8th batch of Apocalypse. He never expected. Lin An discovering civilization secrets underground completely disrupted Great Xia's records. The old professor took off his glasses and squinted. From the composition, the god is high above, while all living beings are mere white bones. This is a religious civilization that believes in bloody sacrifice. According to known data, the older and more divine, the harder to communicate with. The probability of a Pathfinder surviving is extremely low. The divine power is unpredictable. After hearing this, the scholars all fell silent. But at this moment, they were powerless. At the same time, across the ocean, the Beacon Nation's Southern Strategic Security Bureau held a round-table meeting. Urgent summons. Admiral Smith rang the bell expressionlessly. Gentlemen, another lucky person has touched a divine artifact. An intelligence officer stood up and pulled up a report. In the past 7 years, a total of 32 top global Pathfinders entered civilization ruins. Among them, 20 lost their life signs within 1 hour of entering the ruins. Of the survivors, 8 went mad and committed suicide, and after returning to Blue Star, a few survivors still remain, ranked at the top of the survivor list, including from our nation. Enough, Admiral Smith interrupted the intelligence officer. I want to know which mystery this ruin belongs to. For our Beacon Nation, is there any possibility of serving the war? No possibility, Admiral. This is the oldest and most mysterious shrine in the wilderness. The murals are incomplete. The survival rate for intruders does not exceed 5%. Admiral, serving the god of war is the only choice for the Beacon Nation. A fanaticism appeared in the intelligence officer's eyes. Smith nodded. Understood. He recited once more. Praise the war. Inside the round-table conference hall, the experts echoed in unison. Praise the war. The whole world is waiting to see me fall, but nobody knows that at the deepest part of this underground, I am being tortured as if I were in purgatory. Blood surged frantically from my 7 orifices, dripping onto the piles of white bones. That silence and eeriness felt like it would tear my soul into pieces. At this critical moment, ding future 3-day intelligence point usage, civilization analysis. The system's voice sounded like heavenly music. Without hesitation, I chose to overdraw. The next second, a purple-gold radiance exploded on my retina. Countless golden runes rapidly intertwined, forming a brilliant chain that tightly bound the phantom on the mural. The truth behind the secret was finally revealed. Analysis complete. Incomplete frost goddess. Divine mural. The divine words were all clearly presented. The goddess despises spineless cowards. As long as you do not bend your knees, you will receive a blessing. Since there's such a rule, then I'll just grit my teeth and push through. Gritting my teeth, I stabbed my alloy shovel fiercely into the ground, using every last bit of my strength. Facing the oppressive aura of the bones on the floor, little by little, inch by inch, I straightened my spine. It seemed my stubbornness provoked her. The gale in the hall exploded instantly and a bone-chilling cold pierced through to my marrow. Fortunately, I possess ultimate cold resistance. Otherwise, I would have become a frozen corpse long ago. Even more terrifying was the collapse of my mental defense. The surrounding bones seemed to come to life, their hollow eye sockets staring intently at me. In my mind, countless noisy whispers exploded. Kneel, lowly slave. Kneel if you want to live. My eyes were bloodshot and my vision blurred. I seemed to see countless figures kneeling in devotion. As long as my knees softened, perhaps I'd find relief, but no, never. The purple-gold hint firmly protected my spirit. The pain in my consciousness was like a knife cut. I bit the tip of my tongue hard, and a beast-like roar erupted in my heart. Riso! Those who refuse to be slaves. I loudly sang the Great Xia national anthem in my heart. using the song to ignite my entire will. As my will burned to the extreme, a miracle occurred. The world-destroying pressure suddenly dissipated completely, like a blizzard being snatched away by an invisible giant hand. Immediately following, a warm wind with a strange fragrance blew through. The dark moss on the mural receded instantly, replaced by a holy silvery white. That high and mighty indifferent goddess actually bowed her head slightly. A hint of approval flowed from her hollow eyes. Her hands were no longer demanding, but generously bestowing. Frost Goddess Trial Class. A passed. A grand ice crystal tree diagram unfolded before my eyes. Auspicious favor equence 1. Eternal winter survivor. Trait. Ignore frost and snow. All attributes increased by 30% in extreme cold environments. Seeing the blood demon bear liver required for advancement. The terrifying claws on the ice immediately came to mind. Are you asking a novice to hunt a Tier 2 demonic beast? Sister Frost, you're asking for my life. I even suspect that perhaps I was too miserable for the goddess to take a liking to me like this. Just then, a dripping sound broke the silence of the cave. Below the mural, a drop of silver-white liquid condensed at the goddess's fingertip and slid into a stone bowl. One gulp of this concentrated divine brew. The chill possessed me, occupying the legendary grade treasure room, greatly strengthening my counteroffensive. Is this the reward for not being a sycophant? My throat bobbed. I lunged forward without hesitation and drank the divine brew in one gulp. It didn't feel like ice at all. Instead, it felt like swallowing a high-explosive grenade. Explosive energy instantly detonated within my body. My blood turned into heavy mercury. What my heart pumped out was no longer just blood, but lava-like power. I snapped my eyes open. A layer of ice crystal film appeared on my skin. Another notification. Obtained high-level cold resistance 0.2%. I exhaled a breath, which instantly turned into flying ice powder dancing in the air. Powerful. It's simply ridiculously powerful. Blue Star announcement. Lin An of Great Xia has completed the divine hunt. Wilderness is when trial survival has ended. Phase 2. The apocalyptic struggle has begun. The live stream room froze for a second. Then the bullet comments exploded like a tsunami. Holy crap. A global announcement for Lin An of Great Xia. Godlin's name is echoing across the globe. Someone sharp-eyed noticed a flashy tag appeared next to my name. Gaze of the Frost Goddess. Goddess's gaze? Is this the rhythm of being sponsored by a deity? At this moment, the whole world is stunned. Countless foreigners were utterly disfigured by jealousy. How could it be Great Xia? This is unfair. Cheating! This is cheating! At the same time, in the Great Xia Supreme Strategic Conference Room, Lei Li and Su Wan were weak with shock. Cold sweat soaked through their clothes, cleared in 10 minutes. Others can't crawl out for days and nights, but you went in like you were going home. They hadn't even regained their senses yet. The old leader's words made everyone's scalp tingle. Phase 2 begins in 20 days. The rules have completely changed. Rule 1. Two-way communication between nations and survivors. No longer just a one-way live stream. Rule 2. Within 3 kilometers of apocalyptic candidates' coordinates, each nation can deploy its own pathfinders. Across the ocean, the president of the Beacon Nation swirled his red wine glass, a fanatical tone on his face. The opportunity has come. That Great Xia person believes in some ice and snow mystery. Do they plan to live on thin air? Only our top-ranked Big John, who believes in the god of war, is the only truth. He made an immediate decision to unite with 5 allied nations, preparing to send the strongest Navy SEAL team to enter the southern wilderness and build the City of Freedom. A global-scale scheme has already begun its curtain raiser. Back in the southern wilderness, as the person at the center of the storm, I stared at the leaderboard with a stunned expression. All those previous trash rewards were gone, replaced instead by a dark gold glow that could drive people mad. Special event started. Contenders leave their names. Besides conventional supplies, the first place reward is actually a legendary grade weapon, Overlord Bow. Countdown. 20 days. First place, an Overlord Bow, legendary. National natural environment improved by 40%. Second place, Titan Battle Armor, legendary. National natural environment improved by 30%. Looking at the list refreshing on the light screen, my breathing suddenly became heavy. Crazy. These rewards are simply insane. Beyond the heavenly treasures that elevate national fate. What makes me even more envious is the ranking reward, refinement stones. Of course, the most fatal temptation is still the top rank's legendary grade Overlord bow. It's not hard for the blue side to make long-range weapons. The difficulty lies in piercing the leather armor of demonic beasts, especially the Tier 2 bats deep within the caves. Ordinary weapons simply cannot break through. But with this bow, it would be a dimensional strike. Once the white disaster ends, I must compete for it. I look at the resources scattered all over the ground, feeling full of confidence. However, right after my bold words fell, grumble, an unprecedented hunger, like a black hole, began to devour my sanity. Every cell was screaming for food. This is the price of physical evolution. I grabbed the jerky from my backpack and stuffed it into my mouth like I was possessed by a hungry ghost. 1 bite, 2 bites, eating more and more. Satiety was like a broken faucet. No matter how much I filled it, it wouldn't fill up. Immediately after, an irresistible drowsiness surged like a tide. My eyelids felt heavy, and I passed out directly against the rock wall. At the very moment my consciousness faded, in the gloom, that deathly still goddess mural actually came to life. In the dark jungle, the mud-covered Zhao Tieju had just produced some detoxifying herbs. Staring at the ranking list, he wiped his face. The fire of battle ignited in his eyes. Young people nowadays are so fierce. I can't lose either. Let's go for it. On the white plains, the highborn Li Qingqing elegantly warded off the cold with a silk scarf, brows furrowed, staring intently at the unfamiliar name on the list. Lin An. Not from the special training camp? Is this person a dark horse from the common folk? Ranked number 1 in Great Xia. The mining queen, Mu Shui, was covered in soot, but her beauty was hard to hide. She looked at the thin boy she used to ignore, who had now actually surpassed her. Mu Shu licked her chapped lips, shouldered her heavy alloy blade, and walked toward a den of demonic beasts. I am the number 1 in Great Xia. It has been so in the past, and it will surely be so in the future. If there is no shelter, then stealing one is a given. While some were shocked, others were disdainful. On the Levo Plains, Beacon Nation's Little John lay on pigskins, his face full of mockery. Passing the trial is nothing more than doing the work for someone else's benefit. Thank you, Great Xia person. I've already reserved every one of those legendary weapons, but the truly terrifying ones had only just awakened. In the deep sea, Tetamar, a Sakura Nation youth, was bored out of his mind, kicking away a pile of beast corpses. The moment he saw the announcement, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Finally, the version has updated. Great! Lin An will be my prey. He transformed into a human torpedo, blasting through S-rank lifeforms. In a mysterious forbidden zone, a Great Xia woman easily crushed the head of a hard Tier 3 demonic beast. So that's how it is. In an instant, she disappeared into the wilderness like a cheetah. 10,000 beasts running. The most arrogant one was still 10,000 meters high in the sky. Beacon Nation's strongest combat force, Big John. He sat cross-legged on the back of a Tier 3 wyvern, looking down upon all living beings. Serving a god? Big John patted the giant dragon's back, his laughter shattering the clouds. How worthless. In this world, I will become a god myself. While the outside world was surging with wind and clouds, I, as the eye of the storm, had been fast asleep for 3 days. Stretched my arms, joints popping. I subconsciously reached for the jerky in my backpack. My eyes snapped open. A scream, the sky has fallen. My 5 kilograms of jerky is all gone. That was all my belongings. Was it stolen? No. Looking at the residue on the ground, I clearly ate it all in my sleep. This isn't an evolution. I've turned into a glutton, just as I was about to cry without tears. A crisp notification sound rang out. Ding! Day 14 intelligence refreshed. My spirit lifted. It's pretty fine if there's no food. With intelligence, there is a way to survive. Sitting cross-legged, the mural behind me returned to a deathly still gray, as if nothing from that night had ever happened. Checking the physical changes, I clicked open the panel. My eyes shrank back. Satiety limit is 500. Ability, high-level cold resistance, 0.2%. That's not even the main thing. What panics me most is the status bar. An extra line of blood-red small text. Special status, gaze of the frost goddess. Note, the deity is watching you. Don't let her down. Clenching my fist, an unprecedented confidence surged in my heart. This feeling is too powerful. if I were thrown back to the first day of the transmigration. Even if I fought naked, I could walk sideways through the blizzard. This is the value of high-level cold resistance. Among the 8th batch of survivors, I'm afraid no one is more freeze-resistant than me. A literal cold resistance genius. The corners of my mouth curled up wildly. Scanning the attributes, my smile instantly froze. The ability bar prominently displayed a pitch-black label, Gaze of the Frost Goddess. You should know. Those top-ranking survivors, like the Hunting Masters, all have gold-glittering positive titles, but this one is shiny black. No matter how I look at it, it seems like a curse. Whatever, too many debts to worry about. I'll just treat Sister Frost as a deity for now. I shook my head to suppress the unease. Compared to the eerie label, what stands out more is the ranking. After sleeping for only 3 days, my name is like being on a roller coaster, falling straight from the top 100 to outside the top 3,000. Opening the National Fate ranking. The data makes it hard to breathe. First place, Beacon Nation, John Smith. Uploaded 1 Tier 1 demonic beast. Flame Pig ranked, filter is X. Second place, Great Xia Nation, Mu Shui. Uploaded 500 kilograms of Tier 1 gold iron ore and 100 stalks of blue whale grass. Crazy. Are these people not sleeping? Looking at the frantically scrolling supply list, eyes scanning the list rapidly. This isn't just survival. It's practically a massive leap forward. My pockets are cleaner than my face. The remaining berries aren't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Worse yet, although my satiety limit rose to 500, the drop rate is like a leaking hand. Grumble. My stomach protests again, burning through money every second. System, save me! Taking a deep breath. Whether I can turn this around depends on this. Today's intelligence refreshed. Please select type. Supplies. Environment, base, or events. Select supplies. Without hesitation. I bet it all. Golden light flickers. The data stream on my retina converges, finally turning into characters that make my heart skip a beat. Today's survival intelligence. At coordinates 315, 868 inside the cave. Buried 1.3 meters deep lies a rare grade survival blind box. Holy crap, a blind box. I launched upward, eyes filled with fanaticism. The last legendary grade blind box gave me the snowmobile, defying fate and changing my life. Although this one is only blue rare grade, it is absolutely a life-saving straw. I've hit the jackpot. No need to go out and scavenge. I wonder which unlucky soul left this for me to pick up cheap. But after seeing the coordinates clearly, the smile on my face instantly froze, turning into terror as the map automatically expanded. The tempting green dot, representing the heavenly treasure, flashed wildly. It's right there in the depths of the nest of those Tier 2 demonic beasts, the dark cave demon bats, and it's exactly under 0.5 meter of bat droppings. Dead silence. A suffocating dead silence. I stiffened, turning my head to look at that goddess mural with its mocking smile. 3 seconds later, I was overcome with grief and indignation, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Sister Frost! You're trying to kill me!" For 3 whole days, my live stream room had been pitch black. Yet the eerie thing was, this black screen didn't lose popularity. Instead, it showed an illogical, exponential, skyrocketing growth. The number of people online surged from tens of thousands all the way to 3 million, blocking the entire screen so tightly not even air could get through. It's been 3 days. Is God Lin awake yet? Even a donkey on a production team wouldn't dare sleep this long. Brother Lin, you didn't actually kick the bucket, did you? Don't scare me. My heart can't take this. While these several million people were anxious because of my disappearance, the gold-certified Wu Jing posted a bullet comment to steady the scene, saying I was likely just in a deep sleep. These words eased the minds of the Great Xia audience slightly, but those foreign viewers were already green with envy. Shit, even if he's not dead. He's just a waste who only knows how to sleep. It's truly ironic. Highest popularity. Lowest ranking. Are Great Xia's contestants all this flashy but superficial? Some even compared me directly to the first place. This is the cruelty of the wilderness world. However, just when everyone thought my live stream room would stay dark forever, the screen that had been silent for 3 whole days suddenly lit up. Before I could see clearly, the nearly millions of complying viewers instantly lost it. The bullet comments directly exploded. "It's lit! It's lit! Youth is back! Welcome back, Godlin! Woo, where have you been these past 3 days?" This fanatical atmosphere Even made the foreigners who just joined go woody F. This traffic is insane, Great Xia. But immediately following, an even more unexpected scene occurred. When I saw myself on the screen, even the viewers were stunned. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Is that God Lin? Why does he look like he turned on a beauty filter? Why is his skin like heavens, as expected of God Lin? There really is. Judging by the bones, this is a Tier 2 demonic beast's nest. This is too thrilling. Under everyone's nervous gaze, I moved. I was like a silent ghost, sliding into the cave along the rock wall. Above my head were countless hanging demon bats. The sound of them grinding their teeth was like a death knell. Beneath my feet was a deathly mud carpet mixed with white bones and excrement. One wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. Finally, first, stopped in front of an unremarkable white mud slope. The system showed the blind box was right under here. Endure. I forced myself to endure the stench seeping into my pores. I crouched down, not daring to chop or pull violently. Instead, I used the alloy shovel to gently insert into that viscous, warm substance, right under the demonic beast's noses I was going to. Peel away this covering layer by layer. This insane action made the audience's scalps tingle as they watched. What is Lin doing? Is he looking for death, or did he find a treasure? Just then, the tip of my shovel touched something hard. It's really there. I timed it perfectly, while the bullet comments were still mocking me frantically. Unexpectedly, in the very next second, a very slight click came from the tip of the shovel. Retrograde blind box. Guaranteed high-quality item. Unboxing. With a click, the latch popped open, under the gaze of millions of eyes. I lifted the cover plate. Inside lay a piece of equipment. A cloud-gray fabric that looked like it was woven from liquid mercury. Obtained polar optical camouflage cloak. Rare-grade clothing. I picked up the cloak. It felt as cool to the touch as flowing water. However, the moment I draped it over my body, covering even my face and the surrounding rocks, a miraculous scene occurred. On the live stream screen, the person who was originally sitting there actually vanished into thin air, leaving only the empty bluestone slab beneath his feet. Holy crap, where's the person? It's broken, family. There really is an invisible man. The bullet comments exploded instantly. I tested it out. As long as I don't move, the visual stealth rate is as high as 99%. It can even mask scent and heat signatures. This is practically a divine artifact in the wilderness world. At the same time, Great Xia's third intelligence center, when Su Wan projected the image of the stealth cloak onto the large screen, the entire conference room went wild. Rare grade, and it's stealth? Equipment. The team leader in charge of Zhao Tieju slapped his thigh hard. What a godsend. This is simply a godsend. If this god-tier gear were given to Tieju, he would have slaughtered his way through a Tier 2 beast nest already. Giving it to Mu Shui would work too. She could scout mines without taking damage. Everyone felt that. Wearing this divine artifact on me was a pure waste. Although Su Wan tried to defend me, reminding them that this was luck brought by the gaze of the frost goddess, no one would listen. Immediately after, inside the Supreme Strategic Conference Room, an even harsher assessment was underway. Laylee pointed at the two glaring red data charts. Beacon Nation's John just killed a berserk mother bear with his bare hands. The ceiling of combat power, Brown Bear. Ivan from the White Bear Nation crushed a Tier 1 wild boar to death, entering the top 5. This is the standard for an apocalyptic. The old leader took a deep drag of his cigarette, his expression grave. The crowd argued incessantly. Some nominated Mu Shui, while others backed Zhao Tieju. In the corner, someone weakly mentioned, "What about Lin An?" The military representative shook his head directly, his tone regretful. Cold. He can indeed endure, but his overall attributes are too poor. Betting the national fate on a person who only knows how to survive by hiding is too big of a risk. Finally, the old leader sighed and waved his hand to decide. Lower Lin An's priority. Focus the assessment on Mu Shui and Zhao Tieju. In the supreme strategic map of Great Xia, my figure was being marginalized until it was completely abandoned. Perspective shifts back to Great Xia, the second ring road of the capital, Villa Area Number 19, the special district for Pathfinder families. This place is known as the safest and most luxurious community in all of Great Xia. But for Lin Jiangguo's family, who had just moved in, this was not paradise at all. Instead, this so-called luxury mansion was essentially an exquisite cage. Old Lin, I don't feel comfortable here at all. Walking along the tree-lined path, my mother lowered her voice, her hands trembling. Every time after I finish my broadcast, my dad takes my mom out to get some fresh air. But as they walk, their hearts only grow colder. The people living here are either the families of previous legendary pathfinders, who walk with an air of authority, or the original elite of the capital, with deep-rooted status. And our family, wearing the brand-new uniforms we were just issued, are like ugly ducklings that stumbled into a flock of swans, completely out of place. Those must be the new residents, right? In a pavilion not far away, several noblewomen held their coffee, their gazes drifting over like sharp knives. I heard it's the family of that guy from the 8th batch, Lin An. The one who's just wasting time in the eternal cave? What a slacker. The mocking voices were kept low, but every word pierced clearly into their ears. Just good luck, that's all. I heard that to treat his sister's eyes. The state has to use the best medical pots. What a waste. Shh. Keep it down. They are receiving seed gene treatment right now. These thorny whispers stung my mother's heart like needles. She tightly gripped my father's hand, lowering her head even further. Their pace quickened. Here, we aren't the family of a hero. We are more like Parvenus who just happened to get lucky. At the Special District Children's Playground, my sister Lin Xiaoxiao sat alone on a swing, her eyes covered with thick gauze, surrounded by playing children. No one paid her any attention, until a youthful yet bold voice called out, "Hey, are you new here?" Xiaoxiao was startled and hugged her doll tightly. It was a chubby little boy, named Chenchen, clutching a Pathfinder model in his hand. As he plopped down beside her, he didn't act repulsed by Xiaoxiao's gauze. Instead, his face was full of curiosity. Xiaoxiao whispered softly, "My brother is a Pathfinder." "Is yours too?" Fatty Chen's eyes lit up. "My dad was too, even though he sacrificed himself. I want to go to the wilderness in the future as well. I know, right now, the strongest is John from the Beacon Nation, and that white giant from Great Oleg." The little fatty listed them off like family treasures, all of them. Those foreign tough guys who had gone on a killing spree. Xiaoxiao listened to these unfamiliar names, her small hands clutching the hem of her shirt. Refusing to back down, she blurted out, "My brother! He is also very powerful." "What is your brother's name?" "Lin An." Fatty Chen froze. He scratched his head, his expression becoming complicated. Originally, he wanted to say, "That wooden block in the cave?" But looking at Xiaoxiao's expectant face, he swallowed those words back. In the world of children, only those who kill demonic beasts are heroes. Those who hide in caves are cowards. Xiaoxiao grew anxious. He can catch silver fish. He really is very amazing. Seeing the little girl's serious appearance, Fatty Chen slapped his thigh hard, as if he had made a major decision. "I remember now. He is a hero of Great Xia." He leaned mysteriously towards Xiaoxiao's ear, even though everyone laughs at him for having no rank. "I'll tell you a secret. I think your brother is the coolest." Under the sunlight, two excluded children formed the firmest alliance at this moment. At the same time, the wilderness world, thermal karst cave. This is my 21st day in the wilderness. It's over. My food supplies are completely exhausted. Intense hunger is frantically eroding my sanity. But even scarier than that is the mental torture. The pressure brought by those divine pupils has not disappeared with time. Before sleeping, I glanced at the countdown. 3 days left. As long as I endure these 3 days and wait for the white disaster to subside, I can go out and dominate with my max-level cold resistance. With this thought, I fell into an unprecedented deep dream. In the dream, there was no heaven or earth, only the howling blizzard filling the sky, and an extreme cold that pierced to the marrow. The cold resistance I was so proud of was completely. I felt like I had been stripped bare and thrown into an ice cellar. Even my soul was being frozen bit by bit. In the deepest part of the wind and snow stood a figure from behind, draped in auroras, walking on thin air, the frost goddess. Though her image was blurred, from deep within my heart, a mad craving surged forth. I want power! 1 step, 2 steps, with every step I took, my soul felt a sharp pain as if being torn apart. At the very moment I was about to turn completely into an ice sculpture, a cold and grand voice reached the depths of my soul. "Lin An, should you go?" Whoosh! A warm and soft power suddenly pulled me back. I snapped awake, gasping for air, cold sweat soaking my back. Just then, A special notification emitting a dark purple glow forcibly exploded before my eyes. Congratulations, obtained rare ability. Divine gaze, you endured the gaze of a deity. Mental resistance greatly increased. I was stunned. My brain, which had been constantly tense, was now clearer than ever before. My head doesn't hurt. That sense of oppression has completely vanished. The whole world seemed like a polished eye in my sight. I hurriedly looked at the ability bar. My breathing instantly quickened. Divine gaze. Rare. After activation, the movement speed of surrounding objects will be slowed down by 90% in your eyes, and you can perceive the fatal weaknesses of biological beings. Holy crap, isn't this the legendary bullet time? You should know that in the wilderness world, life and death are often decided within 0.1 seconds. With this, even when facing extremely fast demonic beasts, I can perform a dimensional strike. Let's test it. I stood up abruptly, my gaze locked onto the ceiling of the karst cave. The moment a water droplet broke free from the rock and fell, gaze, vroom, the world changed. At this moment, the world in my eyes seemed like a player forcibly pressed into 0.1 times speed. The water droplet that was originally falling rapidly was now actually suspended in mid-air, slowed down to an outrageous degree. I could even clearly see my own reflection on the surface of the water drop and the subtle shape stretched out by gravity. I raised my hand and lightly pinched it with 2 fingers. Snap! The flow rate at my fingertips instantly rebounded. A moist sensation came from my fingertips. I caught it. But the price of this god-defying ability almost made me die on the spot. Satiety instantly dropped to 0. Just 2 seconds of bullet time directly drained all the stamina I had saved for half a day. In other words, if there isn't enough food to support it, this is a suicidal ultimate move. Looking outside, I walked to the cave entrance that had been frozen for 21 days. Although separated by a thick layer of ice, the sound of the wind that had howled for half a month finally grew quieter. It's time to head out. I licked my chapped lips, a cold light flashing in my eyes. I pulled out the alloy shovel and swung it fiercely at the frozen gate. That had imprisoned me for so long. Having disappeared for 3 whole days, my livestream room had gone completely cold. The number of people online plummeted from a peak of millions in a cliff-like drop to less than 50,000. Everyone thought that I, Lin-An, had starved to death in this godforsaken ice. Even if I wasn't dead, watching me sleep every day, who would want to watch that? Taking a glance, the bullet comments were full of cold irony. He's back from the dead? This buddy is actually still alive. John from Beacon Nation has already cleared the plains. Goddess Mu Shui has even built a mining base. Look at Lin-An again, thin as a rail. Besides digging ice, what else can he do? He's finished. With this vision and strength, he's just waiting to die. Looking at the ranking list, at my grayed-out avatar fallen outside the top 5,000, I truly looked like a burnt-out meteor, even this small. The remaining viewers watched with the pity reserved for a dead man. At the same time, in Great Xia's 3rd Intelligence Bureau, Lei Li slumped in a pile of documents. His eyes shot through with blood, watching the screen where I had just moved slightly. He sighed. It's good that he's moving. At least it's better than starving to death. It's a pity he already missed the golden growth period. His finger swiped across the screen, showing the stars currently shining the brightest. Mu Shu ranked 4th, Xiao Tieju ranked 11th, and then there was the dark horse Li Qingqing, who climbed to 14th just by planting sweet potatoes, becoming the darling in the eyes of the higher-ups. By comparison, a gatherer-type survivor like me was an unstable factor in their eyes. Suwan pushed up her glasses. Though the higher-ups no longer held out hope, she still typed a line in my live stream room. Don't give up. But they didn't know that the hunt had only just begun. Inside the thermal karst cave, I swung my weapon, striking the half-meter thick frozen door with all my might. With a booming explosion, the ice wall collapsed. Cold wind carrying blood mist poured in frantically. If this were before, I would have frozen like a dog. But now, with high-level cold resistance protecting me, this biting white disaster wind blowing on my body felt like nothing more than a cool autumn breeze, completely handled. Standing at the cave mouth, I narrowed my eyes, silently reciting the exchange for consumed intelligence. Danger intelligence, level 1. An electronic roar rushed straight to my brain. On my retina, the view was instantly filled with a golden flood of data. The originally dark and deathly still snowscape completely changed its appearance in my eyes. The world turned into a brilliant web. Pheromones erased by the wind and snow, and footprints covered by snow, were now all reconstructed by the system and marked with high brightness tags. Hunger made my eyes turn red, but I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from curling into an addicted smile. Let's go! A man from the Lin family never returns empty-handed. I mounted the snowmobile and hit the gas. The silver-white body of the vehicle shot out of the cave like an arrow from a bow. 5 minutes later, I stopped at a wind-sheltered slope. A pale yellow trail appeared on my retina, fresh and piping hot. Tier 1. Tundra Giant. Snow Rabbit. Status: foraging. I wasn't in a hurry to get off the vehicle. Instead, I slowly pulled out the bone-spiked dagger at my waist. Those snow rabbits have sharp hearing and run incredibly fast. In the past, I could only eat their dust from behind. But today, I'm going to let it know what equipment advantage means. I reached out and tightened the polar optical camouflage cloak. My entire body lay flat in the thick snow. In the next second, light and shadow distorted. In the live stream room, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, I vanished into thin air. At my original position, only a pile of ordinary snow remained. The bullet comments instantly exploded. Holy crap, where's the guy? This is the little legendary grade equipment. It's too abnormal. Voldemort style. I like it. I blame myself for seeing nothing. Right at that moment, in the snowdrift less than half a meter ahead, 2 long white ears poked out. A giant snow rabbit, at least half a meter long, emerges with ruby-like eyes, warily scanning its surroundings. It could never have dreamed that the Grim Reaper was waiting right there, face to face. Now! The snow split open without warning. Under the camouflage cloak, my violent movement carved a rainbow-like arc. I was like an erupting predator. The bone spike in my hand lunged fiercely with terror. The snow rabbit just started to kick its legs to jump, but found it was already too late. The sound of the bone entering the flesh was dull and precise. The sharp bone spike accurately pierced through its neck. Huge force pinned it directly to the snowy ground. Blood stained the white snow red. The system notification music rang out. Obtained Tier 1. Tundra Giant. Snow Rabbit. Total: 1. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. From invisibility to the final kill, it was as smooth as flowing water, leaving the prey no time to react. The live stream room went silent for a second before completely exploding. Holy crap! He just stepped out and caught a rabbit? Is this guy using a wall hack? Poor snow rabbit. It was probably eating hot pot and singing songs, then suddenly got stabbed to death. My youth has returned. That man has fought his way back. I pulled out the bone spike and wiped the blood off on the snow, lifting the still twitching giant rabbit. I patted my cloak with satisfaction. Good stuff should belong to me. I hopped onto the vehicle, tossing the loot into the front of the snowmobile. I only said 4 words: going home to eat. 10 minutes later, inside the karst cave, the golden and crispy rabbit meat was sizzling and steaming under the firelight. The aroma was enough to steal one's soul. I grabbed the scalding rabbit meat and took a huge bite. It's so hot and so fragrant. Notification: satiety is skyrocketing. A giant snow rabbit weighing 20 pounds, excluding bones and internal organs, resulted in a full 10 pounds of meat. Under the stunned gazes of tens of thousands in the live stream, it only took me 20 minutes to devour it all. Burp. Rubbing my slightly bulging stomach, looking at the panel showing 500 over 500 satiety, I had only one feeling: awesome. This is what they mean by the greater the power, the greater the appetite. The bullet comments went wild. The reincarnation of a glutton. That was 10 pounds of meat. With this digestion ability, is God Lin even human? Too brutal. But I like it. Full and satisfied, I wiped the grease from the corners of my mouth. I looked outside the cave. Resting? Impossible. The wind and snow are weakening, and the prey is waking up. This is exactly my hunting time. One rabbit isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Danger intelligence activated again. On my retina, a trail emitting a faint red light was instantly locked. Without any hesitation, I set out immediately. 10 minutes later, by a pile of rocks. Tier 1 Ice Feather Thunder Lizard. Status: lightly sleeping. I narrowed my eyes. I know this thing. People nickname it the Snow Dinosaur. Not only is its skin like steel, But its temperament is even more ferocious. It eats plants, but it eats meat even more. However, I didn't retreat. Instead, I put on my camouflage cloak and understood, approaching silently. The moment I pulled out my dagger, screech! A piercing cry rang out. The beast actually woke up. It lunged like a bolt of blue lightning, beak flickering with electricity, charging straight for my hand. If this bite landed solid, it would drill a hole right through my bone. It was too fast. So fast the live stream only saw a blur. Viewers cried out, "It's over. He's dead for sure." Divine gaze. Whoosh! The world in my eyes instantly slowed down. The ferocious thunder lizard looked like it had been paused. The patterns of its feathers, the cold light on its beak, and that fragile neck, all were completely exposed. I slowly reached out and accurately gripped its throat. Snap. A crisp sound. Time flow restored. Obtained Tier 1, Ice Feather Thunder Lizard. Budolhem. The frame froze. I held the still twitching lethal creature with one hand. Gaze indifferent. Want to ruin my hand? Maybe in your next life. But this was only the beginning. With danger intelligence, plus the camouflage cloak for stealth, this deathly forbidden zone completely became my buffet restaurant. Turn left 200 meters, snow rat nest. Selected 1. Parked gray shovel headshot. Finished in 2 minutes. Straight ahead, berry bushes. Parked, picked, packed away. For the entire afternoon, I transformed into a ruthless harvesting machine. The vibe of the live stream changed from shock to full-blown jealousy. This is the joy of a cheater. If Mu Shui had this vehicle, she could have mined 2 more trips by now. This efficiency is simply ridiculous. The sky gradually darkened. Looking at the fully loaded vehicle bed, I smiled with satisfaction. Calling it a day and heading home. Returned to the karst cave. Counting the loot, 3 giant snow rabbits, 2 snow rats, 1 thunder lizard, and a pile of berries. This battle report was enough to make any Pathfinder envious, especially that plump thunder lizard. It's practically a supreme tonic. Since life is getting better, then it's time to give back. I'll eat the thunder lizard myself and upload the snow rabbits, placing my hand on the carcasses. System buzzes. Great Xia Nation's Lian An is uploading supplies. Giant snow rabbit times 3. Magnificent contribution multiplier, 10,000 times. Great Xia Nation receives 30,000 giant snow rabbits. Great Xia Nation has obtained 30,000 meat rabbits. With just one move, it's 30,000 meat rabbits. The live stream room boiled over instantly. Popularity is skyrocketing. I also took the opportunity to break into the top 10 of the daily supply list. But when I opened the overall national fate ranking, my brow furrowed. Current rank, number 4,100. Still outside the top 4,000. I thought this big harvest would get me into the top 1,000. It seems I underestimated these overachievers. For the sole title of the apocalyptic, everyone is fighting tooth and nail. Some upload while starving. Some gamble with their lives. Some even work themselves to death. It's been far too long. But as I closed the panel, there was no frustration in my eyes, only a hidden sharpness. So what if I started late? I have a vehicle, equipment, skills, and a cheat. Looking at the orchid blue moss on the ceiling, I set a small goal. Break into the top 10. Failure is not an option. Great Xia Supreme Strategic Conference Room. The atmosphere is suffocatingly oppressive. Right now, there are only 5 days left until the apocalyptic selection deadline. At this critical moment deciding the national fate, Lei Li brought some bad news. Mu Shu, who had high hopes pinned on her, actually failed to even enter the top 5 due to physical exhaustion. At the conference table, the debate over who should be the apocalyptic was wide open. Some backed Zhao Tieju, some defended Mu Shui. No one would back down. "Stop arguing!" The silent old leader slammed the table. "Regardless of who it is, let the results speak for themselves. Whoever has the highest ranking at the deadline will be Great Xia's apocalyptic." The decision was final. However, when Lei Li projected the latest daily upload list onto the large screen, the entire room fell into instant silence. Following that was the sound of a collective sharp intake of breath. The one occupying the top of the list was not Mu Shui, nor was it Zhao Tieju, but a person who had almost been forgotten by everyone. First place, Lin An. 3 giant snow rabbits. The old leader froze for a moment, Then a burst of hearty laughter broke out. "Good kid, not only did he survive, but he quietly took the top spot. If this kid really rushes into the top 10 in the end and grabs the apocalyptic slot, that would be a sight to see. The big shots laughed along, treating this as nothing more than a lucky accident. Only Laylee's mouth twitched, his heart frantically complaining, "This guy might really mess things up. You guys truly don't know how crazy an equipment-focused player can be." At the same time, in the thermal karst cave, I didn't know I had already alerted the higher-ups. I was busy butchering last night's loot. This ice feather thunder lizard is practically a mobile treasure trove. As the shovel scraped across the feathers, it actually made a crisp sound of clashing metal. I couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Exerting a massive amount of effort, I finally plucked 12 rain feathers that were as hard as iron, along with that bird beak comparable to diamond in hardness. Good stuff. These rain feathers can be made into arrow shafts, and the bird beak into arrowheads. Combined with a bow and string in the future, the power will definitely be explosive. Besides the materials, there were a full 20 pounds of purplish-red lean meat. Although I'm not short of meat anymore, I always feel like I'm missing some vitamins. My body can't take eating meat every day. I need fruit. I need vegetables. Opening the intelligence system, I spent 13 points to refresh environmental intelligence. Buzz. The 3D map expanded. A bright emerald green light point lit up 3 kilometers to the northwest. After blueberry jungle, a large quantity of ripe berries. My eyes turned green instantly. This is the rhythm of achieving fruit freedom. The current me. I have a vehicle, a home, and equipment. I must go for it. The legendary grade snowmobile roared out of the karst cave, kicking up snow that filled the sky. The me of today is even more arrogant than yesterday, and even more composed. Why? Because I have a cheat. Under the god view of danger intelligence, the entire tundra is transparent to me alone. Deep red trail up ahead. That's a bear. Can't provoke it. I dodged it, spinning the steering wheel hard. A beautiful drift perfectly avoided it. Hey, pale yellow trail. A giant snow rabbit is crouching foolishly in a snow nest. Since it's on the way, don't blame me for being impolite. Donning the camouflage cloak, I vanished into the wind and snow like a ghost. Hand raised. Spike dropped. Not just 1, but 2, then 3. On the way to the berry forest, I picked up 3 rabbits just like that. This sequence of operations was like flowing clouds and moving water. Outrageously smooth. The viewers in the live stream were simply dumbfounded. The bullet comments started calling the police. "Hey, 110, someone is using a cheat here." Yesterday they said it was luck. Today this is a restock. Mom asked me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. No matter how shocked they were, and no matter how the researchers at the Intelligence Center questioned their lives, I only knew one thing. In this terrifying forbidden zone, Linan is the only one. I've arrived. As the vehicle came to a steady stop, I looked at that seemingly unremarkable snow up ahead. The corners of my mouth curled up wildly. "Buffet's open! Stop!" Look closely. The surface of this snow is only slightly sunken, but what looks like ordinary snow in the eyes of a normal person, in my danger intelligence vision, is practically a large cafeteria with its colors dyed. Yellow ones, green ones. Yellow, green, red, and purple lines densely interwoven into a web. It made my scalp tingle just looking at it. Most of these traces were old accounts from 20 days ago when the white disaster arrived. But right within these messy lines, I suddenly caught a hint of a lethal inconsistency. Tier 1 Snow Demon Wolfpack. Stay duration. 3 hours ago. My heart skipped a beat. A wolfpack. And they were here just 3 hours ago. If I weren't using this cheat, who could have imagined that beneath this thick snow and wind, the footprints of the Grim Reaper were lying in ambush? Fortune favors the bold. Quickly in. Quickly out. Without another word, I grabbed the alloy shovel and started digging immediately. First the soft snow, then the hard frozen ground. After digging a full 2 meters deep, the shovel in my hand suddenly felt light. The ground beneath my feet gave way. Thud. I pried open the hole and looked down. My breathing stopped instantly. Holy crap! This isn't just some bush. This is a subterranean cellar. The heavy snow was held up by a strange force. Although the shrub leaves were covered, the branches were hung with dense, crystal-clear berries. The system calls these things berries? They're clearly big blue noses. Some were even bigger than my fist. One bite, and the flesh was plump. The juice exploded wildly in my mouth. Notification. Satiety significantly increased. 462, 467. Feeling the long-lost satisfaction in my stomach, I forced down the urge to howl at the sky and screamed in my heart, "I've struck it rich. I've hit the mother lode!" I held a massive blue fruit directly up to the screen. That tempting color, combined with the thick juice flowing through my fingers, was like a physical blow. That instantly shattered the worldviews of the billions of viewers in the live stream. Holy crap, those are berries? Those look like apples. This is too ridiculous. Last time they were only thumb-sized. How are these as big as a fist? The bullet comments instantly exploded. Foreign viewers were even more dumbfounded, exclaiming that such a plant couldn't possibly exist at -50 degrees. If this were brought back to the burning heart, it would be a divine tool capable of solving the food crisis. At the same time, in Great Xia's third intelligence bureau, with a snap, the electronic pen in Suwan's hand was dropped in shock. She stared intently at the screen, breathing heavily as she spoke to the arriving group leader. Group leader Lei Li. These aren't ordinary berries. These are full-grown versions, nurtured by the underground greenhouse layer and the cold air, rated as a C-grade small renewable resource point. The golden light in Lei Li's eyes nearly shot through the screen. C-grade! You should know, this is a top-tier resource that can rival the wild orange forests abroad. Suwan further hinted frantically that as long as this is maintained, this will be a steady stream of food supplies, even more stable than Lin An's previous glacial lake. Record this. Today I am going to give the big shots above a little shock. Lei Li's excited voice was even trembling. However, being in the wilderness, I had no idea how much of a stir the fruit in my hand had caused. I only knew one thing. If I didn't bring these fruits back, I definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. To get rich, one must first build a road. Looking at the 3-meter deep pit in front of me, I didn't hesitate for a second. I pulled out the alloy shovel directly. Clang, clang, clang. Frozen soil and snow flew everywhere. In just 10 minutes, a smooth U-shaped snow ramp was dug out by me, leading straight to the depths of the underground jungle. Let's get to work. I dragged the snowmobile and rushed into the shrubbery. My hand speed was so fast only a blur remained, especially picking the ones with the darkest color and the largest size to harvest. Casually threw away an egg-sized berry, curling my lip in disdain. This one is a bit small. Forget it, I don't want it. Watching this scene, the hearts of the live stream audience were bleeding. Don't throw it away. Give that to me. I don't care if it's small. Flexing. This is a blatant flex, but how could I care about any of that? In just 20 minutes, the metal crate was stuffed to the brim. I tried lifting it. It's heavy, at least 120 pounds. These are all treasures containing purifying energy. I pushed the snowmobile, following the ice ladder I just dug, and crawled back to the surface with difficulty. Looking at the fruits still hanging all over the branches below, I gritted my teeth. One more trip! Second trip. Third trip. Fourth trip. This day, I was like a hard-working ant, frantically shuttling between the underground jungle and the shelter until it grew late, and that sickly green wolf-pack threat loomed over my mind again. Only then did I look at the remaining thousands of pounds of fruit and stop reluctantly. I'll move these 500 pounds for today. I'll come back for the rest tomorrow. Erase the traces. I hopped on the snowmobile and headed home. Late night. Thermal karst cave. The shelter at this moment was practically a dreamlike crystal palace. Hundreds of pounds of ice blue berries were neatly stacked behind the frozen gate, emitting a faint blue glow. Today is a good day. Humming a little tune, I set up the stone pot, chopping the ice feather thunder lizard's thigh into large chunks. Next, I grabbed a big handful of berries, crushed them directly, and tossed them into the pot. The purple juice instantly dyed the soup base red. No seasoning was needed. The natural saltiness of the beast meat, paired with the sweet and sour berries, created the most top-tier flavor. Gurgle. Gurgle. Half an hour later, a rich, inescapable aroma filled the entire cave. Through the screen, it made hundreds of thousands of viewers back home cry from hunger. Oh my God, how delicious must that be? We agreed to watch him starve for 9 meals in 3 days. This is practically a state banquet. I couldn't hear their wailing. Looking at the layer of sparkling fruit pectin in the pot, wrapping around the tender lizard meat, I shoveled up a large piece and stuffed it into my mouth. Slurp. In that instant, my eyes widened. Savory, oily, and fragrant. The sweet and sour flavors exploded perfectly in my mouth, like a fireworks show on the tip of my tongue. More importantly, a warm current rushed down my throat straight to my stomach. Notification. Satiety limit increased by 52. Notification. Ingested trace elements and high-energy vitamins. Constitution slightly enhanced. This feels amazing. No wonder those pathfinders are all obsessed with demonic beasts. Who could resist this feeling of getting stronger with every bite? Although it hasn't reached the level of Silver Star food yet, this mouth-filling satisfaction makes me miss that glacial lake even more. Just then, the cold mechanical voice arrived once again. Countdown to today's supply upload settlement. 5 minutes. I looked at the mountain of large berries, the corners of my mouth curling up wildly. With a wave of my hand, I set aside exactly 300 pounds, taking a deep breath. Upload all. With a loud boom, the small blue mountain before me instantly turned into golden light and vanished. Triggered resource. Critical hit. Magnificent contribution multiplier. 10,000 times. Great Zia Nation has obtained 3 million pounds of ice blueberries. Immediately after, the golden list symbolizing supreme glory refreshed thunderously at the top of the live streams for billions of people across the blue star. Number 1. Great Zia Nation, Lin An. Global ranking. 8th. With a bang, the world was shaken. The live stream popularity instantly returned to the million level. Bullet comments were as dense as a school of crossing fish. Holy crap, he's in the top 10. Yesterday he was outside the top 4,000. Today he's straight into the final circle. 3 million pounds, my God. How much fruit is that? At the same time, at Great Zia's strategic reserve base number 1, a tsunami-like wave of azure fruits instantly submerged all the metal conveyor belts. Millions of pounds of fist-sized, crystal-clear berries emitted an alluring sweet fragrance, directly turning the entire reserve base into a dreamlike blue ocean. A harvest, a massive harvest. The staff looked at this scene. Their eyes were nearly popping out. Late night. Supreme Strategic Conference Room. The big shots who usually argued until they were red in the face over resource allocation were now eerily quiet. In front of them, each person had a fist-sized ice blue berry. Crunch. The old leader took a bite, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. So sweet. Let the common people have a taste of this freshness. Layli swallowed hard. Leader, Lin An is now second in Great Zia. The old leader gave a bitter smile and shook his head. This kid has given us too big of a surprise. The big shots present knew very well that this C-grade renewable resource point was worth even more than a large-scale mine. After all, Mu Shui's Tier 1 mine still required back-breaking labor, but my berry forest is a real life-saving asset. The high-level meeting ended exceptionally quickly that night. No more fighting, no more arguing. Anyone can tell who the apocalyptic should be by voting with their feet. At this time, in Villa Complex number 19 in the capital city. It's so delicious. Little fatty Chen Chen had a rabbit leg in his left hand and a berry in his right, eating until his mouth was covered in grease. Uncle Lin, those wealthy families next door only got 3 berries. That Wang Xiaoming was crying and wailing. His sister Xiao Xiao, though she couldn't see clearly, had a face full of pride. Of course, my brother is the best, compared to the warmth of my home. Next door, Lin Jianjun's house was a scene of gloom and misery. Wang Mei chewed on this pitifully small amount of rabbit meat, as if it were wax. And Lin Jianjun, listening to his sons crying, frustratedly threw down his chopsticks. Regret is more torturous than hunger. But none of this affected me back in the thermal karst cave. At this moment, I was staring at the special rewards for the global top 10, with my eyes glowing. Fine-grade multifunctional tactical backpack, high-level strengthening fluid. F2. The rewards are this good. This backpack is a folded space divine tool with a 200-liter capacity. I glanced at the ranking list. The first place John is still butchering pigs. The second place Mel is foraging at the sea. The third place Ivan is running for his life. I have to admit, these people's spawn points are really good. But fortunately, I have a cheat. I have a legendary grade snowmobile. With a resource point, life will only get better and better. I took one last scan of the stored supplies. Legendary snowmobile. Thunder lizard wisdom crystal. 18 pounds of meat. 253 pounds of berries. Not bad. It really is a bountiful harvest. Looking at this magnificent panel, I closed my eyes to sleep, fully satisfied. However, the moment my breathing became steady, "Awoo!" A shrill wolf howl suddenly exploded. A shrill howl carrying intense killing intent instantly pierced through the thick ice door and into the cave. I snapped awake. That night, I gripped the alloy shovel, staring deathly at the ice layer on the door, only daring to breathe once the howling faded into the distance. At the first light of dawn, no matter what, I must bring back those thousands of pounds of berries. Vroom! The snowmobile charged into the wind and snow once more. On the way, I took out 2 snow rabbits wandering aimlessly. But the sense of crisis in my heart grew heavier and heavier until I reached the destination, and my heart sank halfway. Not only was the ice ladder I dug violently torn open, but there were more than a dozen deep pits in the snow. The originally hidden entrance was now a mess. Damn it! Someone's stolen my harvest! Ignoring the wails of "It's over" in the live stream, I tightened my camouflage cloak and slid down the ice ladder. Terrible. It was too terrible. The dreamlike blue ocean from before looked as though it had been ransacked by a group of bandits. The ground was covered in crushed fruit pulp. Wasteful. These absolute wastrels. My heart was bleeding. This was supposed to be my food supply for the entire winter. However, while I was feeling heartbroken, the corner of my eye suddenly caught a glimpse. Deep in the jungle, on several old bushes, there was actually a strange golden light flickering. My breathing hitched as I quickly crept over. On the tips of the dense foliage, there were actually a dozen fruits hanging that looked as if they were cast from gold. Obtained golden ice berries, rare, times 12. I didn't have time for shock. My hands and feet quickly gathered these dozen surviving stragglers, putting them all into my bag. This is rare grade stuff. Who would have known? The moment I plucked the last fruit, tink. An extremely light tapping sound, like some sharp claw tip, striking the snowmobile parked outside. Rustle, rustle. 2 massive white beasts with glowing green eyes slipped into the cave like ghosts. Tier 1 snow demon wolves. My blood almost froze. They made no sound while walking, standing over a meter tall at the shoulder. Those sickly green eyes revealed a chilling cunning. I was like a turtle caught in a jar. What's more terrifying, one of the wolves walked straight up to me, less than a meter from my face. I could even smell the foul, hot breath from its mouth. Fortunately, the cloak masked my scent. It twitched its nose twice, then actually turned around, sat down, and turned into a snow statue. Next, a third one, a fourth one. A full dozen snow demon wolves entered the cave. They didn't run around aimlessly. Instead, they all buried themselves in the snow, leaving only pairs of green eyes visible. This was a perfect hunting formation. Time passed second by second, from noon until late at night. For 10 whole hours, I stayed as still as a rock, even as the cold seeped into my marrow, even as my thigh muscles cramped, until in my mind, I heard that heavenly mechanical voice. Countdown to today's supply upload settlement. 5 minutes. My heart stirred. I quietly chose to upload. That heavy golden fruit in my hand. Great Shia Nation. Obtained ice crystal berry, rare, times 10,000. Congratulations to the Pathfinder for the first upload of rare resources. Obtained special reward. Survival blind box. Please select the grade of the blind box to be airdropped. Common. Rare. Legendary. Grade. Trade. Common, rare, legendary. Inside this life or death wolf den, I looked at the options before me, the corners of my mouth curving slightly. With the intelligence system here, it has to be legendary grade. If it were a normal person, they would surely choose common grade without hesitation. After all, as a Pathfinder, one must be steady and not take risks. But I looked at the options in front of me, and with a backhand motion, I clicked legendary. The viewers in the live stream exploded instantly. He's crazy! Choosing a blind box at a time like this? This isn't uploading supplies. This is clearly a final testament. Whimper. However, just as I was anticipating what god-tier artifact the legendary blind box would yield, I suddenly heard a rustling movement in my ears. A few greedy snow rats poked their heads out and scurried down, followed by a foolish giant rabbit. These crushed berries all over the ground were simply a heavenly buffet for them. There was even a plump snow rat that actually recklessly jumped onto the head of a snow demon wolf, but that wolf didn't even lift an eyelid. Patience, a suffocating patience. until the number of prey reached over a dozen. The wolf crouching right by my side suddenly vibrated an extremely low frequency from deep in its throat. The signal was sent. The slaughter ignited instantly. The deathly still snowdrifts suddenly exploded open. 5 white after images lunged out simultaneously, coordinating with an outrageously high degree of teamwork. Snap. Right before my eyes, about 3 meters away, a snow rabbit's spine was snapped instantly. No tearing, no roaring, only the crisp sound of shattering bones. 2 blocked the path, 2 drove the prey, and 1 performed the harvest. In just 3 minutes, the battle was over. Not one of the dozen prey escaped. They were cleaned out before they could even let out a scream. I watched this scene through my goggles, my back instantly drenched in sweat. These aren't just wild beasts. This is clearly a well-trained Special Forces unit. If I had exposed even a trace of my presence just now, my fate right now would definitely be a body without a whole piece left. But the slaughter was not over. For the next few hours, I felt like my blood was about to freeze solid. Yet those wolves were still waiting for rabbits to fall into their trap. Even a group of those ice feather thunder lizards, known as the wilderness drifters, ran in to join the excitement. But those guys were incredibly cunning. They took 2 bites and quickly slipped away, barely managing to save their lives from the wolves' mouths. Finally, dawn broke through the cocoon. The wolf pack ended their 3rd round of hunting. They picked up their prey in their mouths, lined up in a neat single-file formation, and prepared to retreat with silent steps. I was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, just as I felt a sigh of relief in my heart. Who would have known? The smaller-sized snow demon wolf, walking at the very back, suddenly stopped in its tracks. It held a still dripping rabbit in its mouth and slowly turned around. Those sickly green eyes actually stared straight at the shrubbery where I was hiding. Without any deviation, it was staring right at me. My breathing hitched, and my heart almost stopped. Damn it. When was I discovered? That old wolf's gaze was too cunning. It wasn't staring at me. It was clearly staring at the pile of priceless ice crystal berries behind me. I endured a standoff in the snow pit for half an hour, not daring to move until the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. With limbs frozen like popsicles, who would believe it? These beasts know the treasures in their territory better than I do. Thinking of that wolf king's gaze just now, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Retreat, quickly! I scrambled out of the ice ladder using both hands and feet, hurriedly upriding the overturned snowmobile. Thankfully, the metal crate was sturdy. The 2 snow rabbits hadn't been snatched away by those bandits. Looking at the ruined berry mash beneath my feet, as much as it pained me, I still gritted my teeth and gave up on continuing to exploit the resources. The big ones are gone, and the small ones are beyond count. If I get greedy at a time like this, I'll surely be killed by the wolves returning for a surprise attack. But I've already made a killing on this trip, feeling the remaining 12 heavy fruits in my arms. Ice crystal berries. My eyes were burning with excitement. This is the highlight of today. My intuition was frantically sounding the alarm. I absolutely cannot take any more risks. The moment I slipped into the safe karst cave, my tensed nerves immediately relaxed. I hurriedly pulled out those ice crystal berries, examining them carefully by the light of the orchid moss. Each one was as large as a honey peach, covered in scripture-like patterns with no detectable scent. All the essence was locked within the skin. The phrase wilderness rare resource popped into my head. I couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The value of these 12 fruits can't be matched by hundreds of pounds of ice blue berries combined. This is the core ingredient for making Silver Star grade feasts, a shortcut to skyrocketing one's physical constitution. In other words, eating 100 pounds of ordinary fruit won't provide an enhancement as great as this single golden fruit. For the country, this stuff is a strategic-level nuclear bomb. One fruit can be traded for massive amounts of supplies, allowing the next batch of entrants to become magically powerful and take off instantly. Deadline countdown, 48 hours. Staring at yesterday's soaring death list of 1,532 people, my heart tightened for the final ranking. Everyone will be pushed to the limit in these last 48 hours. Whether to upload all supplies to boost rank or keep them for steady growth, others can agonize over that all they want. For me, the top priority right now is to eat. After freezing all night, I've been starving for a long time. At this moment, inside Great Chia's 3rd Intelligence Bureau, The atmosphere was deathly tense. Lei irritably crushed a lollipop with his teeth, brows furrowed. Damn those wolf cubs. If this keeps dragging on, Lin won't have any results in these last 48 hours. Relying on basic supplies, it'll be hard for him to break into the top 5. Suwan, however, calmly rolled her eyes. Director, one must learn to be content. Lin is currently the #1 big brother on the rare resource list. Lei took a deep breath, forcefully pressing down the corners of his rising mouth. He turned to open the light screen and rushed into other countries' live streams to start trolling. Little John, don't act so arrogant. You haven't found a single hair of a rare resource point. And yet you dare to claim to be #1 on Blue Star. Mel can only pick up seaweed. Might as well rename her Miss Seaweed. This feels great. Only then did he go to the morning meeting, feeling fully satisfied. Wilderness world, thermal karst cave. I stared intently at the food, stewing with thunder lizard meat in front of me. Gritting my teeth, I directly tossed in 3 ice crystal berries. The golden juice looked like liquid gold. Melting into the soup, a very powerful medicinal fragrance instantly wafted out. Gurgle, gurgle. As it reached the perfect level of cooking, a miracle appeared. The stone pot didn't emit white steam. Instead, a faint and very clear silver halo floated up. The halo swirled in the pot, looking as if it were real. It's done. Obtained silver star-grade food. I didn't even care about burning my mouth. I picked up the stone bowl and demolished all the golden soup and tender meat. Boom. This time my stomach wasn't just warm. It felt as if a mass of magma had been poured in, rolling frantically. Violent energy exploded layer by layer, rushing like crazy into every limb and bone. I felt every cell in my body cheering, splitting and reorganizing. Notification. Ingested high-tier silver star-grade food. Notification. Your cold resistance has increased. Advanced cold resistance 1%, 5%. Notification. Muscle density slightly increased. Bone strength slightly increased. I exhaled a long breath of white mist. I clenched my fists. Whoosh, crack, crack, crack. My knuckles popped with an explosive sense of power. This feeling of getting stronger is simply heaven sent. Having eaten and drunk my fill, I looked at the snow still blowing outside the cave. I began to calculate. The wolf pack is a big trouble, and it's very dangerous outside. But if I wear the camouflage cloak and creep over carefully, I might be able to fight for the top spot. Just as I was preparing to check the coordinates of that legendary grade survival blind box, the movement in the top right corner of my vision made me pause. Unknowingly, my intelligence points had already accumulated to 15 points. What's even stranger is, next to it, a never-before-seen deep red exclamation mark appeared. Several lines of golden text instantly popped up. A major event is about to occur in the current area. Consume 15 intelligence points for event prediction? Full panoramic deduction of the major event. 15 intelligence points. That's all the assets I've saved up for a long time. But staring at that blood-red, piercing exclamation mark, I steeled my heart. I have enough food anyway. Worst case, I'll just save them up again. Yes, perform the deduction. Whoosh! There was no foreplay at all. My consciousness felt as if it were being violently grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled right out of my body. The golden data stream on my retina was like a volcanic eruption, turning into a storm of countless golden particles. My field of vision rose frantically. In an instant, I pierced through thick clouds, through the whistling wind and snow, through the pitch-black night sky, until I was suspended 10,000 meters in the air. As the 15 intelligence points were poured in, my soul instantly left my body and hung high in the sky. This is the true God view. The snow below turned into static surges, and the tundra became mere lines. Following that, my gaze was tightly locked onto a mass of writhing gray clouds. My vision zoomed in rapidly. I took a sharp breath. That wasn't a cloud. It was clearly thousands of Tier 1 giant horned mammoths, each one as sturdy as an old bull. With spiral curved horns, they were in a frantic migration. However, what truly made my scalp tingle were the 3 white clouds following right behind them. It was the snow demon wolf pack, 3 whole dens, hundreds of snow demon wolves, led by 3 wolf kings as big as sedans. They were slicing into the herd like a scalpel. So that's it. This is the truth behind the wolf pack's disturbance. The next second, a scene shattered my worldview. The 3 wolf kings howled at the sky, and what they spat out wasn't white mist, but a literal storm of ice blades. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless crescent-shaped ice blades struck down like a torrential rainstorm. The gap between demonic beasts and wild animals was fully exposed now. They slaughtered the herd as the mammoths shrieked. Blood dyed the snow red. In this one-sided massacre, the wolf pack actually knew how to use tactics. A massive ice wall rose from the ground, completely cutting off the escape route for over 1,000 straggling mammoths. But a turning point came. A small group of about 100 mammoths, withered with madness, and charged headlong toward the northeast. Seeing the intelligence points almost burned out, I stared intently at this group of panicked giant wolves. Intuition told me. The smoke ring Smith exhaled, ruthlessly pierced through the confusion of the Sakura nation. Linan is still alive, and his goal is the top 10. Smith's eyes were full of disdain. Do you think that junkie of yours still has a chance? Takahashi Mieko's face had just stiffened, when something happened the next second. Ding! A cold mechanical voice instantly echoed in every corner of Blue Star. Wilderness Phase 2. The battle for the apocalypse will arrive in 24 hours. The deadline for supply uploads is today at 23:59 and 59. Silence followed. Then the whole place exploded. The rules changed. It's not 5 minutes, but the entire day available for uploads. This means it is a deadly crisis, but also a heavenly opportunity. The wilderness world has completely fallen into the final madness. Look at Zhao Tiezi in 13th place. This man covered in mud, in order to boost the nation's ranking, actually crawled toward the lethal iron wasp hive. I have to go one more time. Even if I might be stung to death at any moment, he must fight this once for Great Xia. Then look at Li Qingqing in 15th place. She tearfully gave up on the ranking rewards and placed all her hope on me. Linan, it all depends on you now. The most ruthless one was still Mu Shui. To fight her way back into the top 5, gripping an alloy pickaxe, she actually jumped into the beast cage voluntarily. Facing the tier and peak diamond rock scorpion, her eyes were full of resolve. Great Xia shall not be insulted. This jump made the live stream explode. This is a true Valkyrie. Meanwhile, the foreign powerhouses. Ivan recovered his strength. Mel dived into the deep sea to risk her life. Only the first-ranked Little John sat atop a mountain of meat, indifferent to everything, with a face covered in blood, gnawing on raw meat. He mocked wantonly at the camera. I'll just sit here and watch you struggle. The harder you work, the wider the gap between us becomes. And me? While everyone was seeing red in the final moments, I was in the middle of a blizzard at dozens of degrees below zero, speeding frantically for an entire night. If not for my advanced cold resistance, I would have been frozen into an ice sculpture within 2 hours. The cold wind sliced me like a knife, but looking at the coordinates getting closer on my retina, a crazy smile curled onto my lips. Daylight's here. Glacial Lake, I'm back. Slamming on the brakes, I stopped at the leeward slope. This is it. Jumping off the vehicle, I directly activated the panoramic view. My retina flared. The heart-pounding God view overlapped with reality. In my eyes, across the empty snowplain, hundreds of gray phantom shadows were charging frantically. It's the giant horned mammoths, even if they were just phantoms. That world-destroying commotion made my scalp tingle. Damn, is it really this scary? I touched my cold neck. Those massive spiral-curved horns condensed the power of frost. If they even grazed me, I would definitely turn into a pile of crushed ice shards. Still too weak, I frantically swung my shovel to dig into the ground, while fuming in my heart. Compared to these wilderness behemoths, the human body is as fragile as paper. If I want to survive, if I want to hunt down that blood demon bear, I must obtain the legendary great reward for being rank 1. During the global review of high-tier participants, bad news suddenly arrived. The 4th-ranked participant from Great Austria, Siviwai, has died in blood-soaked combat. In an attempt to steal a demonic beast egg, he was forced off a cliff by a thunder eagle and fell to his death. His flame of life has been completely extinguished. The live stream fell into a deathly silence, followed by a frantic uproar. This is the final madness. One wrong step leads to a bottomless abyss. The host, Julia, looked grim, but when the footage cut to the Great Xia broadcast, the style changed abruptly. On the screen, I was seen frantically digging a hole by the glacial lake. This is a very wise decision. A senior expert pointed at the screen, analyzing with absolute confidence. Participant Lin An chose ice fishing, which he is best at, balancing safety and profit, although it lacks explosive growth. It wins on being steady. Half an hour later, I huddled in the newly dug snow cave, staring intently ahead. Fishing. I almost laughed out loud. In this freezing weather, what sane person would go fishing? Scavenging is my true way of survival. Just as I was preparing to welcome the lost mammoths, in my mind, that familiar voice rang out again. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. While billions of people worldwide are fighting to the death, he is the only one snoozing away in a snow cave. His ranking dropped straight out of the top 10. Everyone thought Great Jia was done for, but who would have known that in the next second, today's twist would make the whole world explode instantly. Ding. Current stored intelligence, 1 point. Even though the intelligence refreshed, Linan didn't even look at it. He curled up in the snow cave, closed his eyes, and actually fell fast asleep. With this sleep, the live stream went into a total frenzy. At first, the audience thought he was preparing some big move, but they discovered this guy was sleeping more soundly than a baby. As time passed, the tone of the bullet comments shifted. The big shot sleeps when he needs to. This psychological quality isn't right. He's sleeping way too soundly. Countdown, 18 hours. The atmosphere in the capital's villa district was terrifyingly oppressive. Little fatty Chen Chen's face turned red with anxiety. Protecting the screen, he shouted, "Linan!" He's conserving his strength, don't you understand? When he wakes up, 1 shovel will get 10 fish. In the corner, the blind sister Xiao Xiao tightly hugged her ragdoll, her voice trembling. "Brother, will he really win?" Looking at the immovable Lin An on the screen, even Chen Chen felt uncertain in his heart. He could only stuff an ice blue berry into his mouth, forcing himself to be calm. Don't worry. When he wakes up, it'll be dawn. However, reality gave everyone a harsh slap in the face. Countdown, 12 hours. Inside the 3rd Intelligence Bureau, Suwon looked up. "Move! Linan, move!" And in the next second, everyone's eyes instantly dimmed. Linan did wake up, but he just stretched, chewed 2 pieces of meat, turned around, and curled back into the snow cave to keep sleeping. Meanwhile, bad news came one after another. Zhao Tieju was in toxic shock. Mushu was heavily injured and exhausted. Su Wan looked at Lin An's ranking, which had dropped to the bottom. She lowered her arms in despair. At this moment, even the team members who trusted him most couldn't help but sob. Is there still hope for Lin An? Countdown. 5 hours. At the Swiss Review Center, the leaderboard had gone completely insane. Sakura Nations. Sato was frantically harvesting resources, directly pushing Lin An out of the top 10 and stepping over him. Oh my god! Great Sia's Lin An has dropped to 11th place. Host Julia was full of shock. Even the expert, who had previously supported Lin An, had a total mental breakdown at this moment, roaring hysterically at the camera. This is the big move. He was screwed over by the rules. Damn these rule changes. Beep. The signal was cut. Security guards rushed onto the stage and directly dragged away the raving expert. The global bullet comments instantly became a sea of mockery. LMAO, Turtle Lin, Great Jia is about to be totally wiped out. Stick with our Sakura Nation, the light of Asia. Just as the whole world was waiting to laugh at Great Jia, at the moment the live broadcast screen flickered at the 3-hour countdown, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Rumble. Lin An pressed himself tightly against the snow cave observation point, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpoints. Through the lens, a massive gray cloud slammed through the night. It was a herd of tens of thousands of mammoths. Behind the herd followed the bloodthirsty wolf pack and their rising ice blade storm. It's here! Holy crap! In this moment, everyone stopped breathing. Over 100 giant mammoths, like heavy tanks, carrying the terror of a narrow escape, crashed headlong into the ice trap Lin An had set. Crack! Boom! The leading ice layer wailed and instantly collapsed. Beasts weighing dozens of tons fell in like dumplings, frantically crashing into the bottom of the ice, the sound of bones shattering and screams blended together. In the blink of an eye, this place turned into a chaotic and bloody Asura field. Lin An stared deathly at the lake surface and suddenly saw a hair-raising sight. In order to survive, the giant mammoths that fell into the water actually emitted a blinding white light from the curved horns on their heads. The blind counterattack actually became a death sentence. The extreme cold shockwave hit the water. Instead of breaking the ice, it instantly triggered a chain reaction, freezing. Sizzle. The giant mammoths, still struggling, slowed down visibly to the naked eye, the light in their eyes completely swallowed by terror. The white reaper climbed frantically along their fur, freezing every single hair into a lethal ice needle. In just a few minutes, the shallows fell into a deathly silence. Lin stared fixedly at the scene before him, his heart pounding wildly. So they weren't killed. They were literally scared to death by their own power. Steady now, waiting for the ice layer to freeze solid. In the interval of Lin wait, the global ranking battle came to a brutal close. Countdown. 2 hour, rank 8. Great Jia's Zhao Tieju. This tower-like man, dragging his completely necrotic limbs, gave a tragic smile. 8th place. Didn't disgrace Great Jia. In order to live until retirement, he must perform an amputation on himself right now. Rank 5. Great Xia's Mu Shui. At the bottom of the pit, blood flowed like a river. She had exhausted all her strength to fight back, yet only secured her position. Looking at that familiar name on the leaderboard, her face was full of frustration. Lin An! If you hadn't triggered the new version, how could I be in such a state? Rank 1. The Lighthouse Nation's Little John. Looking at the numbers behind him that were no longer jumping, a mocking sneer curled onto his lips. He casually tossed out another demonic beast carcass. His points exploded once again. Do you see that? This is the gap of despair. An hour later, the snow and wind cleared. Cold moonlight spilled down, illuminating that magnificent ice tomb. Over 100 giant mammoth ice sculptures, preserving their final moments of terror, were frozen solid atop the lake's surface. This was a feast of meat worth hundreds of thousands of credits. Just as Lin An was about to step forward, his footsteps suddenly halted. Something's wrong. Surprisingly, there was no system notification, unless these mammoths are not yet ownerless property. Just then, a fresh, sickly green trail caught his eye. From behind a giant mammoth ice sculpture, a pair of eerie green pupils was staring fixedly at him. Roar! A foul wind rushed at his face. A snow demon wolf, 3 meters long, lunged out like a bolt of white lightning. This was a total killing machine, standing 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder, with muscles bulging like rocks. The terrifying impact alone could smash a person into pulp. In the nick of time, it actually missed its pounce. Under the optical refraction of the camouflage cloak, the shadow it locked onto was off by half a meter from Lin An's true body. You're asking for death, death's gaze. The world instantly slowed down in Lin An's eyes. He clearly saw the saliva dripping from the giant wolf's fangs. With strength surging from his core, he swung the alloy shovel with full force. A direct blow to the mouth. A tooth-gritting thud exploded. The snow demon wolf's most fragile part, the bridge of its nose, was smashed flat by this solid shovel strike. Blood mist sprayed wildly. But after all, this was a Tier 1 top predator. In less than 2 seconds, the giant wolf shook its head, the fierce light in its eyes becoming even more intense. But the next second, it froze. The prey had vanished into thin air. Its vision instantly locked onto the only target on the snow, that upright alloy shovel. Without any hesitation, the giant wolf charged like a cannonball, its bloody maw biting down hard on the shovel blade. Clang! Sparks flew like arrows. It bit down. But the moment it thought it had won, the air above its head suddenly rippled strangely. Lin An's figure emerged like a ghost, the bone spike in his hand already poised and ready. The snow-white bone spike stabbed ruthlessly into the giant wolf's terrified, dilated right eye, piercing through the eyeball, straight into the brain. Awoo! The 3-meter-long massive body collapsed with a thud. The death struggle flung Lin An far away. He won. This was a Tier 1 top-tier demonic beast, without a plan rehearsed 1,000 times. The one lying dead right now would be Lin An. Before he could catch his breath, the system notification in his mind finally exploded like a tidal wave. Obtained Tier 1 Snow Demon Wolf, Rare, ×1. Obtained Tier 1 Giant Horned Mammoth, Fine, ×36. Obtained Tier 1 Giant Horned Mammoth, Common, ×78. A total of 114 adult mammoths, and 7 calves the size of ox calves. This notification tone was simply the most wonderful music in the world. Large demonic beasts are treasures from head to toe. One could sell for 30,000 credits. If materialized with the 10,000-fold multiplier, that would be a full 300 million. No wonder small nations can become filthy rich. This isn't pioneering. This is straight-up robbery. Lin An stood atop the giant mammoth ice sculptures, looking at the endless wealth beneath his feet. His breathing nearly stopped. Holy crap, this time I'm truly rich. Countdown, 1 hour. In the very last hour, a sudden change occurred. for all Pathfinders. The leaderboards on their retinas refreshed violently. An emblem emitting a gold-red glow appeared without warning behind the names of the core participants of each nation. On the Rank 1 leaderboard, an incomprehensible anomaly actually appeared. Rank 2. England's Mel. Her friend Sivi's name turning gray signified death. She suppressed her grief, but her gaze was drawn to Great Sia's ranking. Rank 13? With such poor resources, how can they be third? Jamaica's Kaka. Since they chose me, I will not let them down. Even if the nation is in peril, he will secure a position even if he has to stack up oysters. But when he scrolled to the 13th place, he also froze. Great Zia's Apocalypse Rider's rank is so low. Was the choice wrong, or is there more to it? Rank 5 Great Zia's Mushua, covered in blood. She looked at the empty suffix behind her name, a flash of disappointment in her eyes. But when she saw that familiar name, lighting up with a brilliant glow, disappointment turned into relief. It's actually you. It seems the nation decided to take root in the surging plains. This might be for the best. Rank 8. Great Jia's Old Zhao. It's not Mu Shui, and it's not me. This Great Jia Soldier King looked at his swollen arm, instantly understanding the high-level strategy. After all, he was the one who pushed for the new big player. Hope this Icefield spark can keep burning. Rank 10. Sakura's Spark. Looking at his own apocalypse marker, he let out a frantic laugh. Apocalypse! With the nation's support, there is hope. I originally only planned to survive. Now with the nation as my backing, who cares if others die? His gaze swept over Lin An and Sato, who were ranked behind him. His face was full of mockery. Have the Great Jia higher-ups lost their minds? Choosing trash as their ace. Just wait to be stepped on by me. The cold wind howled across the wilderness glacial lake. Lin An was holding his shovel, staring at the only survivor before him, a suckling mammoth calf. Its 4 hooves frozen to the ice, was shivering uncontrollably. You're lucky, Lin An sighed. He swung his shovel and smashed the ice binding it. Crack! The freed little mammoth didn't run away. Instead, it huddled against its mother's ice sculpture. Sigh, fine. I'll let you look one last time. Lin An straightened his back, looking at the magnificent mountain of meat and ice before him, then glanced at the gold-red Apocalypse Rider emblem on his retina. Since the country has placed its bet on him, then this first great gift must shock the century. Golden light flashed in Lin An's eyes as he spoke with dominance. Upload. In the Lin family villa in the Beijing Special District, the originally quiet hall suddenly erupted with a scream like a slaughtered pig. Holy crap! Chen Quan pointed at the TV screen, so excited he nearly choked on his red flag cigarette. Uncle, Auntie. Xiao Xiao, look quickly. Lin's father and mother were startled, hastily looking up. On the screen behind Lin An's name, that emblem symbolizing the nation's highest will and law was shining brilliantly. Chen Quan waved his arms and legs, shouting at the top of his lungs. It's the Apocalypse Rider. Brother Lin An is the nation-certified Apocalypse Rider. There is only 1 slot per batch of Pathfinders. He is the nation's chosen son. Your current status is now Apocalypse family level, top tier. Lin An's live stream room was completely jammed. The number of concurrent viewers instantly surged to 100 million, but 80% of the bullet comments were full of rage. I don't accept this. I'm not convinced. This kid slept all day. How can he be the apocalypse? Rigged. It's absolutely rigged. Goddess Mu Shui fought to the death just to reach the top 5. And Zhao Tieju almost lost an arm to protect the intelligence. A well-connected guy ranked 13th. Based on what should he lead the nation? The old chief stood at the front, his gaze like a saw, his voice steady and powerful. Comrades, the battle for the apocalypse is a final life and death struggle. Mu Shui fought a bloody battle, and Tieju took the lead despite his broken arm. They are all heroes of Great Zia. With a shift in tone, the old chief's voice suddenly became incredibly solemn. But why at the final moment? Did we specifically select the person ranked 13th? Because of strategic movement. The tundra is a death zone. The previous batch of pioneers was completely wiped out. Only Lin An, this spark, took root. Him being alive is Great Zia's lifeline in the wilderness. Having said this, the old chief glanced at the data in his hand, preparing for the final concluding remarks. Although Lin An's current ranking is only 13th, that doesn't mean... However, before his words could finish, Lei Li below the stage suddenly waved his hands frantically, the expression on his face being extremely vivid. The old chief's brow furrowed slightly, so he gave a composed smile toward the camera. It seems more supplies have been uploaded. Then let us look forward to Comrade Lin An's final. As he spoke, the old chief elegantly turned his body, looking at the big screen behind him. The next second, his composed smile instantly froze, and his mouth opened to its absolute limit in slow motion. In just 5 seconds, Lin An's ranking had moved like a glitching rocket, slaying its way directly into the global top 5. Moreover, those his terrifying supply points were still soaring frantically. I pressed my palm against that crystal-clear ice sculpture. A bone-chilling coldness seeped into my sleeve through my palm. But at this moment, my hot blood was boiling. Detected Tier 1 large creature, giant horned mammoth. Completeness 100%. Uploading. Accompanied by the system's cold, mechanical notification tone, the holographic panel before my eyes suddenly jolted. The originally static points bar, like an awakened beast, started soaring frantically. 24,000 points. Global rank 2. I glanced at the leaderboard. That Lighthouse Nation participant, Little John, still had points significantly higher than mine. Almost simultaneously, the value of the first-place rank suddenly made a strange jump. The original 38,000 skyrocketed. Clearly, he was staring at the leaderboard, frantically clearing out his inventory. Reaction is quite fast. A cold smile curled on my lips. I could almost imagine him hiding in the dark shadows, frantically dragging corpses, trying to make up for quality with quantity in his pathetic state. Comparing foundations with me? Are you even worthy? I didn't stop. My figure darted across the massive glacial lake. Every time I touched one clearly, an ice sculpture turned into light particles and vanished. Following that, the numbers in the points column jumped at a dizzying speed. If this were ordinary hunting, even if the top person worked themselves to death for a month, they would only get 20,000 tons. But what I possess right now is an entire frozen tribe. Since you're going all out, then I'll make you lose so completely you'll be flipped upside down. Little John's points froze at 139,000. It seemed that was the limit of everything he owned. I took a deep breath, hands moving faster to touch the ice sculptures. The crisp notification tones were exceptionally piercing on the frozen plain. 144,000 points. It didn't even take the final minute. The top spot became dazzling. The rank 1 prefix was replaced by mine, I can imagine. The experts outside, and the audience who were just shouting. How spectacular the expressions on their faces must be. Those competitors, Mel, Ivan, and Zhao Tieju, seeing this hopeless astronomical figure, must feel like the leaderboard is a joke. Not until the points finally settled, at a terrifying 900,000, did I let out a long breath and stop moving. The surroundings were empty, the once dense forest of ice sculptures, left only crushed ice shards across the ground. Sigh, all that work for just this much. I shook my aching arms, turning to prepare to leave, only to find a little fellow by my feet who hadn't left. It was the little mammoth I had saved earlier. It tilted its head, those innocent large eyes staring fixedly at me. It seemed to wonder why its elders had suddenly flown away. It let out a cry, which sounded exceptionally piercing on the empty frozen plain. I couldn't help but smile, squatting down to pat its furry head. I pointed at the empty ice surface. Stop looking. Your aunts and uncles have all turned into my points. You should get going too, before I get hungry. 1 million points. I looked at that string of numbers on my retina, which had lost all practical meaning, and exhaled a long breath of white mist. On this first page of the wilderness world, I used this string of frantically jumping numbers to put on a miracle live stream for everyone on Earth. I couldn't see the bullet comments, but I understood the situation all too well. Great Jia compatriots must be celebrating, while the Western elites and Lighthouse Nation fans are probably stomping their feet, saying, "This is just luck. He just picked up a bargain like a janitor. How can he compare to a warrior like Little John?" I could guess those comments with my eyes closed. After all, relying solely on these frozen giant mammoths, though the points crushed the competition, it wouldn't be enough to shut them up. A Pathfinder needs more than just luck. They need power in this cruel world. Since I'm going to slap their faces, I'll do it thoroughly. I stood up and walked toward the depths of the cave. That was my final trump card. And the real killer move for tonight. My fingers touched the cold white fur, and a malevolent aura seemed to pierce through my entire body. It was a 3-meter-long snow demon wolf. Though dead, the pressure of a top predator was still terrifying. The puncture wound in its eye socket, was a masterpiece I carved personally with the bone spike. Let me show you what real hunting is. I exerted my strength, selecting the massive corpse and choosing to upload. Detected Tier 1 Rare Biological Creature, Snow Demon Wolf. Completeness, 95%. Fatal wound confirmed. Uploading. As the system notification fell, the points column, which had stopped, exploded once again. But I don't care about the numbers. I care about the message this corpse delivers. This wasn't scavenging. It was a head-on, life and death struggle. I imagine the live stream is deathly quiet right now. Are those experts who kept babbling about Colonel Kane and flattering Little John, feeling the sting on their faces? This snow demon wolf with its eye socket pierced through is the slap I've thrown at the entire world. This is the metaphor of Great Shia, I whispered to myself, a flash of joy crossing my eyes. Just then, the wilderness world suddenly stilled. The wind and snow seemed to freeze in midair. Following that, a grand, current, yet majestic voice exploded in my mind. Let the conquerors leave their names. The event has ended. It's here. I held my breath, my heart involuntarily beating faster. This isn't just about honor. It's the capital for survival. Rank 10, CV, deceased. Reward, multifunctional backpack. Rare. ×1, rare, great healing potion ×1. Great Austria's natural environment improved by 1%. Civi, that dead fellow. Even in death, he managed to take 10th. He can be considered a tough guy. The announcement continued. Rank 9, Jotiju. Reward, multifunctional backpack. Rare. ×1, rare, great healing potion ×2. Great Sia's natural environment improved by 2%. Brother Tieju's tense nerves relaxed. Upon hearing his name, his eyes moistening. I know his poisoning was severe, and he's been hovering on the edge of life and death. With 2 bottles of rare potion, I looked up at the night sky outside the cave. Though thousands of miles away, it felt as if I could see him recovering from the brink. Hang in there, brother. With this, your arm is saved. As long as you're alive, there is hope. And I will continue to dominate the peak with Great Shia's name. Meanwhile, inside Great Shia, it was as if a shot of adrenaline had been injected. The atmosphere was electric. The whole nation began to celebrate. The northern cold current suddenly softened. The outdoor temperature rose by 3 degrees against normal logic. Although I am in the wilderness and cannot see it, I can imagine the boiling scene back home. Countless compatriots cheering as the national fortune soars. Rank 6, Mu Shui. Reward, multifunctional backpack. Rare, ×1, legendary. Great healing potion ×1. Great Sia's natural environment improved by 5%. Immediately following, the top 3 rewards were announced. Global eyes locked onto the leaderboard. Rank 3, Mel. Reward, amphibious portable combat vehicle, legendary. Rank 2, Little John. Reward, Titan battlefield armor, legendary. Listening to the broadcast in my head, I raised an eyebrow slightly. Another set of combat armor? It seems the higher civilizations equipped these people to survive in even more brutal environments. But Little John actually took second. The Lighthouse Nation. Audience's faces must be swollen from the slap right now. Amidst intense public attention, the announcement for first place crashed down. Rank 1, Lin An. Reward, Overlord's Bow. Legendary. Great Shia's natural environment improved by 40%. Overlord's Bow, I muttered to myself, the corners of my mouth involuntarily curling up. However, before I could ponder the power of the bow, a colder, more mechanical, and majestic special announcement suddenly jolted my heart, making it skip a beat. Special announcement. 8th batch Pathfinder Lin An. Total score of 1.18 million. Exceeds the combined score of 2nd to 100th place. Triggering unique hidden achievement, Mythical Gap. Additional issuance of mythic grade rewards. Stood frozen, my breathing coming to a halt. Above legendary is mythic. Mythic grade title reward, Lord of Resources. The holder can trigger a massive materialization wave at any time or place, once per day. Reward 2, mythic grade survival blind box. I instantly understood the value of the title Lord of Resources. Materializing supplies anytime, anywhere. This means I no longer have to work like a laborer, trudging through the snow with hundreds of pounds of prey on my back. Even in a jungle, I could clear it out instantly. Just as I was recovering from the ecstasy, the system notification sounded once more. Special hidden reward distribution complete. All rewards have been sent to the personal inventory. Good luck, Pathfinder. Mythic grade survival blind box, colorful, has been deployed. Randomly dropped within a 20-kilometer radius centered on me. Looking at the treasure chest on the light screen, emitting 7-colored divine light, I rubbed my hands together in excitement, even vaguely seeing the shadow of an RV. But a second later, I saw the small print. Within a 20-kilometer radius. Not at 20 kilometers. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help but complain to the air. Finding a box in this icy world without cheating. Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack? Whatever. I have the eye of omniscience. I'll treat the search as a workout. As I was encouraging myself, I suddenly heard 2 sharp, ear-piercing whistles from the firmament. I hastily looked up. I saw 1 gold and 1 multicolored light. 2 meteors tearing through the night sky, falling in intersecting paths. The one with colors is the mythic grade one. The multicolored meteor drew a gorgeous trajectory and vanished beyond the far horizon. The other golden meteor dragged a long tail, crashing accurately and violently straight toward me, or rather, toward the center of the ice before me. My pupils shrank suddenly. I took off running frantically, my figure stumbling across the ice. Seconds later, the ice layer was as fragile as thin paper, smashed apart by a massive water column. The ice surged upward like an explosion. Splash! A few seconds later, the ice and snow from the sky came crashing down with a clatter. I scrambled up in a mess and rushed to the edge of the ice hole. The original flat ice had exploded into a 10-meter-wide crater, bottomless and dark. The lake water was churning violently. That golden light had just sunk into the depths. The cold wind swirled with ice shards, whistling past. I stood by the ice hole, my entire body stiff. Beside me, the little mammoth's limbs were trembling from fear. But I can't let a legendary-grade weapon fall into the water. I felt suffocated, my heart bleeding. That was my overlord's bow. No, I must fish it back to shore. I've made up my mind. Without hesitation, I began rapidly stripping off my heavy clothing. The ice water is bone-chillingly cold, but I absolutely cannot let this god-tier equipment disappear. Diving for 10 minutes is nothing for my constitution. The key is to get back on land before the ice surface freezes over. However, to be safe, I'll use my X-ray vision first to confirm the location. System. Refresh survival intelligence. The golden text on my retina reorganized rapidly, and the information that popped out made me pause. A sudden jolt. Today's survival intelligence. Discovered special resource. Giant horned mammoth. Using 2 portions of rare plant resources, can yield a sustainable supply of horns, wool, and meat. Legendary grade overlord's bow has sunk to the bottom of the glacial lake. Coordinates 787, 743. Distance approximately 17 meters. Ha! I froze, looking at the trembling little mammoth, then at the ice. Person and sheep stared at each other. Domestication priority is actually higher than fishing out a legendary weapon? I hesitated for 2.5 seconds and decisively decided. Fishing out the bow can be done any time, but this delivery of mobile must not be let go. If I can recruit it, whether it's pulling a cart or shearing wool for clothes later, it will be a mobile asset. Isn't this unlocking the animal husbandry tech tree early? Count yourself lucky. With a look of pained generosity on my face, I pulled out 2 ice crystal berries from my coat. These are treasures of rare white plant essence. Every single berry is round and full, worth a fortune. Here, you want some? I held the berries to its mouth. The originally wary little fellow's eyes lit up. Its tongue swept out, swallowing the fruit. A miracle occurred. As the fruit entered its stomach, its gray, dirty lanugo fell off in large patches, replaced by a coat of pure white, thick down. Its body expanded like a balloon, growing from half a person's height to nearly the size of a small donkey. Most shocking were the tender horns on its head, which were now covered in intricate golden patterns, exuding a sacred aura. Good grief, even on fertilizer you wouldn't grow this fast. I leaned in to feel its thick wool. The texture was excellent. The lead sheep in the deduction images had 4 golden horns. Could this abandoned little guy also gain the stature of a lead sheep under my superpower? The little sheep seemed to understand my praise. It no longer shrank away, but instead gently nudged my thigh with its gold-patterned head, its eyes full of dependence. Domestication successful. Obtained. Giant horned mammoth. Juvenile. Gold-patterned. Not bad. Since you'll be pulling the cart in the future, let's call you Xiaola. Xiaola let out a dejected bleat, seemingly dissatisfied with this careless name, but it obediently nuzzled my robe. Tucking away my clothes, I'm going down for a bit. Stay put. I took a deep breath, walked naked to the edge of the ice hole, and dove in. Splash! Entering the pitch-black lake water, the anticipated bone-chilling cold didn't wash over me. Instead, a strange warmth enveloped me. I raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing outside is minus 50 or 60 degrees, but the water temperature under the ice stays constant at 0 degrees. With my advanced cold resistance, this is practically like soaking in warm water in winter. As long as I don't lose body heat, this move is steady. I adjusted my posture and prepared to descend. The image on my retina flickered. The underwater world changed instantly. Darkness receded like a tide. I suppressed the immediate urge to catch fish, knowing the current goal is more important. I paddled my arms, following the green coordinates on my retina, diving rapidly like a flexible squid toward the silt at the lake bottom. There! A flash of golden light. That is my legendary grade weapon, the Overlord's bow. In this ice-cold water, Linan's fingers finally touched that cold latch. With a gentle press, there was a crisp click. Amidst the churning bubbles, the case suddenly sprang open. A dazzling faint golden light instantly illuminated the dark water. Obtained legendary grade weapon, Overlord's bow. It felt cold and heavy in hand. It is absolutely no ordinary item. Linan didn't even have time to look closely. He dragged the case and quickly surfaced. The moment he got back on shore, the matte black alloy luster reflected a sharp glint under the moon. This is the weapon for being rank 1. Not only was it full of mechanical industrial aesthetics, but the joints were also precision hydraulic pulleys. Even both ends were polished into sharp, diamond-shaped edges. But that wasn't even the most mind-blowing part. A flash of insight sparked in Linan's mind. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he triggered the mechanism. The bow actually folded in reverse, instantly extending into an 1.8-meter double-bladed spear. In combat, it's a bow for long-range attacks. In close quarters, it's a spear. This wasn't just one weapon. It was clearly 2 divine tools. Linan, that's not just intense. Taking a deep breath, he dove to the bottom again. He had to get some more. As soon as he went down, an arrogant, golden flash of light passed over his head. It was exactly that fat, rare ice carp. Linan exerted power from his core, and the Overlord's spear in his hand lunged out like a venomous dragon leaving its cave. I missed. It actually missed that golden light. The fish even turned back mockingly as others arrived. It vanished instantly. Unable to mess with it, Linan decisively turned his spear tip, locking onto a dark red fish shadow. Death's gaze. The scene suddenly slowed down. Before that big fish could even wiggle its tail, it was instantly pierced by the sharp blade. One strike, double kill. Nice. I can't bully the rare ones. But dealing with these trash fish is a total dynamic suppression. Linan, carrying his trophies, was about to leave contentedly. Who knew that after just 2 steps, his footsteps would suddenly halt? On the ice surface in front of him, there were actually several large fish scattered about, stunned by the shock. It turns out that when the legendary treasure chest crashed down earlier, the impact was too great. It didn't just smash through the ice, it even sent the fish flying out. This is basically getting them for free. Just then, the little mammoth that had been dazed nearby suddenly took off toward the water, happily running over and digging with its hooves. As if offering a treasure, it trotted back with a frozen fish in its mouth. Linan's head suddenly began to buzz. This sheep actually learned the skills of a dog? After a round of scavenging, Shola had unexpectedly picked up over a dozen fish, a full 15 pounds of meat. This wave of gains, a massive profit. On the way back, the wind and snow grew heavier. Linan pedaled the snow bike until both his legs felt hot. Huff, puff, wait up! Just then, a gray lightning bolt darted past him. Xiaola, this fellow, was so full of energy, it would dash ahead for a bit, and then circle back, tilting its head and looking at him with innocent big eyes. That look clearly said, "You're so slow. Did you not eat?" Linan's forehead throbbed slightly. This ungrateful sheep. I'll put you to work the moment we get back. After much effort, they finally returned to the original spot. As soon as he opened the system interface, several lines of bright red notifications made Linan's heart rate accelerate instantly. Battle of the Apocalypse. Physical attributes. Apocalypse. Communicating. and the path to class advancement functions are now open. Looking at his own attributes again, strength and constitution had both skyrocketed. His comprehensive quality was 4 times stronger than when he first arrived. This was already at the ace level of the Blue Star assessment system. However, the real bombshell was the next stage mission, Apostle of God. Explore the God's imprint. The first to successfully advance their class will receive a mythic grade reward. Mythic grade! Linon's pupils contracted sharply. He knew all too well the value of those words. To others, the wilderness was an unknown hell, but to him, who possessed the intelligence system, this was a blueprint with the route already drawn out. But before that, Linon glared fiercely at Xiaola, who was still licking its fur nearby. Think about it yourself. If you keep looking at me with those eyes, believe it or not, I'll stew you tonight. Facing Linon's threat, Xiaola didn't back down. Instead, it shook its head and leaped up high, sending a large cloud of snow splashing everywhere, slapping Linon directly in the face. While this man and sheep were fooling around, the atmosphere in other parts of the wilderness was completely different. Little John pointed at the sky and cursed loudly. Despite having an average physical constitution of 62 points, he could only stare helplessly at the mission. This is clearly prepared for a legend. Having no choice, he had to pack his bags. Even if the road ahead was dangerous, he had to migrate. At the same moment, on the coastline, Mel gazed at the surging waves and shouted. Her heart was bleeding. Her legendary reward was right down there, but going into the deep sea at 100 meters was a death sentence. Never mind the top spot. Whether she could stay in the front ranks next month was a question. Comrade Linon has sent a massive gift, nearly 1 million mammoths. Inside the meeting room, the old chief's voice was firm and resonant, instantly silencing everyone. Consuming this meat long-term can significantly improve the human body's functions. It is a true strategic resource. As for how to distribute it, the old chief waved his hand, and 3 ironclad orders were instantly issued. First, universal benefit. Prioritize supplying schools and families with children. A strong youth makes a strong nation, Elite special supply. Throw all of it to the 9th batch of pioneer seeds and special forces. Use the best meat to raise the fiercest soldiers. As for the rest, the old chief's eyes revealed a sharp edge. Put it on the international market for high-priced sales. If they want demonic beast meat, they must trade their core technology for it. Then, even bigger news arrived. The deployment of the 9th batch of Pathfinders has been moved up to 2 months. To assist the Apocalypse Rider, the nation began screening exclusive observers. The list on the screen scrolled. Every district had their designated people, except when the screen stopped on a certain avatar, it was a blank space. Apocalypse number 4. Linon. Observer, none. However, in the wilderness at this moment, Linon couldn't care about that at all. I can't escape. Even as he was traveling, those 3 melancholy gazes behind him were still fixed firmly on him. The blood congealed into 3 adult snow demon wolves. They approached silently in a triangular formation, low growls like rolling thunder rumbling in their throats, especially the one-eyed leader. Its eyes were full of cunning. At the critical moment of life and death, Linon made a frantic decision. He pulled out the last precious gold-swallowing berry, bit off half in one mouthful, and tossed the remaining half toward the light pillar. Shala, run in a different direction. These beasts are extremely violent toward the blood scent of their own kind. Staying together means a total wipeout. Shala swallowed it in one gulp, the berry's violent energy instantly igniting its blood. It didn't hesitate, diving into the wind and snow and racing away. Awu, the wild wolves, were instantly drawn by that energy. Greed surged in their eyes. They turned to hunt the young beast. Correct. The original certain death situation instantly became a 1-on-2. At the same time, inside Linon, who had swallowed half the berry, heat currents surged. Surged frantically. Strength plus 0.5. Constitution plus 1 point. The moment the stats skyrocketed, Linon flipped off the bike. The Overlord bow in his hand glinted coldly as he faced them. The remaining 2 snow demon wolves split up. They weren't in a hurry to attack at all. These weren't just animals, but killing machines draped in fur. The male wolf on the left suddenly pounced, like an out-of-control heavy tank charging through the snow. Its bloody maw went straight for the throat. Death's gaze. The world suddenly slowed down. Linon's body leaned uncannily to the left, avoiding the fangs by a mere millimeter. The Overlord's spear in his hand didn't retreat. Instead, using the giant wolf's forward momentum, he raised the spear blade and stabbed ruthlessly. Blood sprayed wildly. The sharp spear tip instantly ripped open the giant wolf's flank, disemboweling it. But before he could even catch his breath, the other lurking snow demon wolf seized this only opening. This was the perfect coordination of top predators. The first one was bait. This one was the finishing blow. His momentum was spent. He couldn't dodge at all. Since I can't dodge, then I'll trade life for life. Ruthlessness erupted in Linan's eyes. He forcibly twisted his upper body, using his left arm to shield his vitals, while his right arm thrust the spear. He exhaled sharply at the dark shadow in midair. Awoo! Two muffled thuds exploded simultaneously. Linan was sent flying, like a tattered rag doll. But the ambushing wolf fared even worse. Its chest was completely pierced by the Overlord's spear. Blood instantly froze into red icicles in the falling snow. One human heavily injured, two wolves at death's door. The standoff in this desperate situation had only just begun. As dawn broke, the cold system notification exploded like a funeral bell. Deaths today, 798 people. Listening to the broadcast, a bitter smile appeared on Linan's lips. He was just that close to becoming a number in that cold list. The live stream had just lit up, and the hearts of billions of viewers instantly sank. The screen was flooded with "holy crap" comments. In the frame, the two snow demon wolves were drenched in blood, while Linan stood swaying, the wound on his left arm horrific to behold. But in the next second, an eerie scene unfolded. The two bloodthirsty beasts didn't pounce. Instead, terror appeared in their eyes. Sizzle. White steam rose from Linan's wound. The energy from the berry he swallowed earlier erupted. The claw marks that were deep enough to show bone actually began to scab over at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the dominance of top-tier resources. Even the intelligent snow demon wolves were stunned. In the laws of the wilderness, injury equals death, but the human before them had broken all common sense. The two giant beasts looked at each other, backing away step by step, until they vanished into the depths of the wind and snow. Linan slumped onto the vehicle. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. I won the gamble. If not for that legendary-grade weapon, if I only had the entrenching shovel, I would have definitely died here today. Just then, the 3D map on his retina suddenly flashed. The green dot representing Xiaola wasn't just safe. It was flashing frantically. One moment it darted into a safe zone. The next it reached a small pond, even charging into a red danger zone, and then rapidly breaking out. Linan's mouth twitched. This sheep isn't running for its life. It's clearly playing in the snow. After eating 2.5 raw berries, this fellow likely has the potential of a lead sheep. Confirming the sheep was fine, an even more explosive message popped up. Today's intelligence refresh. Legendary grade survival blind box. Distance, 300 meters northeast. Right under his nose. Linan's eyes narrowed. Since the luck is here, I'll take it and head back. The snowbike let out a roar, carving a silver trail of light through the wind and snow. At the same time, the Blue Star Great Shia livestream was in a complete frenzy. Seeing that transforming spear, and seeing Linan force the wolf pack to retreat, countless people felt their blood boil with excitement. But even more people, seeing him covered in blood, felt their eyes grow red with tears. There is no such thing as free mutton. This was all snatched out of the jaws of death by the Pathfinder. Third Intelligence Center. Suwon stared fixedly at the screen, her nails digging into her palms. She no longer hesitated. That observer position, she was determined to fight for it. 10 minutes later, in the frozen Dragon Ridge, Linan struck down with his shovel. As the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, a dark golden glow was exceptionally piercing in the wind and snow. Obtained legendary grade survival blind box ×1. Linan didn't even dare to open it yet. He threw it on the bike, turned around, and fled, because the feeling of being watched on his back was getting heavier and heavier. In the rearview mirror, the depths of the wind and snow were far from calm. Countless pairs of melancholy, shadowy eyes lit up. It was the snow demon wolf pack. They had gathered quickly, trailing him persistently, like patient grim reapers. They would never stop until one side was dead. 20 minutes later, at the thermal cave. Boom! Linan used the last of his strength to push a massive rock and firmly block the cave entrance, then poured water to freeze it into an ice wall. Only then did he completely collapse onto the ground. He was too exhausted. His energy bar was empty. He didn't even look at the chest before falling straight into a deep sleep. However, while the citizens of Great Xia were celebrating, the international public opinion arena was doused with a bucket of ice-cold water. Rudolph, a specially invited survival expert at the Swiss Review Center, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and pointed at the person on the screen, his tone as cold as a blade. Great Xia viewers, don't celebrate too early. Although Lin An obtained the treasure chest, he made a fatal mistake. He has enraged the overlords of the tundra. Rudolph drew a heavy red line across the large screen. Being marked by a wolf pack means he cannot go out and cannot forage. In this race against time game, stagnation equals death. This is a dead end. I don't expect him to still be alive next month. No matter how much legendary equipment he has, he won't survive past next month. I agree. Mutton prices should have dropped long ago. The Great Xia viewers in the comments were furious. The atmosphere in the studio was tense and explosive, just as the expert Rudolph was pronouncing the death sentence for Lin An. The host, Julia's expression suddenly changed, and she urgently pressed her headset. Sorry, we have an emergency news flash. The image on the big screen suddenly shifted. A document stamped with the seals of 5 nations stunned the global audience. 5 nations, including the Lighthouse Nation and England, announced the formation of the Apostle Alliance. Effective immediately, a joint decryption center is established. Wilderness data will only be open to Alliance member states. This is a blatant technological monopoly. Before the audience could even recover, Rudolph, who was just bad-mouthing Lin An, reacted in a way that overturned everyone's perception. With a loud bang, the water cup on the table buzzed from the vibration. Rudolph suddenly slapped the table and stood up. His usual rational indifference had vanished completely, replaced by a flushed face full of violent indignation. This is simply absurd. At a time when all of humanity is at stake, you are engaging in monopolies? This is the act of a coward. This is an insult to the Pathfinders. The entire audience fell silent. Great Xia viewers were stunned. Who would have thought this so-called hater would actually be the first to stand up and roar for the public interest? At the same moment in the Westerners' world, in the thermal cave of the wilderness, Lin An woke up in pain. Even with the blessing of the divine medicine, those 3 deep claw marks on his left arm were still throbbing intensely. If I'm not careful, next time I encounter them, I'll be at it. He gripped the overlord bow beside him, his fingertips grazing the cold wind blades. If he had a good set of arrows, this bow would allow him to hit anything he pointed at within 100 meters. He wouldn't need to fight hand-to-hand at all. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Now that his left arm tendon was damaged, he had to have a new trump card to protect himself. Lin An took a deep breath, his gaze locked onto the dark golden chest in the corner. Legendary grade survival blind box. This was his only chance to change the situation. He dragged his injured body over, his trembling fingers pressing the latch. Click. The chest sprang open. There was no brilliant golden light, but rather a cluster of deep blue liquid mercury, slowly floating into the air, flowing with a deep intensity, as if it possessed a life of its own. Obtained deep blue diver. Legendary. ×1. Features. Free breathing underwater. Underwater movement speed increased by 300%. Lin An was stunned for a moment, then fell into a frenzy of joy. Those schools of attribute points at the bottom of the glacial lake. He could finally harvest them. Before, I was limited by oxygen and water pressure, and could only watch the ice carp while drooling. Now I have a second skin. That is the forbidden fire. The deep blue liquid spread from my fingertips, instantly covering my whole body and then turning invisible. There was no sense of restraint. Felt incomparably light. However, the mindset of the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream collapsed. Holy crap, diving? This is the most useless legendary equipment on land. Godlin's luck is truly something else. Giving you a diving suit on the tundra. It's over. The glacial lake is pitch black. Even with a diving suit, you won't see anything. What was trash in the eyes of the audience was god-tier gear in Lin An's heart. While the outside world was counting down the scenery, Lin An was already prepared for another attack. He took out the last piece of high-energy coal, ignited it, and began to cook. This time I must heal my injuries, then head into the water. Who would have thought that in this tundra, where there is only one way to die, I would actually be enjoying top-tier feast for the soul? This is called finding life in a dead end. Even if the high-energy coal is almost burnt out, even if the camouflage cloak is tattered, even if this godforsaken place gives me no way out, I still have a trump card in my hand. Watching the water in the stone pot boil, I reached back and took out from the frozen entrance a piece of treasured lightning-struck mammoth meat. Even for the sake of survival, I grit my teeth and threw them directly in. 3 incredibly precious rare resources. Ice crystal berries. Gurgle. Gurgle. The juice seeped into the meat. That aroma was practically creating a miracle in this frozen hell. All right, I can't wait for him. I picked up a slice of meat and stuffed it into my mouth. At that moment, it felt as if spring thunder exploded on the tip of my tongue. Immediately following, a cool chill slid down my throat, instantly turning into a rolling heat current. It rushed toward my crippled arm like crazy. I let out a muffled groan. Cold sweat broke out, that feeling of granulation tissue growing frantically, and the tendons being forcibly reconnected was enough to make one's scalp tingle. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, after I had finished every last bit of the soup and bones from this pot of silver star-grade cuisine, I tried moving my left arm, and that long-lost sense of power actually returned. This meal was comparable to a rare-grade healing potion. At this moment, the audience in my live stream was already dazed, while other Pathfinders were still worrying about a single sip of water, or even crying out from hunger. I had turned this into a top-tier mukbang scene. The jealousy levels were pushed to the max. However, just as I was fully resurrected after a big meal, the real world had turned into a complete mess. At the same time, Smith, on the other side of the ocean, was arrogant to the extreme. With a cold expression, he warned countries wanting to side with the East because that fellow named George had stats that reached 16 times that of an average person. He was on the verge of taking the first God's class, just when the whole world thought I was about to be left behind by this wave. Standing in the thermal cave, I stared at my attribute panel and had a crazy thought, looking at the pitiful 10% progress bar of death's gaze, and then at the mountain of 200 items piled in my shelter. Since experience points can be farmed, why should I settle for being a wealthy man? I will use this heaven-sent talent to forcibly forge a future. No sooner said than done. I took a deep breath, concentrated my will, and activated death's gaze. With a hum, the world instantly slowed down in my eyes. Every speck of dust was clearly visible. 2 seconds later, my stamina was exhausted. A sense of collapse hit me. I grabbed a handful of ice crystal berries and stuffed them into my mouth. As soon as my energy refilled, I immediately activated it again. Just like that. Activate. Collapse. Eat. And activate again. The audience in the live stream went completely insane. Everyone thought I had suffered a mental breakdown from the stress. Even foreign experts asserted that my state of mind was compromised. But they don't understand at all. This is the pay-to-win cultivation that only top-tier tycoons can afford. For 2 whole days, I didn't sleep or rest, forcibly eating every last bit of the 200 pounds of berries. Until the very last moment, I suddenly snapped my eyes open. The faint golden light deep within my pupils was countless times brighter than before. Not only did everything slow down by 90% in my eyes, but I could even clearly see the fatal line of death on living creatures. Death's gaze surged to 60%, 3.5 seconds. A full 3.5 seconds of frozen time. I clenched my fists, feeling that intoxicating power within my body. This extra 1.5 seconds is a divine gift in a life and death struggle. But this feeling of boldness didn't even last for 2 minutes, before reality gave me a resounding slap in the face. The fruit is all gone, and I'm about to go crazy from hunger. Looking at the large chunks of meat in my hand, I can only stare helplessly. There's no fire. In this tundra, where it's tens of degrees below zero, without fuel, eating raw meat is no different from swallowing ice cubes. That's just asking for a short life. System, search for combustible materials. I called up the panel like grabbing a life-saving straw. As a result, a line of text on my retina almost made me vomit blood. Search cost, 3 intelligence points, and I only had a pathetic 2 points left in my pocket. No money. Then I can only take a risk. To distract myself from the hunger, I turned my gaze toward the trophies in the corner. Since I can't go out, Then I'll start an arms race. I set my sights on that hard leg bone. Although I don't have a forge, this thing will definitely be a weapon of mass destruction once it's polished. The monotonous sound of grinding echoed through the cave. 2 hours later, 2 pale bone arrows took shape in my hands. I notched an arrow and drew the bow, although the string wasn't at full draw. That sense of locking on made my scalp tingle, combined with my current death's gaze. Within 300 meters, these are no longer bones. They are the Grim Reaper's scythe. I thought of Xiaola again. We haven't reunited yet. I simply decided to go all the way, using blood rabbit tendons and rat skins to craft a 10-meter composite rope for that fellow. Unfortunately, the final step required softening the material, and I was stuck at the no-fire hurdle again. At this stage, everything was ready, except for the spark of a flame. While I was dirt poor and struggling, inside the Great Jia Intelligence Bureau, the battle over my status had reached a fever pitch. The selection for my exclusive observer was down to the final 2 candidates. One was the analytical genius Su Wan, and the other was actually a legendary pathfinder who had lost a leg, Wu Jing. One was data-driven, the other was a practical expert. Even the military big shots were torn. Ultimately, they could only seal the 2 reports and wait for the final decision from the highest level. I forced myself to endure through the night. When the new day arrived, and the intelligence points refreshed, I almost screamed out loud. "System search!" 3 intelligence points were instantly deducted. My pupils immediately heated up. With a hum, a circle of pale blue radar waves centered on me, expanded frantically in all directions. The entire cave, in my eyes, turned into a precise 3D holographic map. Where is the fire? Where is the energy? My gaze swept across the ground, passing over a few withered black dwarf trees. Trash. My vision penetrated the rock layers toward the depths of the cave. A dense cluster of yellow light appeared. Moss. That's the petrified moss of the frost goddess. If I tried to burn that, I'd probably be asking for death. Just as I was about to despair, the radar scanned a bottomless crevice. On the west side of the cave, a cluster of dazzling black gold light flashed frantically on the map. High-quality coal mine. Large quantity, high combustion value. My pupils shrank suddenly, and my heart pounded wildly. I actually have a mine at home, and it's a freaking coal mine. This isn't just fuel. This is my life. I slung the alloy shovel over my back and dashed toward the depths of the crevice. As I passed the mysterious hall, driven by some strange impulse, I glanced at that stone bowl. This single glance made my footsteps freeze in place. In the stone bowl that was originally dry, another layer of crystal-clear liquid had actually accumulated. Obtained. Extreme cold. Divine. Brew time 0.2. Legendary. Legendary. Great divine brew. Is my luck perhaps a bit too heaven-defying? This is a gift from the goddess, and even more so, my miracle medicine. I didn't hesitate for a second, tilted my head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Gulp. The moment the icy coolness entered my throat, there was none of the expected resistance. Instead, it turned into a gentle warm current enveloping my whole body. But immediately after, this warm current acted like ignited wildfire, instantly detonating the accumulated energy within my body. I let out an uncontrollable low growl, my skin turning bright red all over. White steam, like a pressure cooker venting, erupted from my head and pores. Pop, crackle! Bones were snapping like popcorn, and muscles were reorganizing. This feeling was like being thrown into a forge, to be smelted and reforged. It was painful yet exhilarating. Strength, +8. Constitution, +8. Spirit, +8. Cold resistance skyrocketed by 20%. Awesome. A massive leap in all-around attributes. This concrete increase in strength made me drop off to sleep instantly, falling directly into a deep, infant-like slumber. And at this moment in the live stream, hundreds of millions of viewers were completely dumbfounded. At the same time, at the Great Jia Intelligence Center, Su Wan was facing the brink of elimination. After all, her opponent was the legendary pathfinder, Wu Jing. But just when everyone thought the matter was settled, the anomaly on the screen stunned everyone. Look, quickly, he is evolving. Su Wan stared at the screen, at the young man emitting white steam all over. Her beautiful eyes trembled. The gift of the gods is actually continuous. While the outside world was in a frenzy, my consciousness was pulled into an eerie dreamscape. A primordial temple so grand it was suffocating, pillars so high their tops were invisible, and a coldness that pierced straight through the soul. I saw her again, the frost goddess. Before I could even speak, a cold sigh exploded directly in my mind. Faster. There is almost no time left. Boom! The divine image dissipated. I jolted awake from the pile of white bones, gasping for air, with cold sweat soaking my back. It wasn't an illusion. The deity is urging me. That sense of urgency made my scalp tingle, and in the next second, a dark purple notification made my pupils contract. Congratulations on receiving the goddess's favor. The snow demon wolf pack's hostility has dissipated. The wolves have become neutral creatures. This is incredible news. A day and a night later, long-lost firelight danced within the thermal cave. With coal, my quality of life has soared instantly. The snow mammoth meat in the stone pot began to bubble. The rich aroma of meat mixed with a charred scent filled the entire area. I threw the woven 10-meter composite rope into the pot. As the fat soaked through, this gift prepared for Xiaola was a complete success. My vision returned to normal, and a crisp notification sound exploded. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary grade ability, God's Imperial Sight. I stood there with my eyes closed, savoring those brief 5 seconds. A God's eye view, if I had to describe that feeling. It was like suddenly logging into a max-level account, or rather, as if the Frost Goddess had opened a back door for me, allowing me to borrow a divine will to look down upon the timeline. Strong, it's absurdly strong. Suddenly, a crazy thought welled up in my heart. Since I can predict the future, does that mean... I suddenly grabbed the weapon by my feet. I grabbed the Overlord bow, drew an arrow, and notched the string. Aiming at the stalactite in the corner, I instantly drew the bow to its limit. With the golden wheel appearing deep in my pupils, the world once again became viscous and slow, and within my vision, a crystal-clear golden dashed line extended directly from the arrowhead, tracing a perfect parabola, firmly locked onto the tip of the stalactite. I tried shifting my arm, and that dashed line actually auto-corrected along with it. Holy crap! Isn't this side-eye view basically the legendary aimbot hack? My heart raced with wild thoughts. However, before this excitement lasted even 2 seconds, my vision instantly collapsed. A powerful wave of dizziness hit the back of my head like a sledgehammer. My legs went weak, and I nearly knelt on the spot. The Overlord bow in my hand dropped to the ground. I had to brace myself against my knees, gasping for air. My head was buzzing, and my stomach let out a thunderous, angry growl. At this moment, I realized the severity of the problem. This wasn't ordinary hunger. It was every single cell, screaming for energy. At the same time, the viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. What happened to Godlin? Wasn't he just looking incredibly cool a second ago? Is he bow-sick? Punching air one moment, shooting arrows the next. And now he looks this drained. Could it be carbon monoxide poisoning? Only I knew the truth. This so-called legendary grade ability is simply a bottomless pit. I only kept it on for 2 seconds, and my stamina was completely overdrawn. I turned my head to look at the stone pot nearby. My face instantly darkened. It was cleaner than my pockets. To grind my proficiency level, I had already burnt through my reserves. I must go hunting. Without a massive amount of high-energy food to act as fuel, I can't afford to run this cheat code at all. I packed my gear, took the coal, the Overlord bow, and the gift I prepared for Xiaola. Overlord Palace, and also a gift prepared for Xiaola. I stepped into the wind and snow once again, and the moment I stepped out of the shelter, the live stream's popularity instantly broke the terrifying 300 million mark. Countless foreign accounts flooded in. Even official researchers from various countries came with notebooks to steal my techniques. I am Annette from the White-Hair Nation, coming to learn from the Eastern Powerhouse. Is this the prestige of the top-ranked guy? His equipment is indeed impressive. Although the great Jia viewers acted tough, their palms were sweating. After all, those taunts from a few days ago about me, wasting food, were still fresh in their minds. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for me to slap those foreigners' faces hard. Rank 1. Wind Spirit Porcupine. Rare state. Foraging. I actually ran into this thing in my memory bank. This is a creature that looks like a badger, but is covered in a rainforest of blade-like quills, a lunatic. Its temperament is extremely violent. Once a battle starts, it's a fight to the death. Known as the suicide truck of the wilderness, the most disgusting part is its meat. sour, stinking, and inedible. Eating it is like having a mouth that hasn't been brushed for 7 years, stuffed with sauerkraut. But I licked my chapped lips, a flash of golden light appearing in my eyes. The meat might be trash, but its bone and tendon density is extremely high, with a hardness comparable to alloy. This is excellent material for making heavy bone arrows. Taking a glance, the energy level could still support one more God's imperial sight. I didn't hesitate for a second. I turned the bike around and chased after it. Want to run? No way! At the same time, the operator at Great Shia's first intelligence center held a finger over the button, looking nervous. Principal Wu? Should we connect now? Wu Jing, sitting at the command console, suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture to pause. Don't interrupt, he's hunting. Wu Jing leaned forward, his eagle-like eyes fixed firmly on the corner of the screen. His tone was certain. A 1.53-meter target. Landing, it's a wind spirit porcupine. The expert next to him grew anxious. Principal Wu. Data shows this creature is slightly poisonous. Did Lin An make a misjudgment, thinking it's edible? No. Wu Jing shook his head, a profound smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the wild, hunting isn't always for food. Perhaps it's for bones to make arrowheads, or for feathers to provide insulation. This kid is much smarter than you think. At that, a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Coincidentally, If that sharpshooter's skill from back then has regressed at all, intelligence agencies worldwide were waiting to mock me. The Lighthouse Nation analyst, David, even wrote the word inefficient heavily onto the file, scoffing that this was simply the behavior of a brainless brute. However, only Wu Jing, at the first intelligence center, suddenly sat up straight. He stared fixedly at the top right of the screen and barked a low order. There's a situation. Turn on pixel enhancement. Before he finished speaking, I had already flipped off the bike. At this moment, I seemed to merge with the swirling snow, taking the bow and knocking an arrow. Golden light flowed in my eyes. The chaotic wind and snow instantly froze into countless clear airflow channels. Right at the end of the snow, 200 meters away, a massive wind spirit porcupine alertly raised its head. Twang! The bowstring vibrated. The crude bone arrow burrowed into the airflow channel like a squid, instantly vanishing into the vast white world. Wu Jing's pupils contracted. This tension of man and bow as one made his own hands itch with excitement. The technician nearby cried out, target at the 2 o'clock position. Distance 210 meters! 210 meters. The military expert shook his head repeatedly. At this wind speed, an arrow flying 100 meters would deviate by at least 3 meters. It's absolutely impossible to hit, but on the screen, I had already put away the bow and gotten back on the bike. The snow bike hummed forward, but meters, 100 meters. As the distance closed, the mockery of the international observers gradually froze. When the snow bike stopped by the pile of rocks, the camera slowly zoomed in. On the massive carcass of the wind spirit porcupine, a pale bone arrow was deeply embedded in the left eye socket, leaving only a section of the still vibrating blue fletching. A one-shot headshot. The entire Great Jia Intelligence Center fell into a deathly silence. David from the Lighthouse Nation even snapped his pen. This completely violates aerodynamics, unless it's blessed by divine power. As the person involved, I only cared about the harvest in front of me. Obtained high-density leg bone. Rare ×2. This is excellent material for crafting heavy arrows, just as I was wondering how to handle the remaining poisonous meat. A notification sound nearly made me cut my finger. Observer Wu Jing is requesting to bind Principal Wu, that man who, relying on his seed machine constitution, consecutively dominated the rankings for 3 months, the great Sia King of Pathfinders, and also the idol I've always admired. My hands were shaking with excitement. I immediately selected Agree. Binding successful. A deep magnetic voice resonated directly in my mind. Comrade Lin An, please respond if you receive this. At the same time, on the National Fortune interface, a holographic image of Wu Jing appeared in the bottom right corner. This former god of war was now looking on with full appreciation. This is an encrypted channel. The live stream cannot hear us. What I say next is the key. The national think tank has formulated 4 core guidelines for you. First, strengthen the foundation and hoard resources. Prioritize surrounding resource richness to ensure your own development. No need to rush. Second, the planting plan. Use bat droppings as fertilizer to start farming on the edge of these sub-zero temperatures. This sounds like a complete fairy tale, but this is the national power of Great Xia. The planting plan proposed by Wu Jing made my scalp tingle. Once the technology is conquered, using geothermal energy and special coal chemical techniques, that cave will turn into a continuous production base. Living without worry about food or clothing is within reach. Before I could even recover from the shock, Wu Jing's tone suddenly became low and serious, carrying a hint of apology, along with an irrepressible excitement. Regarding the god's apostle mission, the state cannot help for the time being. But Lin An, listen well. Your sister Lin Xiaoxiao's surgery was a success. She has regained her sight. Your parents have also been moved to the capital special district. These words were like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering all the hard armor I wore as a hunter. My eyes instantly turned red, and my fingers gripping the dagger turned pale from the force. Why was I risking my life in the wilderness? Wasn't it so my family could live? So my sister could see this world? Thank you, country. My voice was trembling, choked with emotion and hard to speak. Wu Jing let out a hearty laugh, directly interrupting the sentimental atmosphere. You are the one who brought pride to the nation. No need for thanks. Now eat that wind spirit porcupine at your feet. What raw corpse? Wu Jing's judgment was extremely professional. Listen, your arrow was too fast. It directly severed the central medulla. The heat glands didn't have time to secrete, so it's full of nutrients. Right now, it is a top-tier tonic. I must follow the big shot's advice. I no longer hesitated, slicing off a piece of ruby-like leg meat and stuffing it into my mouth. It wasn't pungent as I had imagined. It melted in my mouth, sweet as honey. A rolling heat current instantly washed through my parched cells. The stamina I just exhausted was refilled in an instant. Awesome. It feels absolutely incredible. At this moment, I truly realized the joy of having a powerful backer. The communication was about to end, but Wu Jing dropped a bombshell at the very last moment. Before you head to the glacial lake, build a temporary shelter first. Additionally, you have a second observer. She will contact you tonight. Communication cut off. I stood there frozen. Another person? Judging by Principal Wu's tone, it seems to be a big shot in charge of scientific research. Since they're into research, they probably don't have much hair left. With suspicions of a balding big shot, I set out on the journey once again. Target: an abandoned operations site 1 kilometer away. However, as I crested a snow ridge, the sight before me made me slam on the brakes. Holy crap! In a snow hollow 30 meters ahead, 3 massive snow demon wolves were tearing at a carcass. Blood stained the snow red, and a strong scent of blood wafted toward me. I've been spotted. I instantly took my bow and nocked an arrow, my muscles tensed to the limit. 3 pairs of eerie wolf eyes looked over simultaneously, overflowing with killing intent. Just as the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream skipped a beat, a bizarre scene occurred. The lead wolf actually let out a snort, indifferently withdrew its gaze, and continued to lower its head to gnaw on the meat. Ignored. Blatant disregard. I raised an eyebrow. So this is the goddess's favor? I put away my bow, mounted the snowbike, and swaggered past just 20 meters away from the wolf pack. The live stream instantly exploded. This is insane! Those are the same snow demon wolves that mauled the White Hair Nation contestant yesterday. God, Lin, this is what a difference in strength looks like. At the same time, at Great Xia's first intelligence center, Su Wan stared into her makeup mirror. She had pulled 3 all-nighters. Just as she opened her eyeshadow palette, the hexagonal honeycomb grid made her movements stop abruptly. Honeycomb structure. Composite ice shield. The powder puff was tossed aside. She grabbed a lipstick, her expression manic as she sketched structural formulas on the mirror. The bright red lipstick, on the mirror's surface, left behind dense lines of mechanical analysis. This soon-to-be-appointed, balding big shot was clearly a complete madwoman. On the other side, I had successfully reached my destination. The abandoned bear cave was located on the leeward slope. The terrain was perfect, but I didn't rush inside. Instead, I carefully checked the surroundings. Rank 2 blood demon bear, departed 60 days ago. The lingering aura of the overlord here had actually become the best natural barrier. I pushed the bike into the cave. However, when my fingertips touched those claw marks, varying depths on the rock wall, the look in my eyes changed. An adult blood demon bear is 4 meters tall. This cave was a cramped dwelling for it. But for me, it was practically a luxury studio. I looked at this natural safe haven in front of me and couldn't help but snap my fingers. Nice! This is my second home in the wilderness. As long as I find Xiaola and place her at the entrance, it will be a fully automatic, constant temperature door curtain. Perfect. However, the Blue Heart Command Center was in an uproar, looking at the screen, where he was casually entering like his own backyard. Wu Jing's hand shook, spilling scalding tea all over the table. This kid's sixth sense is simply uncanny. Wu Jing took a deep breath, a look of both shock and relief appearing on his face. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in my ear. Observer Su Wan is requesting to bind. Su Wan? Judging by the name, it's a girl. I didn't hesitate, and decisively chose to accept. The next second, an intellectual and cool voice rang directly in my heart. Comrade Lin An, I am Su Wan. Please respond if you receive this. As the holographic projection lit up, my eyes lit up. Long, straight black hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a cold, elegant academic style. This beauty is incredible. But Su Wan clearly had no intention of making small talk. She rubbed her nose, her sharp gaze pointing at the ditch on the ground. Comrade Lin An, based on fluid mechanics, there is a problem with the position of your fire. I suggest moving it 30 centimeters to the left and installing a flat plate at the back. By utilizing the chimney effect of the rock crevices, the thermal energy efficiency will increase by at least 20%. Professional. I briefly simulated the airflow in my mind and understood instantly. If I didn't change it, the heat would all escape and dissipate. This is like an internal circulation heater. Darn. Is this the top-tier support assigned by the state? I love it. Without a second word, I immediately started making the adjustments. Just then, Su Wan's signature cool voice softened quite a bit. Comrade Lin An, your sister Lin Xiaoxiao wrote a letter. Do you want to hear it? While I was busy, Su Wan's cold voice suddenly gained a hint of warmth. Your sister Lin Xiaoxiao's letter. Do you want to hear it? Yes! I snapped my head up, staring fixedly at the screen. Su Wan slowed her speaking pace, as if transforming into my sensible sister. Brother, the sky is very blue, I can see it. I've gotten a bit chubbier, and I've made friends too. We are waiting for you to come home for dinner. At this moment, only the sound of the campfire, crackling, remained in the cave. I took a deep breath, my chest feeling hot, and my eyes stinging. The exhaustion accumulated over a long time melted away instantly, replaced by a fighting spirit enough to burn through the glacial edge. Thank you, country. I will definitely follow all arrangements. Before the communication disconnected, Su Wan gave a faint smile. Survival is not easy. May you return still a youth. Good night. The screen dimmed. I sat by the fire, unable to calm down for a long time. Before, I was a lone wolf. When I encountered problems, I could only endure them alone. But now with a top-tier brain like Su Wan, even in this polar hell, I dare to venture forth. I glanced at the national fortune rankings. The leaderboard changed completely. The top spots were all filled with apocalypse chosen, certified by various nations. Clearly, they had all received national empowerment, and their survival efficiencies skyrocketed exponentially. Meanwhile, Bai Xisai, along with Little John from the Lighthouse Nation and Mel from England, had actually all disappeared from the front ranks. It seems everyone is like me, choosing to hide our strength at this stage. Closing the rankings, I set up a bone shard warning device at the cave entrance and fell into a deep sleep. However, the real challenge was just beginning. In the early morning, frighteningly low air pressure startled me awake. A blizzard is coming. I set out immediately. 10 minutes later, on my retina, a familiar light point appeared on the map. The next second, I slammed on the brakes, hardly able to believe my eyes. That dark shadow strolling leisurely on the ice. After not seeing it for just 2 days, its size had actually surged, almost reaching the size of a small calf. The live stream exploded instantly. Foreign viewers were cursing my good luck, while more people were wondering how I would hunt this wilderness horned wolf. But no one expected that I would actually shout Xiaola at it. Even more absurdly, this beast actually responded through the mist. Xiaola snapped its head up, 4 hooves flying, charging toward me like a small white tank. Stop, 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 don't crash. I dodged the tank collision sideways and pulled out the specially prepared large bone I had ready. Xiaola's tongue swept up, wetting its squinted eyes. its tail wagging like a propeller. "Your growth is quite impressive." I patted its thick back and looped the rope around its neck. "Xiaola." "Let me see your limit!" Xiaola shook its head excitedly, spread its 4 legs, and began to bolt. Whoosh! A powerful force pinned me back instantly. Sitting on the snow bike, I felt like I was in an out-of-control luxury sports car. This is no sheep. It's practically a low-flying missile. Its 0 to 100 acceleration is definitely under 2 seconds. "Whoa, brake!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, but Xiaola didn't listen at all. The more it ran, the more excited it got. "At this rate, we're going to flip over." Seeing that communication was useless, while speeding at high velocity, I did a side roll and jumped off the snow bike. I rolled several times before shedding the momentum. I climbed up and brushed the snow off my head, looking a complete mess. In the distance, feeling the weight lighten, Xiaola finally came to a stop. It turned around, tilted its head, and looked at me. Its eyes were filled with mockery. "That's it?" My lip twitched. My mind is blown. This fellow is definitely looking down on me. In the live stream, countless viewers instantly burst out laughing. "Holy crap, that was too cool." Is God Lin filming How to Train Your Sheep? Bad news, the sheep has gained human intelligence. Good news, it looks down on its owner. Foreign netizens were so salty their back teeth were grinding. "Fuck, this is unfair. He must be cheating for that great Jia guy. He's just a fraud." At the first intelligence center, Wu Jing slammed the table and stood up, his eyes flashing. "Contact the Ministry of Agriculture. Find me all the top animal trainers. I want a detailed domestication guide, specifically for the horned tundra horse sheep. This is the boldness of a state machine. While I am still surviving on the glacial edge, an entire team of experts is standing behind me, shifting the focus back to the glacial lake. The real main event is here." I dug through the ice, and in one motion, unzipped my down jacket. As the heavy clothing slid off, the legendary grade, deep blue diving suit finally revealed its true form. The matte blue luster and the flowing, pure black patterns were like liquid metal, perfectly contouring to every one of my muscles. The upper collar wrapped around my nose and mouth, leaving only a pair of cold, sharp eyes visible. At this moment, the live stream completely exploded. Female fans screamed for their husband, while male fans looked at the sci-fi-esque equipment, drooling all over the place. "So cool! What kind of a Seta god of war is this? This is the true prestige of legendary grade equipment. Xiaola, guard the entrance!" I gripped the Overlord's spear. In this moment, I was like a killing god about to enter the sea. Splash. Entering the water silently, I turned into a deep blue torpedo, instantly vanishing beneath the deep, bone-chilling surface of the lake. At the same time, alarms blared in the Great Xia Command Center. My God, the drag coefficient is almost 0. There's no oxygen tank or mask, yet it can automatically electrolyze water molecules. Over a dozen experts watched the data jumping wildly on the screens, their jaws dropping in shock. His instantaneous speed is 5 times that of a normal human. This isn't diving. This is practically using a cheat code underwater. Even Wu Jing, who had seen it all, couldn't help but tighten his grip on his thermos, secretly sighing. If I had this gear back then, I would have secured the title of King of Pathfinders long ago. However, the experts soon discovered a fatal problem. This is bad. Beyond a depth of 15 meters, it's absolute darkness. Linan won't be able to see his prey at all. Can't see, not a chance. Beneath the glacial lake, I was enjoying an unprecedented shock. There was no bone-chilling cold, only a warmth akin to taking a bath. No effort was needed to catch my breath. Breathing was as smooth as being on land. Being like a fish in water is exactly this. Crisis intelligence, activate. In the darkness, a red dot instantly lit up on my retina. Rank 1. Amphibious cave carp. Even if it's pitch black, in front of my system, it is as exposed as if it were under a spotlight. Let me show you what true speed is. I kicked my legs powerfully. There were no fancy moves, only extreme speed. The Overlord's spear accurately pierced the gills, pinning it dead. Now this is what you call an instant kill. Crack! The ice surface broke open. I climbed out of the hole with one hand and casually tossed the still twitching big fish onto the ice. Thud. Immediately after, without any nonsense, I dove back into the water. The entire process was smooth and seamless, so fast that even Xiaola nearby was dazed. Did a black rat just scurry up? In the live stream, Hundreds of millions of viewers looked at that big fish that hadn't even died yet and fell into an eerie silence. It took a full half-minute before the bullet comments exploded frantically. "It's already over? My instant noodles aren't even ready yet. And you're already done, Godlin? Is this the true value of legendary great equipment? Next door, Tiaju has been stabbing air all morning, while Godlin finished the battle in 2 minutes. Too brutal, but I love it. Don't even mention Brother Tiaju. His baiting game was just weak, while the online comments were still joking around. Great Sia's first intelligence center fell into a deathly silence. A room full of top scientists stared at the screen, their pens frozen. It's too fast. 5 minutes faster than even the most optimistic prediction. Wu Jing looked as steady as an old dog on the surface, but his heart was already churning with stormy waves. If that person from back then had this kind of skill, I wouldn't be able to catch up even if I broke another leg. He took a deep breath and immediately ordered, "Continue observations. Send him the latest ecological structure map. This is the state machine, forever my strongest backbone." The underwater world is terrifyingly silent. I adjusted my posture, heading straight for the deeper valley floor like a black squid. This time the goal is clear. It isn't for physical attributes, but for what that frost goddess specifically asked for, the glacial pearl fish. 20 meters, 30 meters. The light here has been completely swallowed by darkness. Water pressure squeezes in from all directions, but the legendary diving suit on my body is simply incredible. A light blue membrane formed on the mask. The deep water pressure that would be enough to burst a normal person's eardrums. Feels like a light breeze to me. It's deep, but it's also really something. In the darkness, I activated crisis intelligence. My vision was filled with red fish silhouettes, even some 1-meter-long underwater bullies, but I didn't give them a single glance. Finally, after swimming past a cluster of jagged rocks, a dazzling golden stream of light stung my eyes. Found it. Rank 1 glacial pearlfish, rare. Its size is a whole circle larger than the previous one. It's practically a swimming gold bar at the bottom of the water. I immediately held my breath, using momentum to quietly close in. I know how this thing behaves. Its explosive power is extreme. At the slightest movement, it will vanish instantly. Just as I reached a distance of 2 meters, that gold bar flicked its tail, clearly sensing the killing intent. Want to run? No way. God's imperial sight. Ha! Time seemed to become viscous and stagnant at this moment. Within my vision, that glacial pearlfish suddenly split off a golden phantom, rushing toward the stone crevice on the left at extreme speed. By seeing the future, I can intercept the future. The corner of my mouth curled up. My wrist turned slightly. I ignored its actual body entirely and used all my strength to fiercely strike toward that phantom. Thud! 2 seconds later, the golden light stopped abruptly. Prediction successful. That slippery rare fish was now firmly pinned down by the Overlord's spear. This is my true strength. Ice cracking 4 strikes. I broke through the ice with one hand, appearing as composed as if I were in my own swimming pool. A half-meter-long fish, its body looking as if it were forged from fireflies, was tossed onto the ice by me. Sholan Arbai was stunned, staring with its big eyes while jumping around the fish. "Move aside. You can't bite through this thing." I pressed down on its head, teaching it that a sheep must be steady. Otherwise, how are you going to pick up ewes later? The moment my hand touched the large fish, a faint vibration came from deep within my mind. It was a hint from the goddess. She wanted this thing as a sacrifice. I stared at the fish on the ground for 2 seconds, then decisively shook my head. No, this is too small. Using such a small fry to fool a deity. Do I want to keep my dignity or not? I must get a fish king. I'll enjoy this one myself. At the same time, on the other side of the blue heart, Julia, the female host of the Swiss Wilderness Review Center, was speaking eloquently to the camera. Regrettably, Great Zia's Lin An has been making very chaotic decisions lately. Some experts even believe he is wasting the precious hunting window. Before she could finish, the director suddenly cut the feed. The screen perfectly captured the image of me holding that firefly-like fish, which looked like a work of art, and casually tossing it into a box. The whole audience erupted. Julia looked at that large fish, which was almost causing the image to overexpose, and the expression on her face instantly stiffened. Then she did a 180-degree turn. My God, this is perhaps the magical wisdom of the East. The expert next to her also immediately changed his tune. Exactly. The high-level officials of Great Xia are indeed far-sighted. This wave didn't just slap the experts' faces, it left the global audience completely stunned. However, over the next 3 hours, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The glacial lake, which was originally rich with resources, suddenly became stingy as a miser. I roamed underwater, like a ghost for 3 hours. Forget about a fish king. I didn't even see a single fish scale. Something's wrong. I hovered in the deep water zone. I clearly felt the air pressure above me, dropping off a cliff. The blizzard is coming. Just as I was preparing to surface and retreat, a static hiss suddenly came through the earpiece. "Comrade Lin An, please respond if you receive this." It was Wu Jing. "Lin An, to make a long story short, the expert team has made a major discovery." Wu Jing's voice carried a reassuring calmness. "According to anatomical analysis and model projection, those glacial pearlfish are bottom-dwelling scavengers, a species of bottom feeder." I glanced at the clean white fish in my hand. It didn't look like one. Also, with the blizzard approaching, large fish would normally surface for oxygen, but these bottom feeders will all burrow into the silt at the valley floor to hibernate. Whoosh! A single sentence woke me from my dream. No wonder I couldn't find them. It turns out these grandsons have all hidden in the mud. This is the benefit of having the motherland at my back. When I am lost on the front lines, there's an entire think tank behind me helping me cheat. One word. Awesome. But the filter in my mind was instantly punctured by Wu Jing himself. Of course, this is just a speculation. The specifics still depend on you. National advice is for reference only. Listen to that. It's called top-tier humble bragging. Before I could even complain, Wu Jing immediately dropped a bombshell. The expert team believes there is a fault zone at the bottom of the valley, with a high probability of geothermal vents below. It's a breeding ground for crustaceans, which is the primary food source for the glacial pearl fish and other golden tier species. At this moment, I admit, I was tempted. The 5-minute encrypted communication ended. I once again felt the bitterness and hard work of the national think tank. Fault zone code. I glanced at the system panel on my retina. Stored intelligence points, 1. Although it was painful, this must be done. System. Exchange for environmental intelligence. My only remaining savings were instantly cleared. A golden circle of light spread frantically with me at the center. The previously pitch-black unknown waters were now reconstructed before my eyes. The next second I gasped. Just 1 kilometer ahead, a massive crack, like a wound hacked open by a primordial giant, lay across the lake floor. On the holographic map, that crack emitted an orange-red geothermal glow, resembling a bloody bone. The Golden Corridor really exists. This group of big shots for the state are simply gods, based only on a single fish carcass. They forcibly deduced the entire ecological chain. This is the heritage of a great nation. I continued to look along the map, but my gaze suddenly froze. On the cliff at the edge of the fault zone, a jagged maw that seemed to swallow the abyss gaped open, the bottomless hollow. And the mark given by the system was actually a never-before-seen purple-black glow. Extremely dangerous. My heart skipped a beat, even though that hollow was a full 3 kilometers away. From the Golden Corridor, this kind of unknown fear made my scalp tingle. Forget it. I'll go to the Golden Corridor first. But these 3 kilometers of waterway consumed too much stamina. I must travel on the ice. As soon as I burst out of the water, the violent blizzard slapped me like a flurry of strikes. The world was a vast expanse of white. Ice shards flew around like bullets. The most deadly part was facing the wind. Praise the frost goddess. Can you turn the wind down a bit? The wind grew even stronger. I could barely push the snowbike forward. Just when I was in a dilemma, Su Wan's calm voice echoed in my heart. Lin An. Regarding the control method for Xiaola, the expert team has a conclusion. Through structural analysis, this is likely the lead sheep of the flock. Its intelligence is extremely high. Also, the state hopes you develop steadily. Don't push too hard. Communication disconnected. My heart felt warm. Since the country is being so supportive, I can't let them down either. Xiaola, come over for a lesson. Braving the wind and snow, I began to operate according to the expert team's tutorial. First, a slap on its left flank. Xiaola's body tilted. Sure enough, it turned left. Then I slapped the right side. It turned right. I have a steering wheel now. What about the brakes? I thought back to those stupid sheep jumping off the cliff earlier. Once this thing starts running, it doesn't listen at all. Since it's the lead sheep, My gaze fell upon that majestic, large golden horn. I tentatively tapped it twice with the shaft of my spear. Whoa! The originally restless Xiaola went silent instantly, its 4 hooves seeming to be fixed onto the ice. It worked. Left flank for left turn, right flank for right turn, and tapping the horn for the brakes. Later on, this fellow actually learned to anticipate my commands. Everything was ready. I reharnessed the rope set, flipped myself onto the snow bike, and roared toward the front, "Xiaola, full speed ahead!" With an excited long cry, Xiaola's 4 hooves chiseled into the ice like pile drivers, exploding with a terrifying force that pinned me back. Holy crap. Before I could even sit steady, an incredible scene occurred. During the high-speed charge, the main horn on Xiaola's head actually lit up with a glowing golden light, as if transforming into a high-speed rotating drill. The violent wind and snow coming head-on were ruthlessly torn apart the moment they touched the golden horn. In the midst of the white disaster covering the sky, it forcibly drilled out a vacuum wind tunnel. Whoosh! I, along with the bike, turned into a bolt of golden lightning, piercing straight toward the distant target, the underwater golden corridor. At the Blue Heart Building's first intelligence center, the images on the Apocalypse command screen made the entire hall boil over instantly. Beautifully done. Wu Jing set down his thermos, his face full of smiles. At this moment, Su Wan's fingers were still moving like a blur across the keyboard. This genius girl, who had just stepped out of the pain of losing her loved ones, stared at the biochemical molecular formulas without looking up. The stomach acid of the horned tundra. Horse sheep contains rock-decomposing enzymes. Wilderness forage isn't enough. Special feed must be formulated. Looking at her thin yet determined back, a hint of heartache flashed in Wu Jing's eyes. Finally, his gaze locked back onto the figure in the screen, racing through the wind and snow. Young people really give it their all. Meanwhile, at the wilderness tundra, along with a roar from Xiaola beneath me, the charge that tore through the wind and snow came to a sudden halt. I stopped steadily above the fault zone. I glanced down at this time. 1 minute and 40 seconds. I couldn't help but gasp. A speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and this is on a tundra with level 12 headwinds. A Blue Heart cheetah is only at this level, but in the wilderness, this speed simply defies physical common sense, as expected of the state-certified lead sheep. There's nothing to criticize about those legs. Good job. I hopped off the sheep but didn't rush to break the ice. I pulled out that rock-hard frozen porcupine leg from my coat and tore into it, swallowing large bites. A warm current exploded instantly, coursing through my limbs as the stiffness dissipated. Stamina fully restored. Constitution plus 0.15. Strength plus 0.1. This is the power of rare-grade magic beast meat. I didn't stop. My alloy shovel slammed fiercely into the bluish hard ice beneath my feet. Crack! Ice cracking 4 strikes. A hole 1 meter in diameter appeared. Below, the dark lake water surged with bone-chilling cold. Watch the bike, I instructed. The deep blue diving suit cut through the water surface as I dove headfirst into this unknown abyss, holding the Overlord's spear, 30 meters underwater. The strange thing was, the further I dove, the warmer the surroundings became. It was as if I were approaching a giant boiler. The geothermal energy from the fault zone is showing its power. With the guidance of crisis intelligence, those hideous denizens in the darkness have nowhere to hide. Wrist-thick blind eels bearing terrifying fangs, black stone rock turtles lurking in the rock crevices, and scarlet eels waiting for their chance to move. This is a complete and brutal deep-water killing chain. Looking at these walking experience packs, my heart is racing. This isn't just a lake. It's a treasure trove of resources. It's a pity I don't have a net in my hand. I suppressed the impulse to hunt and continued to dive like a ghost. While I was exploring the abyss, the Blue Heart live stream exploded. A series of international breaking news stories detonated public opinion like depth charges. Lighthouse Nation's George succeeded in his sacrifice. Strength increased by 10%. England's David succeeded in his sacrifice. Western Apocalypse Chosen succeeded one after another. The arrogant flames of the Alliance of Gods instantly ignited the anger of the Eastern audience. Why is it only them? Where is the East? Where are our people? Amidst the universal anxiety, Great Xia officials finally spoke. Great Xia's Yu Yi sacrificed. Purple mist gourd flower, constitution increased by 10%. As soon as the news broke, The entire internet boiled over. But this was only the beginning. Everyone's gaze refocused once again on that figure still diving deeper. Who can become the first god's apostle? The prelude to this legendary gamble has just begun. Back to the glacial lake, 50 meters underwater. The gentle lake floor disappeared, replaced by a bottomless, U-shaped geological crack. My feet stepped into soft silt. A faint scent of sulfur seemed to linger around my nose. Water temperature, 8 degrees Celsius. It's a natural greenhouse, I thought to myself, although it was absolute darkness to the naked eye. Within my field of vision, the world was different. This deathly abyss is being unmasked layer by layer. The next second, my scalp tingle. In the silt below, and on the rock walls on both sides, there were dense clusters of pale gold light. They were layered upon one another, packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Stretching from this end of the crack to the edge of my vision, countless sleeping creatures converged into a brilliant golden river flowing deep within the Earth's crust. This is the legendary Golden Corridor. I shuttled above the Golden River, my heart pounding incessantly. This doesn't just mean that my personal strength will see explosive growth. More importantly, this glacial lake will be Great Shia's lifeline in the wilderness. As long as we secure this place, compatriots who arrive later will have the resources to resist the cold. They can build a base in this extreme polar hell and form a perfect self-sufficient loop. At this moment, I seem to see the hope of Great Xia rising in the wilderness. But for now, I must first be a picky fisherman. Among these tens of thousands of fish, I want to find the king. 1.2 meters, too small. 1.5 meters, mediocre. 1.8 meters, a fine specimen, but still not enough. I shuttled through the schools of fish for a full 4 hours, my eyes almost going cross-eyed. There are just too many. This kind of happy problem is simply maddening. Forget it. I'll just take this 1.8 meter one. Just as I was about to compromise, my peripheral vision suddenly shifted toward the darkness, deeper in the crack. I haven't been there yet. I thought that Golden Corridor was already the bottomless limit, but who knew that in the next second, my worldview would be completely crushed. Right at the deepest part of the rift, purple gold blazing sun that dwarfed all other light points was lurking in the darkness. Legendary grade life form discovered. Rank 1. Glacial pearlfish, legendary. Length, 2.5 meters. This is no ordinary fish. This is an underwater behemoth. It lay beside the thermal current, each scale as large as a palm. Its 2 barbels were like swimming snakes. That mouth alone could swallow me whole. The Fish King. I found it. I gripped the Overlord's spear tightly, my heart pounding wildly. While it's hibernating, this is the only chance to hunt it. For a sure kill, I activated my trump card without hesitation. God's Imperial Sight. The world instantly slowed down. The moment I approached, this behemoth actually sensed the killing intent. A golden phantom tried to dodge. A trick? Want to run? My gaze sharpened, and my arm struck out like a torpedo, stabbing fiercely toward the gap in its spine. This strike felt as if it had hit a bronze wall. The massive recoil numbed my hands, and I was sent flying backward. Not only did it fail to break its defense, it only left a white mark. This is bad. It's not that the weapon is poor. The water resistance is too great, and my strength, in the face of a legendary creature, is simply not enough. This strike completely enraged this invincible overlord. Amidst the churning silt and sand, it didn't flee. It executed a fierce tail swipe and opened its bloody maw full of barbs, snapping directly at my head. A life-or-death instant. My adrenaline surged, and I forcibly activated the time slow again. God's Imperial Sight. 4 seconds. Only 4 seconds. I was about to be bitten in half, along with my spear, by this giant mouth. In my desperation, within the vision of Crisis Intelligence, a piercing red dot suddenly exploded, right at the connection between the upper jaw and the gills. That is the only soft flesh, and also the divine will of the goddess in the dark. Die! I forcibly adjusted my position in the water. Facing the giant mouth, I counterattacked instead of retreating. The Overlord's spear's trajectory was precisely corrected. I thrust it violently into that red dot. Squelch. The spear point sank deep into the flesh, straight into the brain. The Fish King's massive body gave a sudden, violent convulsion. After a few movements, it finally hung down limply. I won. Looking at this trophy larger than myself, I dragged it to the surface and tossed it onto the ice layer. The sacrifice begins. I took a deep breath and assumed a posture of devotion toward the starry sky. Great frost goddess, this is the king prepared for you. In an instant, the gale ceased its flow, and the flying snow suspended in midair. The entire wilderness world seemed to have its pause button pressed. In this absolute stillness, the Fish King, which was originally dead, actually opened its eyes. Its golden pupils were full of clarity. It gave me a slight flick of its tail, then transformed into a stream of light. Swimming toward the firmament through the static snowflakes, the dark clouds dissipated, and the galaxy shone brightly. Billions of stars slowly converged in the night sky, actually forming a majestic and beautiful face. That was the frost goddess, a perfect sacrifice. I am very satisfied. The vast divine voice exploded in my mind, followed by a terrifying warm current, rushing into my body like a flood breaking through a dam. Ding! First sacrifice perfect. Strength plus 10%, Constitution plus 10%, Spirit plus 10%, Advanced cold resistance plus 25%. I had no time to rejoice. Intense pain instantly devoured my sanity. Muscle fibers were forcibly torn and reorganized, and bones popped loudly. Blood raced like lava. Extreme hunger. The fire of purification burned through my body. Every cell was screaming, demanding fuel. My eyes turned bloodshot. I grabbed the porcupine meat from my coat and stuffed it into my mouth ravenously, not even having time to chew. Not enough, the precious ice vein berries. I swallowed them in one go. But it still wasn't enough. This hunger was like a black hole, threatening to consume me entirely. I lunged toward the metal box nearby and grabbed a cold raw fish. I sliced it open with a knife and devoured the bloody fish meat in large gulps. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, until I had eaten all my stock. That deadly hunger finally subsided. I slumped on the snow, feeling this brand new body, filled with explosive power. At this moment, I am certain, if I encounter that Fish King again, I could absolutely crush it with my bare hands, and without even using God's imperial sight. Looking at this massive thing in front of me, I suddenly noticed something wrong. The originally shimmering purple-gold scales had now turned as dull as stone. They felt as dry and brittle as dead wood to the touch. The essence is gone. In the sacrifice just now, the goddess didn't just drain the Fish King's energy, she also enhanced me in the process. Physical attributes increased by 10% across the board. This is a massive profit. I glanced at the panel, my heart racing. Strength 53.3, Constitution 57.6, and Spirit is as high as 76.2. Current me, my overall Constitution is 6 times that of an average person. Even among the top tier of the 7th batch, this is a dimensional strike. But looking at the petrifying carcass before me, an extremely bold idea suddenly popped into my head. Since the National Fortune light screen hasn't detected the essence loss yet, can I exploit a bug? After all, I am the master of resources. Uploading. Detecting rating. Legendary. Critical donation multiplier. 10,000 times. It worked. The Fish King's body dissipated into spots of light. I couldn't help but pump my fist. For a fish this big, it's at least 600 pounds of meat. A 10,000 times donation means a full 6 million pounds. Even though the essence is gone, it's definitely enough to nourish those big research bosses. This is what you call a win-win. Looking at Xiaola, who was dumbstruck beside me, I chuckled. Don't stare. It has achieved perfection and ascended. Let's go home. Meanwhile, although it is late at night in Blueheart, the Wilderness Sphere Forum has completely exploded. Before this, it was the showground for the Sakura Nation's Pathfinder, the Son of Water. The screen was filled with his achievements in hunting deep-sea octopuses and giant sea monsters. Who else? We are the masters of the ocean. Other countries are still fumbling in the dark, while we are conquering the deep sea. Arrogant comments flooded the screen, until the great Jia, official account silently posted a single picture. Legendary grade Fish King, glacial pearlfish, body length 2.5 meters. Its entire body glowed with purple gold, and its majestic vertical pupils seemed to look down upon all living beings. This is not a fish. It's an underwater emperor, even a work of art. Holy crap! Are those scales made of steel plates? The Son of Water caught a monster, but God Lin caught a deity. So this is what legendary grade looks like. Did God Lin go down there in a mecha? The faces of fishing enthusiasts worldwide were being slapped hard. Tonight is a carnival for Great Jia. At the Apocalypse Command Cafeteria, Wu Jing, leaning on his cane, was awakened by the sheer force of the aroma. Looking at the researchers whose faces were glowing with health, he suppressed his shock and finished 3 large bowls of legendary fish soup in a row. So delicious, as expected of Lin An. Wiping his mouth after eating, he immediately sent out an emergency notice. Next time, tell Lin An to keep this kind of top-tier resource for his own development. Giving it to us to eat is too much of a waste. The scene cuts back to the wilderness world. The moment I entered the abandoned bear cave, the National Fortune Settlement arrived right on time, without any suspense. I topped the rankings once again. Ding! 1 legendary grade Fish King is worth 100,000 points, equivalent to 10 of Xiaola's kin. Immediately after, the system notification made my breathing hitch. Congratulations on uploading legendary grade resources. Reward: unknown resource point coordinates. The resource point can be refreshed 3 times. I sat bolt upright. This is a top-tier gift from a higher civilization. With just 1 resource point, even a rookie could live without worries, let alone someone like me. The light blue screen expanded instantly. Resource point grade V. D rank. Direction: due north. Output: medium for common resources, extremely low for rare resources. D rank. My brow furrowed, and my heart sank halfway. This attribute is worse than a berry bush by the roadside. D rank is trash. But not only did I not panic, I almost laughed out loud. This is a freebie! For others, refreshing is a life-or-death gamble. If you give it up, it's truly gone. But I have the intelligence system. As long as I remember the direction, scanning it when I pass by makes it mine. That's my true skill. Since I can exploit this, then I want them all. Refresh. The screen flickered, and a card shimmering with deep blue light suddenly popped out. Grade B- rank. Direction: southeast. Output: high. Enough to support a small country. Holy crap, we're taking off. This is the dream location for countless Pathfinders. Anyone else would have quit while they were ahead. After all, if the last refresh turns up junk, you'd be back to square one. But am I an ordinary person? I'm just an unpretentious cheater. Southeast direction. Coordinates locked. As long as my brain works, this B-rank resource point is already in the bag. I took a deep breath, my eyes gradually becoming crazed, since I have no worries about the future. Then let's play big. Give me a jackpot. Boom! Golden light exploded, nearly blinding my titanium alloy eyes. The entire card was instantly dyed pure gold, a noble aura hitting me in the face. Grades rank: extreme in output volume. Recommendation index off the charts. Looking at that frantically flashing, highly recommended sign, the hairs on the back of my neck suddenly stood up. Something's wrong. This smells too fishy. It feels exactly like one of those sexy dealer online, pig butchering scams. The next second, the card flipped over, and the truth was revealed. S-rank resource: 7 colored lotus. Location: path planned. A blue arrow pointed firmly toward a spot on the map. I took one look at it, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, this so-called unknown S-rank resource point actually refers to the hollow at the bottom of the lake I just swam out of. Higher civilizations wanting to get something for nothing. Keep dreaming. This isn't a perk for newcomers. It's clearly a blatant tax collection site. Looking at these so-called 3 refresh opportunities, I couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. My mind was as clear as a mirror. The energy feedback wasn't even as good as the original item. This is a typical middleman profiteering on the price difference. Even though I knew it was a scam and a trap, I had to admit, I made a massive profit on this one. After all, the Fish King I uploaded was originally a trash item created by exploiting a bug. If it could really be materialized, the ones losing everything down to their underwear would definitely be the higher civilization. As for whether the other 2 resource points are safe, as long as I don't go there, there is no danger. Xiaola, keep watch. Call me if there's any movement. Due to the physical purification brought by the sacrifice, and the impact of that immense exhaustion, my eyelids were fighting to stay open. Meanwhile, at the other end of the wilderness world, the night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind was like a blade. Most Pathfinders were struggling on the line between life and death. Some were fighting for a bite of food. Some were unable to sleep all night trying to avoid insects. and some were filled with despair because they had accidentally opened the rankings. In the bone-chilling cold, Li Qingqing was holding a piece of large, sizzling, fatty roasted rat and feasting on it. This was the internal strategy he had obtained by spending a fortune from his family. He had only caught it with the help of the purple metal knight, as long as he maintained his protein intake and used the basic body-strengthening fluid. Returning to the top 20 was not a dream. He opened the light screen with full confidence. In the next second, the rat meat in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. That familiar name at the top of the list was like a slap dealt fiercely to his face. Deep in the dark jungle, Zhao Tieju was using all of his strength, utilizing the barbs of a hard-shelled insect to drag a 1-meter-long red-silver grass eel onto the shore. Looking at this trophy, which was enough to eat for 3 days, his face was filled with pride. Ha ha ha! This is what you call skill. But when he habitually glanced at the leaderboard, the smile on his face instantly froze, as if he had put on a mask of pain. This 1-meter-long fish of mine is common grade. So that legendary grade fish must be a whale, right? Young people these days really don't leave any way for others to survive. Even the always proud Mu Shui fell silent. As the only apocalypse chosen who fought back into the top 10, his original plan had been seamless. By taking advantage of the internal fighting between magic beasts, it should have been enough to push out the Indian contestant and rise to 9th. As a result, the Indian was indeed pushed out, but he was still 10th. That person weighing down on top, like an insurmountable mountain, hunting a legendary grade in the 2nd month. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in Mu Shui's cold eyes. Unless physical attributes exceed 60, it's fundamentally impossible to do. Linan, I'm not as good as you. Everyone realized it terrifying. This monster of a batch is ridiculously strong. Early morning at the tundra. The stormy waves from the outside world didn't affect me at all. Right now, I just want to stew this red tiger in front of me. Did you steal coal again last night? I pointed at the fuel pile, which was missing a large chunk, and questioned him. Shola had an innocent look on its face. It skillfully nudged open the leather bag and gave me a live demonstration. What do you mean by stealing food? Due to short-sightedness, my hands were shaking with anger, yet there was nothing I could do. I originally counted on him to help save some coal, but it turns out this guy is just an invincible glutton. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. The life-saving notification tone finally arrived. Survival intelligence. Yesterday, I delayed opening boxes for the sake of the sacrifice. Today, I must make up for it. As the light screen flickered, a coordinate that could drive anyone crazy jumped out. Mythical grade survival blind box. Coordinates: 1054, 887. Distance: approximately 19.8 kilometers. Another mythical grade. But my brow was locked in a frown as I stared intently at the distance on the map. 19.8 kilometers on the tundra. This distance is a gateway to hell. Not only are there invisible ice cracks dozens of meters deep here, but there are also terrifying predators. Polar ice worms. Monsters like an upscaled version of the Mongolian death worm. They have no vision, but are extremely sensitive to vibrations. The chaos of the blizzard a few days ago actually helped me avoid them. If I had to walk by myself to bypass the dangers, I would have to trek at least 40 kilometers. Combined with the harsh weather, this round trip wouldn't take less than 4 days, but that was before. I flipped myself onto Xiaola's back, a slight curve forming at the corner of my mouth. Let's go! Whoosh! A bolt of golden lightning instantly tore through the wind and snow. This wasn't just traveling. It was practically flying close to the ground. I didn't even need to give commands. Xiaola's intuition for danger was monstrous. It circled around blue ice caves and bypassed lurking ice worms, avoiding death traps that would make Ace Pathfinders tremble with fear. Under its hooves, it was as flat and easy as its own back garden. This is too good. What originally required me to pedal desperately for 2 days to complete this life-threatening path now only took 1 hour. With a relaxed bleat from Xiaola, it stopped steadily at the edge of a massive pit. I hopped off the vehicle. My eyes burned as I looked around the pit. Aside from the whistling wind, there was no sign of any magic beasts. Taking a deep breath, I slid into the pit with a surge of adrenaline. Embedded in the permafrost was a massive object emitting a silver-white, metallic luster, quietly waiting for me to open it. Higher civilizations have blockaded Blue Star's resources, and the fate of Pathfinders is now completely tied to their nations. If a contestant dies or ranks at the bottom, their home country will suffer natural disasters. While other contestants gnaw on tree bark in S-rank forbidden zones, I am hiding in a constant temperature cave eating hot pot. This all started 10 days ago, at the moment I landed, when I awakened the daily intelligence system. At this moment, my entire body was curled up tightly deep within a narrow snow cave. The system panel before my eyes flashed red with alarms. Body temperature dropped to 34.2 degrees Celsius, already in moderate hypothermia. Humidity, only 3% remaining. Shock is imminent. I originally answered the call, overcoming countless obstacles to fight my way through and become a Pathfinder. Who would have thought my luck would be so abysmal? Others start in lush forests or on vacation beaches, able to pick fruit and spearfish as they land. Yet I dropped into the tundra, an S-rank, forbidden zone. Human life. If I hadn't relied on state-provided equipment to dig a snow cave for shelter, I would have been frozen into an ice sculpture on the very first night. At this time, the system's cold notification sounded. All Pathfinders, please upload resources immediately. I tremblingly reached out my stiff purple hand from the cave, struggling to pull out my only harvest from the past few days. A few pieces of black moss as hard as stone uploader. Linan, Great Sia. Rating, Trash, F-rank. Immediately after, a translucent light screen expanded before my eyes, simultaneously appearing before billions of viewers on Blue Star. It was the daily brutal national fortune leaderboard. Next, blood red. Warning messages flashed frantically in front of me. Warning. Great Sia's comprehensive ranking has plummeted to 8th globally. Punishment. National cold wave index increased by 5%. Thoughts of the dropping temperatures instantly flooded my mind. But seeing the punishment, I forcibly endured it. I've held everyone back again. Now I can't even die if I wanted to. The disaster has likely already descended upon every household.